Hello, hello. Good afternoon, or good evening, or good morning, depending on where you are. I'll play some tournaments today. And actually, I'm going to get in. There's 6 minutes left in registration for this $5, 150 guaranteed daily PLO tournament. There's going to be, so what is that? There's going to be like $50 overlay. But also it's 6 max PLO tournament, which seems fun. And it's turbo. But we'll end up with a lot of tournaments today, and especially focused on a couple hours from now, the mini main and the main, both starting in just under 2 hours, and we'll kind of play around in these other ones until then. Perhaps some sit and goes, but realistically, I like talking to you all so much that I would rather you all throw some questions in chat and we just have some discussion rather than adding, some sit and goes just to fill the space. But that'll be up to you all. So interesting stack size. I'm going to start with the raise. So in tournaments, in PLO tournaments, I tend to raise small, as you can see I did. There is, I don't think it's solver approved, but it is approved by my solver, meaning my head. I think it works out pretty well. A lot of people who, a solver is going to do whatever you depending on what options you give it, can do a lot of different things, but I think what is correct in theory is more of a limp and open pot strategy. But I just find, well, in my limited experience, I think people play worse against a min raise than they do against a limp. I'll just put it that way. I don't really have any reason to, didn't bet the turn, which is kind of interesting. But I just kind of believe him on the river for some reason. Yeah, Moonlight, I'm sure you're catching up now. So Hold'em tournaments. We'll hop in a few. Well, I don't know if I want to satellite. I'm not going to get into the satellite hypers. We'll get into the 1K free roll hyper. That might be kind of fun. And then the events start. Maybe we will fill it with some sit and goes because I don't want to play these satellites to the $100 main. One level up guy. Pre-like the stream. I appreciate it. Bobby, no, you cannot play in Ontario. Right now, we are only live in Pennsylvania. We just launched a week and a half ago, a little less. Yeah, a week and a half ago, I can say now. And the plan is to expand into other markets that are, regulated, like the U.S. states. And Ontario does have its own regulatory system. And so while I don't entirely know and can't share, the precise order of where we're headed and when, it would certainly be a possibility. Love the early stream energy. I don't have it yet. I took a 1 hour nap. As I don't know, I've just been pretty worn out by this trip. I had a 4-day trip before heading to Pennsylvania. I've been here 1 week, and I don't travel well. I don't do well outside of my home environment routine. This is not a great calling hand, but I have such good pot odds and feel comfortable playing post flop that I can deal here, I think, with 1,000,000 to 1. Interesting flop. I could rip it in here. I think. Yeah, I think I'm going to. I don't think I'm going to get better hands to fold, unfortunately. But it's possible that there are no better hands. It's also possible that somebody with, ace, king, 10, deuce calls it off and we are, well ahead. Yeah, I just think some good things can happen. And at least, 6 outs that I could count on and take it down. It's a great result. Pair says no, can't play from Germany, unfortunately. And Moonlight Master, thanks for taking care of it. Keith, thank you for the good luck wishes. One level up guy. I'm doing pretty well, other than the tired that I just described. The funny thing, a 1 hour nap is a short nap for me, so I wake up a little out of it if I don't take a minimum 2 hour nap. But usually I'm a no nap guy for that reason. Again, bad hand, great pot odds. Let's see what we can do. But otherwise, life is good. How are you doing? One level up guy, and how are you doing, everybody? And actually, especially since it's a stream where you don't have to reply, like it's not like we're one-on-one, you have to answer that question. Only reply how you're doing if it's, a real answer, not just like how's it going? Good, good. If you're doing well, if your Sunday is not going so well, whatever genuine answer you're willing to give. Otherwise, just talk about something else. I sort of don't love that. I mean, it just like it's just how it goes. I don't love that custom of how's it going when the answer is not really expected to be a real answer. Like if you're walking by somebody on the street from your neighborhood and they say, how's it going? You say, well, actually, I got some family issues going on, and my back's been hurting. You kind of launch into a story. It's not really usually what people mean. It made me think of, I had a friend, it's 20 years ago, I guess, yeah, 20 years ago, a friend who volunteered in the Marshall Islands, and on a very small island of like less than 200 people, I think, and or at least less than, I think it was less than 200, but less than 500, and she said that their version of how's it going or what's up is what did you eat, and you'd answer what you ate last. And mostly there were like three staples that basically everybody ate, and they rotated. So it was like rice or something else, but it was not it was just their version of what's up. So maybe we should go to that, because then, you can give a real answer. What'd you eat? Soup. All right. See ya. Ace queen's not getting folded. I'm just gonna rip it in. If he has king X or like 4X, I want the fold equity. And if he has ace king, I'm drawing near dead. But I just don't think there's any getting away with ace top kicker on a board like this. And we are out of the tournament, unfortunately. So we'll find something else to play. Don't worry. Ninth place, so that's pretty good. I'm gonna hop into a $5 cube sit and go. If anybody watching is in Pennsylvania, wants to hop in, play a $5 sit and go with me, you'd be appreciated. Don't have to. And yeah, we'll just chat while we wait to see if this fills. He's on the side. I'll hop in a $10 as well, just so we got twice as much chance of. It's not really twice as much chance, but better chance of making something happen. Okay, more TBC. It's good to see you. Normand, greetings. Good luck. Have fun. Thank you. I appreciate it. One level up guy says, hi, Phil. I think people who can't quantify why they do certain action actually get better at poker. By quantifying, I mean they haven't based their decision on numbers like EV frequencies. My friend and I often discuss the difference between think of strategies, and you're going to list a few. So my like number one principle of poker when people are learning is I encourage them to ask themselves why they're doing what they're doing at every single decision point. So I think just the habit of asking yourself why you're doing what you're doing is going to build that thought process. And it's at first your answers, if you were to tell them to me, they would be terrible answers. But that doesn't matter. That's fine. You just want to get in the habit of recognizing what happened, because for most people, they just take the action without recognizing whether it was driven by a strategy they memorized, whether it was driven by fear, whether it was driven by excitement, whether it was driven by a desire to gamble, whether it was driven by tilt of some kind, or whether it was driven by a thought process that they could actually, for the how do I put this? Like essentially, it's essentially like presenting a logical argument to something. Like you need premise, 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 and logic, conclusion. I guess those are called assumptions in logic. But you need your assumptions, and then you need to use logic to talk about how they fit together. And so, even to yourself, in presenting why you play a certain way in a certain spot, you have those, like you'll start to develop those assumptions, and you might realize that, hey, okay, well, I think he's got a misdraw, so I bet the river out of position. Well, no, if you think he's got a misdraw and you bet the river, he's going to fold. And so sometimes it'll let you um, realize that you're making the wrong play for the assumptions. And you'll say, oh, well, yeah, if he has a misdraw, I want him to bluff. So I'm going to check. That is, of course, if you have a hand that can check call. If you have a misdraw as well or some other bluff, then sure. But and what can also happen is the assumptions are right, but or sorry, that was bad logic, and that worked with the assumptions. Sometimes the logic checks out, but you realize, oh, why do I think he has a misdraw? Like you start questioning it, which is important. Yes, there's room in poker for intuition and gut feeling and trusting your gut. Usually more once it's developed through experience. But for the most part, you should be able to figure out why, or at least question why you have made a certain read. So yeah, ask yourself, ask yourself, ask yourself. So the two strategies you're talking about: bet small, flop size up on later streets, bet big and play further streets tighter ourselves. So my high level thoughts on these two strategies, in general, on most flops, single raise pot, 100 big blind deep effective. Bet small. I mean, so bet small, flop size up on later streets is what will generally fit best with poker theory, and it makes a lot of sense to me. What happens when you bet really big on certain flops is you define your range too much, and you don't have as much board coverage in your checking range or your betting range. So I like size small on flop, and so you can have kind of a mixed, like a whole bunch of different hands in that range, and then size up on turn and river. Or TBC, yeah. How's it going? It's like, hi, no more conversation, please. Some people, occasionally, somebody really means it, and they have to tell you that they really mean it because the assumption is you wouldn't. It's a tough one because I actually think he's calling. I'm not going to go for it. It's like I'm at the bottom of my range, but for some reason I just thought he had it on the flop, and if he has it, I don't know. Carl Cox, good to see you. Okay, Manu Manu says when asked to Vietnamese people, they sometimes answer, I'm not gonna try to pronounce it and screw it up and sound stupid, but it means normal. So yeah, I mean, people say that, in English as well, just like, all right. Sometimes you do actually get an answer. Like you can, whether it's explicit or implied, and you can kind of suss it out. If somebody's like, if sometimes, if especially if it's a friend you talk to often, and this kind of works as a shorthand where, how's it going? Good. How's it going? Pretty good. You say, oh, or if they came over to your house, you have the option to, oh, why just pretty good? Is anything off? The social games and customs. I like just us to all mean literally what we say. But it does make sense to me why that's there, and that's the benefit of it. Yeah, more TBC. I'm trying to boost the Klitschcraft. Moonlight, I did win a couple. I did lose a lot more than I won of the spins of the cubed. Goes, but I kind of did better losing. So this girl, excuse me, Laurel, has chosen pot as a sizing very often, and so I want to generally check to her when I have good hands, but I don't know. I think I got to start betting this. Yes, for the more exciting animation. I'm going to check this back. I'm going to run into a lot of Jack X. I don't beat any queens now. Yeah, I beat 8X, which is going to happen a lot, but it's just 8X can fold and Jack X can shove, and yeah, doesn't work out amazingly. I'll keep. Why don't we see if we get the $5? No, I kind of want the $10. Let's get the $10 sit and goes going. So I'm going to sit a $10 sit and go. When it runs, I'll switch to the two table view. Yeah, let's see if we can, while we're waiting for the main event to start, in about 90 minutes. See, she's potting. We can see if we can get those games going. Wow, poker. So yes, Gerard or Jared, I'm in Pennsylvania. Wow, poker says, "Hey Phil, rooting for this project. We need more competitors in poker doing unique things." Thank you, by the way, genuinely. Sadly, Idaho is probably going to be a tough sell for poker. Yeah, probably. Yeah, when I hear people talking about like what states might be next, I do not hear Idaho pop up in the conversation. But I do think if we can get some major, if we could get like a New York or California on board, I think some of the other states might follow suit, and like there might just be a snowball effect. 9-7. Let's limp. Lay this down. So yeah, genuinely, how's everybody doing? Or if you don't have a genuine answer, you don't have to. So here I probably have the best hand with a 3, and I do need some protection, so let's bet. Got called quickly. I'm going to bet about half pot, and I'm not getting called by a lot of 6X on the turn. It's going to be a lot of ace high or queen high or flush draw. So if we can get some value from Jack high. Okay. I mean, it beats my bluffs, so it's a very reasonable hand to call with. Like any hand, you either have a bluff catcher, you don't, and there are qualities that make something a better bluff catcher. But I think sometimes people look at Jack high here and they're like, "What?" But they look at if it were as we get all in flipping with sixes. If they were to look at ace high, they wouldn't think anything of it, even though they're not bluffing Jack high better than Jack high. All right, we win the flip. We're in good position. 2.5 to 1 chip leader. Yeah, I got to call king six, dominated by ace six. Maybe we can hit a straight and chop it up. Nope. Back to even in stacks. One level up guy, you're very welcome. Thanks for the question. Jared, no, I didn't play at the I arrived 1 week ago and have just been in this Airbnb streaming and I mean doing other work, but on my computer. Pretty much. My sister lives here too, so I hung out with her a couple times. I'm gonna limp this in. It's down. Yeah, Stephen, California would be the dream for US regulated online poker, as we get called by ace five and we are in rough shape. All right. I'm good at getting not first place in these sit and goes. Ah, no glitch, unfortunately. All right. Just throw this in here as we wait for the 10 and get to chatting. And yeah, no, I mean I'm playing here to promote the to promote this platform that I'm very excited about. Having launched in the U.S. market in Pennsylvania, for starters, we don't have high stakes games running yet, so I'm just playing with whatever. I mean, specifically today, I'm going to play main event, so some MTTs in a little bit. I guess maybe I should hop in some of these. Could hop in some of these satellite tournaments. I'd rather play spins and answer your questions. So keep throwing questions in. But there is a free roll I can hop into in a half hour. Um, yeah, not a ton of tournaments, but they are giving away some good bit of money. So this is $1,000 free roll. 400 people registered. That starts in 38 minutes. Can you see that on screen? You can't. There you go. You can kind of see it. These two, 2,500 guaranteed and a 15K guarantee for the $100 main. I don't expect either of those to hit. So I expect those two to overlay. Don't quote me on that. But and then another $1,000 free roll. Really, it's actually better than a free roll, because players better than a free roll if you get in, because it costs 1 cent. But that eliminates anybody who hasn't deposited. So the number of people should be fewer than in the free roll, and it's still $1,000 giveaway. Some more guarantees later at night. Yeah, most of these do not, on past nights, I believe, have not hit their guarantees in terms of they've all overlaid. That's what I mean. PLO hurts. First time in a while training with vision. It seems so weak to almost check range, cut off first button on any unpaired board except ace X boards. Yeah, it feels weird, doesn't it? Sometimes theoretically correct play just feels super weird, and this happens a lot in No Limit too, where even on ace high boards, out of position, like somebody raises out of position, the cutoff calls, like somebody raises mid position, cutoff calls, and they just check their full range. And essentially, same thing happens in PLO too. The I think the reasoning is it's you're not doing well enough to just like bet kind of small with your full range or a large portion of your range, and so you have to split your range if you want to bet. And then if you split your range, it's like you're just giving your opponent information. Whereas when you check, you're giving your opponent no information. If you check your range, you're giving your opponent no information. And I just realized I can should make this smaller. And yeah, just not putting in money bad, essentially. And you do just have a disadvantage when you're out of position. I'm going to sit in another one of these in case somebody wants to join, play another cubed. Or you can play the beauty of this is you can play a classic sit and go too if you don't want to gamble on the prize pool. The classic ones will be in the same prize pool with us, or sorry, in the same tournament with me as I play cubed. Yeah, call them in raise. That's not an amazing flop. Jared, you're in Pennsylvania. Yeah, try this out. I don't know what stakes you play, but as I mentioned, if you play lower stakes tournaments, there's a ton of money up for grabs with overlays and free rolls. If not, you can check out. I mean, most importantly, we're trying to establish a system where we give back all of the rake that we collect to the players, and we're trying it out for 3 months. And starting a week ago, or starting a week and a half ago. And so even if you don't play tournaments, you're going to get better deals by far here. I mean, first of all, just the first deposit bonus, which is kind of standard everywhere, but this is a new site to you, so you get a new bonus. And then the reward system, which is I can't say this with certainty because I think I'm not supposed to legally, but in my opinion, from what I can tell, much better than the competitors in terms of rewards, both rake and rewards. So lowest rake in most game types in the state of Pennsylvania. Almost all are tied, but almost all. And then I think, and then yeah, better rewards than everywhere. And a lot of money going out to free rolls and overlays. Manu, I have not seen that. That sounds cool. I'd like to see it. Thank you for sharing with me. Or TVC says, like to see BetRivers Poker do well purely for the selfish reason of getting to see Jason again, another job interview because you need more staff. Yes. I would like that too, for the same reasons. I mean, I get to see Jason, but I'd like you to for that reason. Stephen, yes, if you're visiting Pennsylvania but not a state resident, which I am, that's the case for me, you can play. Yeah, you can. Level up guy. It's been testing time over the last 2-ish years after having essentially a sun run beginning to my poker career. Okay. It's only made me better. You and Kevin Roush have had a deep impact. So that's awesome on how I've approached poker through this time. Well, thank you for sharing that with me. I talk to Kevin a lot, so I'm going to try to remember that and let him know, as he'll appreciate it as well. Have you mostly gotten it from Run It Once videos? And I'm very glad to see that you are taking the attitude of it's only made you better, because that is the only correct, well, It may not have made you better yet, but that's the correct attitude. The correct attitude is not blame, but curiosity and how do I improve? What's gone wrong? How do I improve? So I'm glad to hear that you got a good head on your shoulders for that. I could have bluffed and taken that down, but I actually had like second highest high card, I think. I mean, I play the board. Wild poker on how I'm doing. Played, Alvarez heads up 10-20 the other day for a very aggro bankroll shot. Bankroll crushed, but actually felt pretty comfortable, like I could hang. Looking forward to next time. I'm sorry to hear that. Can I ask Wild Poker? So often in my, obviously, made videos for us, and I know he's a really strong player. Um, do you, so when a lot of people shot take, they take it, and I did it like you in my career. But when they shot take, they take a shot because there's a particularly good opportunity, like a very soft game at higher stakes, and they just decide they're going to go for it. I assume that wasn't your thought about Nuno, and so I'm curious, why did you decide to take that shot, or what? Yeah. Why did you decide to take that shot? What was your thought process? And I'm not criticizing it. I'm just curious what the kind of similar to what we were talking about before. If you were around for the earlier in the stream, asking why we do what we do with each action we take. We go for the check raise here and try to get it in with queens, beat any pair like top pair, and we will take down this. This Nevea is probably the same person we played with last time. I'm expecting. Angel says, Phil, what is the current go-to video series for low stakes six max PLO? So it depends what you mean by video series. I'm not sure if you're looking for free content. For paid content, run it and this is mine, so I have bias. But runitonce.com has a from the ground up PLO. It might be on sale right now. It might not. But from what I remember, or I think it's $149.99, and it's a course. This is an interesting one. I mean, I don't know. He's not doing this with no outs, so I just think it's probably an ace trying to protect his hand too often for me to call there with the 9. Anyway, from the ground up PLO is for that purpose. That's what it was designed for. Just rip this in. Let's see a flop. Slow Junkie asks what I think about having a random time to end late reg. I've never thought about that, interestingly enough. The problem is it's challenging for planning, right? So if someone's trying to decide their daily schedule, there's going to be a random end to it. They're going to struggle to do so. Tens, okay. But I didn't. I mean, I would have won if I shoved pre-flop, but you know what I mean. Where's the thing? There we go. So I think I don't like it. I understand the intent. If they did random time, I guess you could do. All right, it's going to be after this time, but anywhere between 0 minutes and 60 minutes after that, which would then. I don't know. I don't think there's enough upside because I don't think people are really taking advantage of it too much. And the ones who kind of are taking advantage of late reg and re-entries especially kind of work in people's favor in that, let's say that I am just like somebody who, if I have a low chip stack, I'm just going to try to shove my money in before the re-entry period ends so that I can gamble. or so that I can build a stack or just, yeah, so gamble, so build a stack or buy back in and have more chips. That benefits people who take the opposite approach, who just want to play their one buy-in and who are, happy for me to be shoving my money in light because they're going to play more solid ranges and they're going to basically, then you can register so far into the event that, call this, so far into the event that a lot of, what am I trying to say? Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have busted out, and then you're gaining an advantage by, like, you can actually sneak into the money. But most structures aren't that way, I believe. Jared, so there's room for a first deposit code, but what it'll tell you, if you don't have one from somewhere else, it will just give you one, which I think was poker when I signed up. So just when you sign up, it'll tell you the deposit bonus code, and everybody gets that deposit bonus. If I'm wrong about that, well, I know that when I signed up, which I didn't get special privileges, the code was just there. So I believe that's what's going to happen. The reason for sign up codes generally is so we can track where somebody came from. But if you just show up on the site and nobody specific referred you, and I don't have a sign up code, I mean, I think I might even do, but I don't care. All right, let's see how this goes. The longer the sweat is, the better. Okay, into the orange. Not bad. 4x, $40. You don't want to get it during the green. And you still win money, obviously, but the longer I like that the longer the sweat goes, the more exciting it is till you find out what it is. Moonlight Master, thanks for sharing that. And it is on sale, it looks like, from the Ground Up PLO. Steven says, well, you're a legend. Thank you. I appreciate it. I mean, it's very kind. I've been watching you since high school on Poker After Dark. Thanks for answering. You're very welcome. Yeah, I mean, it's so weird to me because, I don't know, the last 10 years, I feel like the same age. But I'm not. I'm 10 years older, in fact. Um, it has been a long time. It has been a long time. Um, well, along the same lines, Zeppy, who asked how my experience on the big game was, it was so long ago. I actually forgot that I played on it. Somebody showed me a clip of me playing on it. And I had completely forgotten that I played on it. So that should tell you how my experience was. I don't remember. I can now, vaguely remember it. And I think I wasn't happy with how it went. All my early TV performances, I wasn't happy. I was definitely nervous, in all of those situations. And I think played not really my best as a result. And I think that was no exception. Okay, so it's $112.49 from the Ground Up PLO. Right now, we have sales all month at runotonce.com. Let me just see. I should probably have known what they are right now. See if I can figure out what's on sale. Yeah, 25% off all from the Ground Up courses right now, and there's a Hold'em Fundamentals bundle. Our Black Friday sales. So it's focused on fundamentals. The Hold'em Fundamental bundle has fun. It's hard. It's for some reason hard to say. The Hold'em Fundamentals bundle includes from the ground up no limit Hold'em cash, from the ground up MTT, and okay, sorry. These are all of the discounted from the ground up courses. So there's no limit cash, there's MTT, there's PLO, there's sit and go, which I need right now. And then the bundle, where's the bundle is foundations, from the ground up MTT, and from the ground up no limit cash. That gets 33% off. Okay, so $200 for foundations is my course. It's normally $50. So this would normally cost $300, but it's $200 right now. And the sales will continue. So keep checking back in on runotonce.com. And we have different sales all month. And actually, if you sign up for the well, just sign up for a basic account. You'll get some emails. We'll let you know about the sales. Basic account being just give us your email address and we'll send you when there are sales and other kind of things going on. And you get access to some free videos, et cetera, et cetera. Jared, yeah, so the table alias system means that you will not know who you're playing against. Unless it's me. You'll know if you're playing against me because I am de-anonymized, but otherwise you have a different identity. We call it table alias, but it's name and avatar on every table that you play. So your opponents see a different version of you. Wild Poker says I specialized in heads-up poker a long while ago, but now I'm washed up, just playing for fun and enjoying learning again. Okay, awesome. Yeah, if that's the motivation, then there you go. And I missed your first message. Sorry. If I'm playing heads up, it's more fun to play strong players and see if I can challenge myself to overtake them eventually. He's one of the few guys that will play me. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. So I mean, as you might know, I like the same thing. I love to play heads up. I love to challenge myself, and it is unfortunate that like I know people who will hop on a new site and sit heads up, and after 5 hands, everybody quits them. Not because they know who they are or because they even, they're doing anything awesome. It's just because they're not brain dead. And so there is a lot of bum hunting going on in the world today, which is part of why we have that system, the table alias system. I don't know why I should have done some vocal warm-ups or something. Yeah, that's why we have the table alias system, among many other reasons. There are actually a lot of reasons that we discussed, but that's certainly one of them. Yep, Jared, there's a mobile app. I see that you see it now. Red Viper asked what my thoughts are on GG removing high stakes for regs. You're not feeling great about the outlook for the future. Yeah, I would love to hear what their reasoning is, because I don't want to judge too harshly before knowing what the plan is. Fortunate for regs, but a lot of the players that get seats in private games want to be in a private game, and don't want to play in the public games because they're having such bad experiences there in comparison. And so it could be the case that, like, if GG says, some of our most valuable players have a great experience as they, I mean, this is the part you don't say, but as they lose money, essentially. And if that's the case, and if maybe they're doing this in a way that, maybe some regulars do get to play, but just at a, fewer per table, or fewer per club situation or opportunity, or maybe in these individual clubs, some of these regulars or some of these kind of action players get to kind of set some of their own rules. Like, in private games, sometimes there are rules. Like, I mean, like, I know a lot of the people, like a lot of my friends that played in Macau in some of the high stakes games, like, you weren't allowed to leave. If you ever left the game before it broke, you would not be invited back. And so there were some like 52-hour sessions where I have friends who were just like dying and like just couldn't wait for the game to break, didn't care about winning anymore or losing. They were just wanted to sleep. But anyway, that's a silly example perhaps of rule, but I could see an argument that GG would make that would make me say, okay, yeah, I see it. I don't love it, but I see it because I see the need for it. And another argument that might make sense is, for these high stakes games, we want to have different rules than for the rest of our games. So we want to have webcams on. We want to have you go through a, almost like a global entry or TSA pre-check, where you go through a more rigorous screening protocol in order to get access to it, so that it's voluntary that you agree to go through that protocol, and it keeps the game safer. Like, I could see that argument, although I don't think that's what they're doing. I think they would set it up differently if that were the only motivation or the primary motivation. But yeah, I mean, generally, my feeling is I don't like it, and my assumption is that it's the reason I especially don't like it, or I mean, I don't like it, and I don't like that any games go private. Not that I think it's wrong, but it just is sad to me that what I used to love so much about poker was the lack of politics involved, at least when I started and played online, because it was just entirely how well do you play. It doesn't matter what education you have, where you come from, who you know, your resume doesn't matter. If you show up and play the best, you're gonna over time win. And so it just truly rewards skill. Um, and that's not the case anymore. I mean, like the main event certainly, like the World Series of Poker certainly does. A lot of tournaments, you show up and if you have the money, you can play, and so that still exists there. Um, but yeah, whenever something goes more private and gets further away from that which I kind of love. I don't want to say love most. There are a lot of things I love about poker, but um, one of the things I love most, yeah, I don't like it. All right, that was a long answer. I know. Thank you for the question. Carl asks, and PLO Hertz, you're welcome. Carl says, what's the best Rio course for someone who wants to relearn PLO? I play live. I used to play online in the old days, 2011. So basically, need to start over. I would say from the ground up, PLO is the place to be, unless you're very wealthy, and then you can buy my course. This is PLO, but my course is a little bit more advanced. I still go over some of the basics, but it's more advanced, and it's unnecessary for people who are not. It's unnecessary for the skill level you're describing, um, unless money's not an issue because it's a $2,500 course. Matt has a PLO deathmatch. 3 hour, oh yeah, 3 hours a day, Monday to Friday, until somebody wins, loses a million. Yeah, I mean, so in order for that to happen, um, 3 hours a day, Monday to Friday, till someone wins or loses a million. Yeah, so that's the. I could certainly do that if and when BetRivers got to Nevada, where I live, but I can't commit to an undefined kind of leave of absence from my home because it would turn into a permanent leave of absence. Um, as I don't think my wife and son are coming along for a 4 month trip, which that could turn into easily. I love the idea, and maybe there's a way to do it in the future. Like I said, if it's in Nevada. Um, Zeppi, I saw your series. Yeah, of your life when times were hard with the business and all. It's an inspiration that you went through that and still find positive and everything. Well, thank you. I certainly, can look back and find the positive, and I absolutely do. I'm grateful for having gone through it. But in the moment, I was not appreciating it. I would try to find positives, but really I was just in it. And it takes some distance, and or skill, and the strong mindset, which I mean, I have a strong mindset, but it takes quite a bit of that to see it quickly. But thank you. Thanks for watching. I'm glad you enjoyed it. More TBC. Yeah, I think, well, actually, I don't know exactly. I might have both, but probably more for regular. No, no, no. It's for both. It's for both. It's for spins as well. I believe it's for both because I remember when we were launching it, it was in, let me just see. So let's see. Introduction, common misconceptions, ICM. So ICM is not part of it. Early game is not part of it. Late game. Yeah, so there is a lot of ICM. Maybe I'm wrong. So heads up play obviously matters, but no, you're right. By the chapters in the video titles, it is traditional sit and goes. It appears. Obviously, a couple things will apply, but ICM. There's no ICM in spins, so a lot of those won't apply. And ICM is pretty important. Inside, Rio Basic subscription is free. And you essentially get access to forums. You get access, we'll send you emails. It's not like you get access to a handful of videos, and we give away other freebies at times. Like we'll give people with basic, access to vision for a day or a week, or like access to certain things temporarily. But it's not, it's free. Bibs, hello. The Red Viper, genuine question because I want to see BetRivers succeed, not trolling. I appreciate it. What's different this time compared to the EU launch of Run It Once? So the big difference is that when we launched Rest of the World, we were a small startup, and and kind of everything that goes along with that. We had a very limited marketing budget. We had a small team. We didn't have, I guess maybe it'll be easier to talk about what we do have with BetRivers. So we have a huge company in BetRivers that has sportsbook and casino in many different jurisdictions. They have expertise in, like they've got gaming licenses in all these places. They have a department that handles that, so that we don't have to. Like in the poker team, on the poker team, they've got a robust back office system. I mean, this technical stuff, but they're better technically than we were in terms of like software they have, like, the fact that they have sportsbook and casino means there are tons of players that they already have in their database to pull from, and that's going to be beneficial. I mean, for obvious reasons. As we get into more of the states, they already exist. They have a database of players who are ready to play. They also have a relationship with Rivers live poker rooms, like casinos, live casino poker rooms, who also has a database of players. There's more kind of avenues for cross promotion. So it's essentially the benefit is, and we've developed the platform more. So it's not just like we were missing tournaments when we were Rest of World, and we're not now. We were missing mobile, and we're not now. So yeah, those are the main things. But basically, if I were to restate that in one sentence, what I started with, it's the difference between a startup and a big established company. Moonlight Master is talking about. So Rio Essential is $25 a month. That's different than basic. Yeah. WoW Poker talking about how quickly people quit. I wonder if there's any merit in a contract type of heads up table where you commit to X number of hands before you sit. But if you lose X number of big blinds, you can leave at any point. Yeah, I like the line of thinking. I think it's challenging. We can hop in this free roll maybe in a few minutes. Maybe I'll hop in a cash game. Why not? What's running? We could play some 1K no limit hold'em. So that'll be fun for some people to watch. A little bit higher stakes action. I like the line of thinking, and like it's just a challenge to. I mean, I think honestly the best system that I've seen implemented online so far for heads up is the PokerStars Zoom heads up, and I mean others have done fastfold, but I don't know if they've done fastfold heads up. But basically, as many players as you want can enter the player pool, and you get rotated every hand. And there are some downsides to that. There's a dynamic that is absolutely lost, like part of heads up poker, which I love. But it does solve some of the problems that we're talking about, where you can't just skip every single player who has a pulse and only play when somebody has open limped every hand. Um, I think it's tough to do what you. The problem with the idea of the kind of like contract type of table is that it's really challenging to explain. You have to keep in mind that non-professionals and non like serious players really help the ecosystem, and confusing them, it's a really bad experience if you're them and you hop into a table and you lose one buy-in and you want to leave because you have dinner with a friend and like it doesn't let you leave. It's such a terrible, terrible user experience. And so, yes, you could make it very, very clear. There are a lot of things to do, but that's the challenge, is user experience for the people who are, not like us, who, would love this kind of thing and would agree to the terms to make it happen. Interesting. So I'm gonna call it check raise. Wasn't really expecting that. By this player's pre-flop sizing, and I don't know, the fact that he check raised his flop and he's using small sizing on the turn, I think this is a strong player. I'm going to clearly call here. I think this is going to be. I mean, some sets, some two pair, some which got counterfeited. Um, Most which got counterfeited, I should say. Some straights. I mean, I have a decent calling hand, but also, I don't know. This is kind of always what I have at this point, more or less. And I think, any trips can go big. Trips make sense. I don't know. I'm feeling not great about it. Feeling not great about it. Nice hand. Yeah, inside. So essential membership, you said you're not sure what it provides in terms of up-to-date videos. We release 4 to 5 essential videos every week. So they're very much up to date. And there's a massive library, obviously, given that we've been doing that for 12 years. But yeah, plenty are up to date. And I think you'd find them quite useful. You can go to Run It Once and check out the video library page, even if you're not signed up. It's Pro Videos is the link in the top nav, and you can just see the videos listed, what's available, who they're by, and all right. So I'm now getting a little. I didn't expect a lot of donks on this flop, but now I'm unsure about this. And you can filter by essential, and you can just see what's available and if they're relevant to the games that you're playing. I think my hand's good enough to bet here, and probably bet most rivers. Matt Donovan answers, yeah, new videos released all the time. It's worth $25 a month. I mean, I'm glad. Yeah, I'm glad. I think most people feel that way. Well, obviously, if they subscribe. Um, this feels close, but I think on the 10, yeah, I'm going to go for it. I think we're going to see a lot of like 8-6, 4-6 makes a lot of sense. 4-7, probably those are maybe the two most likely hands. 4-7 suited, and 4-6 suited. And the Red Viper. More TBC shared a job board. So thank you for your interest. And more TBC, thank you for grabbing that. I'm impressed that you had it, but I guess it makes some sense. So Bitcoin asks, is it possible for non-US citizens to play as long as they're physically located in Pennsylvania, like if one were to visit temporarily? So I have just actually inquired about this, because right now in the sign up process, it asks for a social security number or the last four of your social, which is for U.S. citizens. Um, and I asked because I know that in Nevada, at least, people from outside of the U.S. come every summer for the World Series of Poker, and they play online. So I know it's possible there. I don't know. So basically, I asked if that's a regulatory thing in Pennsylvania, or just like a way that we've got the system set up that we could change. Currently, if you were to come over tomorrow, you would not be able to play if you were not an American because of, well, if you didn't have a social security number, I should say. And also the Red Viper, that doesn't need to be your final question. As you can tell, I'm looking for questions. I guess I'm just gonna keep being a nit. My master, yeah, talks about plus EV Racing. There's definitely BetRivers merch. I don't know because they've given me some. I don't know where they give it out or sell it. Uh, I'll look into that. I just take a note to myself. Yes, I might as well ask. See if I can find out. And Moonlight Master asks about or not asks, talks about the, I call this again. The big blind talks about yeah, heads up motivation, the one-on-one challenge part. And yeah, a lot of places like heads up. I think spreading heads up in the traditional way is not great for a poker site, like just ecology. But in if we can get creative, if there are other ways potentially, uh, yeah, if we can innovate, then I love heads up poker and I want to be able to spread it in some way. I'm gonna call. There are a lot of draws available here. Messages. We got the bet jam. This guy's been very aggressive, but clubs kind of make sense. Sets two pair. I mean, I'm gonna call. I'm a little skeptical, and I'll try to talk about it later. So I'm out of time bank. 8-9 with a club. I mean, that's a very standard bluffing hand. So seeing that doesn't let me know that this player is over bluffing or under. Like it doesn't tell me much other than they're capable of bluffing, which by their bet sizing and aggression frequency, I could have assumed anyway. But here's why I decided to call in the end. Actually, hold that thought because we're playing a hand. But I'll pull the hand up and we can talk about it if I get the break at some point. Okay, let's see. So yes, there are going to be some club flush draws that play this way. Excuse me. But outside of club flush draws, we're looking at like sets and two pair. And to raise pre-flop out of the small blind and bet that big on flop and turn, like 10 deuce, 10-5, they fold a lot pre-flop. Deuce 7 and 7-5 don't bet the flop for pot. And so a lot of those I could eliminate. I mean, I'm making guesses. I don't know this player from Adam, but I'm making guesses as like most people don't play those hands. So it's really king 10 maybe, and clubs, and then sets, which are kind of rare. And then if you look at the draws, I mean, if we take all the 9-8 offsuits like we had, the ace fours, the ace threes with a club, maybe 3-4 suited. Obviously, half of those are flushes by the river. 8-6. There are a lot of potential straight draws. But yes, to Moonlight and Wild Poker talking about heads up, it just does, especially in an environment where you allow the bum hunting. It's just so bad for the players get wrecked and it doesn't create any action. So like, look, I'm all for money staying in the poker ecosystem and not the site not taking much of it, which is why we're uh, trying this system to give away all of our rake. But what happens is, just from the site's perspective, when there's a six-handed game, um, I'll give you the very short version, which is that somewhere between, if there's one player in a six-handed game who loses all their money over time that they deposited, somewhere between you know 25 and 75% of that, well, probably 25 and 60% go to the house, and the rest, the 40 to 75% goes to the other players. But when you have a site where there's just bum hunting, there's no kind of reg battling on the heads up tables. Something like, a player sits down with and it's going to be losing player versus reg. They're going to lose decisively because their loss rate is going to be huge. It's heads up, so there's not a lot of rake taken, and it's going to be more like 90+% of their deposit goes to the player who beat them, who is just sitting there waiting for them, and then the rest, whatever, 1 to 9% goes to the site. And so it's bad for the business, first of all, because they don't make much money, and it's bad for the ecosystem, and that like there was not much action generated and off of that game, which is why I think the Zoom model kind of works, despite its downside. Yellow Hertz has any off chance of seeing you horse around in some PLO games today? Yeah, I mean, I could sit in PLO. I wanted to make today a tournament day. I actually didn't know when all of the tournaments were starting when I, planned this out. But the big two that I want to play start in 45 minutes. But of course, I can bust out of those. Just reading the tournament info. Okay, so there are re-entries. Here's what I'm looking at. So the Sunday main $100 15K guaranteed, which is going to overlay. There are 3 re-entries max. Yeah, I mean, so those two, once I start those two, I'll probably be in them for a while. So as to the PLO, maybe, but today's probably not the day. Tomorrow, I'm going to stream around 5 p.m. ET, I believe, and get some. We'll stick with cash games tomorrow. Maybe some SNGs, but not MTTs. Today's the only MTT day. Sevens, call it raise. Let's go with raise. Moonlight Master says, I think special heads up for show matches and challenges would be a fun way to make it possible. Yeah, I think we tried an event at Run It Once Poker that was it was essentially like a heads up tournament, um, with the idea to see how much interest there would be. Compared to the Galifond challenge, there was not that much interest. I actually don't know what I'm doing here, to be honest. Small bet seemed okay. I actually don't think small bet on the flop. That's maybe fine. Maybe that's a fine line. But thank you for that. You guys like the win. Yes. Anyway, yes, I agree. I was trying, like, that was when we did I think it was called, what did we call it? Heads up something. I'm now like confusing it with Poker Stars, which had a Superstar Showdown or something. Or did we? I don't know what we called it, but whatever it was, that was proof of concept to see if we could build out more heads up. Um, um, yeah, it was a proof of concept to see if people were really interested in watching, you know, regs battle and heads up matches that were publicly streamed. And it didn't go as well as I wanted it to for us to invest a lot of resources into building something out around that, like something more permanent um, and robust. I have a lot of ideas in mind for something like that, but yeah, it didn't work out. 10-6 again. I think it's just barely good enough to call here. Moonlight Master shared the job board. Thank you. I realize now that the link was in just Twitch before, and now I'm seeing the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat and Twitter. I mean X. Speaking of X, Flow Junkie asks, I wonder how many high stakes Rex have told GG I would play big if I knew who I was playing against. Must be some rich smart guys not named Phil who don't want to risk playing against RTA. Yeah, I mean I'm sure some have, and I mean I know GG has real name tables, maybe for that reason, or at least in part for that reason. Ethan Bennett, good to see you. Yeah, I the relationship between BetRivers and Rivers Live will allow for some. Uh, yes, so I think it will allow for some hybrid tournaments. That's something we've discussed. It'll certainly allow for satellites to live events from online events. But I like the idea of a hybrid, and we have talked about it. There are no concrete plans, but yeah, I think that'll happen. Jared asks if you saw me color code a player. Does it stay with that player the next time you see them at a different table? No. So this player I've colored red. At a different table, he might be David R and have a different avatar and will have no color. So I won't know who he is at a different table. Flow Junkie. That wouldn't have happened because I mean I knew the Dang brothers well. They never played with each other at the same table. Um, at least since, and I mean, I knew them. Yeah, no. If they were playing PLO, that was after I knew them, and they wouldn't have been at the same table. But I do, I do remember Gus feeling suspicious. I don't remember Ivy offering to send him 80K if he kept playing. It's very funny. Gus is a very funny guy. I mean, Phil is too. They both are. But I've seen a lot of, I don't know, a lot of fun stuff. The highest. I mean, if you could put a camera in like any nosebleed game, not any, but most nosebleed games that happen live, you just like had cameras to the like, but it was not streamed. So you just had like a hidden camera, not to cheat, but to just watch the interactions in those rooms. They were very funny. You get a lot of big characters for big stakes. So I'm gonna check this turn. I have a lot of just like ace king and tens and jacks. This seems like a spot I would check a lot. And now I think I can. No, it's just a really good calling hand. Check call hand, I think. Because I don't think he's going to bluff ace high. So I block the ace. Um, and I think it starts to, like, it's too thin, I think, to bet big. I don't really like betting small, very like turning my hand face up a little bit. 8-6, so he almost valued at a six. Yeah, I mean, obviously I could have gotten money against that, but you're not going to expect a lot of this. I mean, I think my river decision was close. I'm not justifying it um, after the fact. Or TBC, yeah. Says there's probably a unicorn idea somewhere with the King of the Hill heads up ranking style heads up ranking where you get better rewards at higher incentives to move up and knock down players above you. Yes, I've thought a lot about this, and I agree. I haven't quite cracked it. Let's four bet and get it in. I think it's maybe a little small. Nah, it's fine. It's a very small three bet sizing from the big blind, um, so I'm a little nervous about this, but I'm not going to fold. Okay, lose the flip. Nice hand, nice hand. I noticed something funny about myself. So, so on the previous streams, I was um, I was rooting for myself to lose every flip, and it was mostly playing like NL 100 and PLO 100, sometimes up to 500. And this is the first time that I got all in at 1K, and I didn't root for him to win or her to win. Excuse me. I was rooting for myself. So I guess we found the limit where I care a little bit about the result, and don't just want to give it away. Legend Showdown. Thank you, Moonlight Master. Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. Uh, Poker Chris, Toronto. This is BetRivers Poker. It's in Pennsylvania only. We do not have six card Omaha for the DGens, unfortunately. I think in the future, five and six card could happen. The challenge is being in the regulated U.S. market, where you're in individual states or shared, a few states. It's like you don't have that much traffic to support all these more. Not that that's an obscure game type, but more obscure game types than just Hold'em and PLO. Um, K1, hope this site will allow crypto without too many questions in the future. No, so that's not going to happen. Being in the regulated U.S. environment, the whole point, like they ask questions. Like the regulations in the U.S. are strict. You have to know um, who's depositing. You have to, if there's a lot of money deposited, you need to know where the money came from and how they got that money potentially. I mean, I'm exaggerating a little bit, or like I'm not saying it well, but essentially knowing knowing your players is kind of key in the regulated market, which is why you don't see, um, the huge, no questions asked crypto deposit options for any regulated U.S. sites, and I don't think you ever will, ever. But in the next 20 years, I don't think you will. From Europe, you loved the Run It Once poker site. Thank you. Yeah, it was. No, we didn't accept crypto. Um, unless it was through unless a third party like a Skrill or somebody let you use crypto in your Skrill account. But we definitely had we definitely had to ask questions because we were regulated. It was not by the U.S., but we were regulated by MGA, that's Malta, and the UKGC, that's UK, and they were fairly. They're not quite as strict as the U.S. states, but they were fairly strict about knowing where the money's coming from as well. Loved playing and winning on Ria. Yeah. The games were a lot better than people assumed. That's for sure. Yep, we launched Thursday before last, as Moonlight pointed out. Button, pocket fives. Jack 10 suited. Get called by the small blind. I'm going to check back. I don't think I need to see bet my range on this board, although maybe I could. Small blind has a lot of like pocket pairs and weak suited aces. I expect the most likely hand to be at this point like a, well, now I expect it to be like an ace seven suited. I was thinking like pocket fives. As far as air, it needs to be like six, seven of hearts, and I just don't think there's enough of that. Because like I think King 10 and stuff like that won't bluff. Queen 10 would bet the turn, maybe. So I think I think I don't see enough bluffs there. I don't know anything about this player. She's played more loose passive pre-flop than others. That's why she has a different expression on her face. Where these two are more angry, and I'm angry. We're kind of loose aggressive. Put it in quotes because we've been three-handed for a lot of it and four-handed for some. I'm gonna fold queen six. I don't know if that's right or not. It's probably not. I have a message I wanted to send. Queen jack. I guess I'll fold. And then Blackfish be added to the site. Um, so no, it won't. Unfortunately, one of the one of the ideas I had. Do I want to share this publicly? I'm not sure yet, so I won't. Sorry. Um, but I did have an idea back when we were running once poker for some unusual games. Sorry that was probably not fun, not fun answer. Um, Listening to Blackfish. So for I mean, not everybody even knows. Most people have no idea what you're talking about, so I'll give a little bit of backstory. But I was playing in a mixed game live that would run pretty often, um, and I struck up a conversation with one of the players about how like it's so fun to just learn new games that nobody knows how to play, and that it would be fun one day to just invent a game and play it. And I think somehow I talked to him about like, yeah, if you think of a game, let me know. Let's try it. Um, and he one time came back and said, okay, I invented a game. And I said, all right, well, so if it breaks down to heads up or three-handed, we could talk to the person playing with us and see if they're up for it. And the game did break down to heads up eventually. And he explained the game as Blackfish. He said he hadn't like studied strategy, and I knew him well enough to believe him. And he was not a pro. He was a really tough recreational player. Certainly like certainly skill level of some pros, but being a pure pro myself, you know, I was not going to bring a game to the table that I had the opportunity to study and expect him to want to play that. But so he had come up with one, and he called it Blackfish, and it was essentially a mix of 5 card stud and Hold'em. Is it Hold'em or PLO? Hold'em, I think. I'm forgetting. So let's just pretend it was 5 card stud and Hold'em. Um, you would essentially um, get 7 cards. And from those, you're going to make a 5 card stud hand and a Hold'em hand. And the board is going to come out as it does in Hold'em separately. And essentially, the way it would work is you would. I haven't been paying attention to this, but I have Jack 7, so I'm going to call. You would. Nice hand. You would reveal and assign cards to your 5 card stud hand as so like you'd have to reveal one pre-flop and another one on the flop, or maybe 2 on the flop or another on the turn. It was 2 pre-flop, maybe 1 on the flop, 1 on the turn, and the final one, or maybe it was 1 per street. I don't know. You wouldn't show the last one till showdown. And you could change your mind. Like once the card was up in your 5 card stud hand, you couldn't change it. But based on the way the board came out, you might want a card in your Hold'em hand that you didn't think you would want. And so you can change if you could decide differently as the hand goes out. And also you see your opponent's board developing. So there's a lot of strategy there, to think about there, because not only do you have to decide what hands you want and betting how strong your hand is, but there's also what order do you want to display your cards to your opponent, and kind of hand reading them based on that. It's a really interesting game. I think the game had a flaw, which is that the stud part is too overpowered, because if you just got dealt, like if you got dealt a flush or you got dealt a full house, it's just too strong of a hand, because the board doesn't change in the stud hand. Like you dealt pre-flop, you have a really strong hand that is going to remain a really strong hand no matter what the board. And so like you then have like one hand, your stud hand with 99% equity, and then your Hold'em hand with 40% equity at worst, realistically. And so then, like I think when a pre-flop hand has that much advantage, I mean, I guess, yeah, when a pre-flop hand has that much advantage and there's not going to be like changing equity. So obviously aces versus fives and Hold'em has an 80% pre-flop advantage, but fives can just put a little bit of money in and then see if they flop something and want to put more money in, and then they could, try to bluff aces if the board gets scary, so on and so forth. Whereas in this game, the stud hand was just a little overpowered. But we played for a while. It was like we played 300, 600. I think I won 200,000 or so. And it was specific, like I won 100,000, and or maybe it was just 60. I think it was maybe 60K cap. But whatever it was, like I won a buy-in where I just had the nuts like I had a huge hand in 5 card stud and actually got 3-bet. And kind of at that point, I'm just getting the money. Almost, like it feels like almost no matter what. But I just called and we put it in on the flop, I think, and or whatever. And I won the Hold'em flip basically while I had a lock on the 5 card stud hand. And I think that was maybe the flaw in the design. More TVC, much better, except at crypto you could deposit it for much better. Yeah. Supero, yeah. Rio, I mean, I loved the software we built. And yeah, building traffic was the hard part. K1. First of all, good awareness that you were not that good at poker at the time, but you were still winning here and there. A lot of the like dynamic avatars, the table alias system, a lot of it is to protect the players who are not as good, and so they do have more winning experiences, which is going to hold true now. And I think so. Like we revisited all the decisions we made. Like we revisited as we were rebuilding. Do we want to keep dynamic avatars? Do we want to keep the table alias system? Do we want to change our HUD policy? Um, and we decided that the main reason we did all those things was for recreational players to have a better experience. And now that we're going to be part of BetRivers, and they have a casino and sportsbook, and players from casino and sportsbook are going to be kind of cross promoted poker, and they're going to come over and play poker. Like it's even more important because we want to protect those players and make them have a good experience. Because not only now does BetRivers risk them not coming back to poker because they have a bad experience, but they actually risk them losing them as sportsbook and casino clients because they've lost money so fast at poker. And so it's really important. We like all the policies that we put in place and features and innovations we put in place to protect um, recreational players and give them a better experience, not make them not feel hunted and not feel um, like I've seen on other sites that allow HUDs, and most do, and I have no issue with HUDs ethically by any means. If the site allows it, then I'm all for it. It's an interesting element to the game, yada yada. But I've known recreational players that like played for 2 years, didn't know that HUDs existed, found out that other players had stats on them, and felt cheated, and never played again. And so yeah, there are lots of ways that you could harm their experience. And one of them is making them lose faster. But the other is, yeah, they find out something like that and they're so upset and like feel like it was very unfair. There's also, yeah, them feeling hunted, feeling like the game starts when they sit and there's a 10-person wait list. And then also that the game breaks as soon as they leave. Yeah, there's just a lot of bad experience that a lot of bad experiences that recreational players can have that we wanted to avoid. And we felt like our policies and features did a very good job of that. And then and so we, more TBC. No, they do not update for the number of players. Oh no, I think if I'm, it's funny because like we created the whole system at this point. It was 6 years ago that we that we mapped out how it was going to work. Um, and I've had 2.5 years off from explaining it, so I forget. But what I believe we did was some kind of system where if there were 4 players, it would pull from your 3-player, 4-player, and 5-player stats, but not your 6-player. Maybe it would from your 6. And if there are 6, it would pull from your 4, 5, and 6, but not your 3 and your 2. Something like that, where it would have a filter, but it would it was not a very precise filter because we didn't want to just lose all the data every time a new person sat. A good question, Moonlight. The main is starting in 21 minutes. So we could switch to tournaments. Well, no, I'll wait 20 minutes. And it's now 20 minutes. We'll switch and we'll start the main and mini main and maybe the 1K free roll, which has already started. Oh, has 18 minutes left of late reg. So maybe I'll have to join that before. Well, definitely I'll have to join that before if I want to. Might as well take advantage of the $1,000 free roll. Supro, glad you like the reward system. We're doing a better one now, um, in my opinion, and one that is more innovative, less, I think, less visible than our reward system, rest of world, but more, more rewards. That's the bottom line. Um, know what's the weirdest thing? So when I moved into this Airbnb, for the first 3 days, there was this chirping sound like you would get with a smoke alarm that has a dead battery. And I could not, I looked everywhere. I could not pinpoint it. I found two suspects, changed their batteries, did not do anything. Um, well, one was changing a battery, one was like turning off a setting on something. And actually, both times I was pretty confident I was doing the right thing, like finding the right, like fixing the right thing, but I was wrong. And then it just went away. And then for 4 days, it didn't happen, or 5 days, it didn't happen. No, 4 days. And now today, it just started again, um, which is really, it's just crazy because there was nothing that I fixed at the time it stopped. And then, yeah. But now I don't know, every 4 minutes, there's a nice chirping sound. Hopefully, my mic is filtering it out for you all. I believe it is because I would have heard from you if not. I did forget to tell Instagram that I was streaming, so I got a funny message from someone in Beyond the Game. Um, um, yeah, I'm gonna let Instagram know that I'm streaming. The company, the owners of Instagram. Take a picture. Actually, no, we don't want a picture of 610 offsuit. That's not gonna be interesting. I'll take a picture of this. I'll fold this. Oh, and then I need to give them a link. Please don't hesitate to keep throwing questions my way. Even when I seem distracted like this, they show up a few minutes later, and I love the questions. Now they know. Moonlight Master. Yeah, smoke alarm search is always fun. Usually, though, like, yeah, it takes a little bit, but you can triangulate. Like, when you're getting close, and then after 15 minutes, you find it. I mean, 15 minutes tops, but it's not findable. Um, I'll just fold because I'm typing a message. That's optimal strategy. Here we'll play King 10. So I'm done typing my message. And we'll play it by 3-betting. TM, this is available in the US in Pennsylvania only right now. If you're in a regulated US state, then there's a good chance it will be headed your way. But if you are, yeah, if you're in one of the many states that does not have regulated legal online poker, then unfortunately, no, we're not gonna head into those until they get regulated. My master wants BetRivers hopefully arrives in Nevada. I really hope for at least a day of the week of streaming then. That'd be, I mean, yeah, it'd be a lot easier to not have to take a trip. I would certainly stream a lot more often, day a week. Yeah, maybe I could do that. Oof, that's a lot of streaming. I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but I have a busy week. But yeah, I think it would be smart to do something consistent like that. Offsuit, not very good. But all my response, it seems like he's raised. I mean, I haven't been paying a ton of attention because I'm kind of all over the place talking to you all, and but it seems like he's raised most or all small blinds when checked to. This is a hand that could start bluffing. Maybe it would have been a good one to start bluffing with. I can't just wait for. Maybe I could just wait for draws. I don't know, but I'm gonna peel. Probably behind, but not always. He can have some semi bluffs, and I'm getting good odds. So junky. Um, chirping sound giveaway. Maybe the front chirping sound giveaway is a good idea. Who can find it? The problem is I have to leave the stream, but maybe the front door alarm pad registering a squirrel. No, because there's a squirrel was there for 3 days in a row then earlier, so I don't think it's gonna be that. But I like the guess, and yeah, I like a giveaway idea. Or TBC says okay, well, let's catch up. Um, is there a setting to have chips and BB? Asked Jared. That's on the list. There's a list somewhere. Maybe Moonlight can find it. Sorry, Moonlight, you don't have to. Of features that are requested, and there's a signifier of whether or not it's planned, and that is planned. It's one of the earlier ones on the plan. Debbie Ranks has been loving the free rolls and added value tourneys on Rivers. Awesome. I'm gonna hop into some shortly. Actually, I guess I should hop into the free roll before late registration ends. So let's switch to a two-table view. So 1K free roll. We'll register for. It's nice to see the register for $0. Um, And then in 10 minutes, we've got the two main events. There's the 2,500 guarantee $10 mini Sunday main and the 15K guarantee $100 Sunday main. So I'll hop into both of those. We'll have some fun. See if we can make a deep run. This is gonna be a longer stream than previous days this week. Super. Isn't it worrying that your smoke alarm went MIA for a few days? Yeah. Okay, lots of questions, and I appreciate them. So let me do it. Let me do my best. Okay, what's our stack? Okay, we just ripped this in. We got in late in the free roll, so we got 10 big blinds, and it's a hyper. More TBC. Is there going to be season 2 of Galifond? Who do I have to complain to because I didn't make it into the bit where all the ReOP Discord feedback was shown? Yeah, I have to complain to our editor who probably didn't have a good way of knowing that you deserve to be in there. Open ender. Let's bet it. As we want our flip here. A lot of people sitting out, so I think we want to be entering a lot of pots. It also doesn't, it seems like only one player has us covered, so I'm just going to shove for 20 big blinds, even though that's not generally not a very prudent thing to do. And I'm going to follow through with a bet here. I'm going to go 2/3 representing Queen X, not exclusively a straight or a flush. Not fully beta fold. You get called by. Okay. Oh, okay. Would have worked on a different river. We are ahead. All right, 2 for 2 in the free roll. Maybe that's where we run good. And more TBC. No plans for season 2. I know it was well liked. It was not well liked enough to justify the budget for season 2. Although we actually are planning to repackage it as all right, we raised ace king, we got called in 2 spots, and we're just going to give up on queen 7-5. Repackage it on YouTube as one long video rather than 4 short ones. I expect that would do a little bit better. I mean, against the min bet, we're going to peel. Over here, we're not going to fold. I think just calling makes sense. 5 is an interesting turn. I think we're up against a queen from Felipe, and I don't know from Cynthia. Just bet 2/3. Try to get called by a queen. And I'm going to call 5x. I think I probably am in bad shape, but I don't know. We got a lot of outs, and we could have the best hand. We got called with our king by... There's his hand. Ace deuce. High. Okay. I forgot it was a free roll. And now we're going to fold. I mean, everything got there, and we missed, so... Clear fold on the river, I think. This one hasn't been going well for us here over at the 1KNL table. All right, let's see. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I love the names too, Supro. Casper, I don't know when Jungle and I are going to get back to the match. We've struggled to schedule. It is not officially over. I need to talk to him because maybe we need to call it officially over, or we need to schedule some play because, yeah, I know. I mean, there are some people out there who have bets on it. Probably not very many, but Jack deuce. Maybe I should have bet. I'm just going to check fold. Yeah, so Poker Chris Toronto, who operates this site, Moonlight Master gave you the short answer is RSI, which owns BetRivers, acquired Run Once Poker. So, you know, I went from it went from Run Once Poker, which I own, to BetRivers Poker, which I do not own and I work with. So that answers a few of your questions. Jared, I'm in Tourney, just downloaded the app. Nice. Let me know how the app plays. I've tested it, but I've done most of my playing on desktop, so I don't have that experience. Martin asks, is it beatable? Heads up, PLO 200 in current state of the game. Rake is around 12 big blinds per 100. I don't know what standard win rates. Yeah, that's certainly beatable, but I mean, because you can get 12 big blinds per 100 even against a good player. I've played opponents that I think I definitely have 12 big blinds per 100 against, who are high level, like, pros. So it's certainly beatable. It is tough. 12 big blinds per 100 is pretty, I mean, for heads up, it's just like, 12 big blinds per 100, it's just tough anywhere. But is that I'm curious what site that's on, because that sounds like a lot for heads up specifically. It is beatable. It's not going to be, I mean, the swings are going to be high. Because heads up variance is higher, win rates are higher, but when win rates get eaten up by rake, then the kind of win rates are artificially lower, and the variance stays high, so the swings are going to be big. So check call, check call. It's an interesting one. So off the flop, like an 8-9 or something. Some kind of king something of diamonds. This player's been loose aggressive pre. What beats me? Queen. I mean, like Queen X makes a lot of sense. I block some of that with Queen Jack. I'm curious. I'm too curious. Okay, Queen 8 suited. Yeah, but so like for all the Queen 8 suiteds, there's going to be, Queen 9, or sorry, Jack 8 suited and Jack 9 suited. So I feel okay about that call. You don't like the white table, more TBC. Pot. Genius asks if I think checking range in the single raise pot as a big blind is a viable strategy for 5-card heads up, even though some boards may have up to 33% lead frequent. Yes, I absolutely think so. You don't lose that much EV. And actually, like I would argue, I don't know enough about 5-card heads up optimal strategy, but for 4-card, if hypothetically there were a board that was 33% lead frequency, I would argue that you're better off checking your full range, because the EV difference in theory is very small, but it's just another node that you can potentially screw up and give your opponent an opportunity to read your range. Like every time you split your range, it's an opportunity for you to mess up. And like you will mess up. And it's just a question of how badly you'll mess up and whether or not your opponent will notice and take advantage. So I try to avoid splitting my range whenever possible. It's most streets you have to split your range, but yeah, I do. I will check range in spots where it's not the optimal solution very often for that reason. Thomas says, just want to say massive thanks for Foundations course. I think it's awesome to offer not so highly priced education for new players. Cheers from Poland. Thank you very much. It's funny. I recorded that course thinking that it was going to be a, I don't know, between like $250 and $400 course. And then in talks with the Run It Once team, we decided it just makes sense to make it $50 and get like we talked everything through from like 50 to 150, but basically lower price and bring more people in to the Run It Once universe essentially. And like from some data we'd seen, people who bought low price courses, they do end up on average getting better and then enjoying some other Run It Once products. And so yeah, it just made sense to drop the price to something very low and accessible so that people get in and get better and then have the opportunity to watch more Run It Once courses and videos. So thank you for appreciating it. I mean, it was a business decision, as you can see, um, but it works out in the favor of beginners who are looking for an entry level course. Oh, okay, you're on desktop, Jared. In the free roll and the $10. Okay, I'll be in the $10. Might as well do it now. I guess we'll switch to four table. And the $10 mini main. And the $100 main. I mean, they're both sitting out, so I'll just take the chips. Oh, this guy was sitting out and is all in, but I think I'm going to beat him. Wow, most of my table's sitting out. I hadn't even noticed. I shouldn't be folding anything. It's me, Felipe, and Cynthia playing three-handed. You guys could have told me. I'm joking. So I mean, I'm just gonna. Yeah, I've got one player to get through. More TBC. I can see the dealer button just fine, but I do get your point. We actually, so there will be. It actually used to be whiter, um, and we changed it from that for that reason. It does kind of hide the pot size. I agree. So the idea was, I believe what the idea was is like we have different colors for different. I mean, I know we have different colors for different types of tournaments, and eventually, like even in the lobby, they'll look kind of more different than they do now. Let's see. See, so in the you can see on this one, which is this, it's a freeze out. You can see the icicle or whatever that is, the snowflake. I mean, there, and it's white for being a freeze out. That's like our ice snow color. I guess we're gonna peel with the open ender and see what happens. No reason to put more money in until we hit. So freeze out tables are white. Yeah, I'm with you. It's tough because we do want to differentiate. Now, right now, one of the features kind of going in on the earlier side is going to be the ability to customize your table backgrounds, which so people can change it from white if they want to, but I can't right now. Interesting. Even in the $100, we have two players sitting out. They must have won a satellite and not understood that it's started. It's unfortunate for them. But for you, it's essentially even more overlay. So if you're in Pennsylvania and not in these things, I mean, right now, I mean, look, I know that there's still 2.5 hours late registration, but 26 people, the 15K guaranteed main. Ariel, glad you like the software. We have very talented designers, very very talented designers. Check call King Jack, Queen Jack limps. I mean, let's raise it up. He's definitely playing fairly loose passive. So I'm gonna bet big because it seems like the kind of player that's gonna fold with a pair and or sorry, call with a pair and fold without. Maybe not actually. He was calling with some ace deuce. Maybe I should have bet smaller. But I wanted to take. I mean, it doesn't matter. But I think taking a low variance route in a tournament like this, where everybody's sitting out, you don't really want to get into a big confrontation with somebody when you don't have to. And so just like denying equity there, I thought would be a good idea. Here we've called two bets with King Jack. I mean, Jared's representing a hand better than ours. but I mean, we have to call turn. Here we got kings in a couple places. I don't think there's a play other than ripping this in. I can't see any other play. It's gone 4-bet, 5-bet. I'm not thrilled at all, but we're getting kings in. This could be some bluffs. It could also be queens. It could also be ace king. Take it down. Here with king jack, I actually just don't think there are enough bluffs here, so I'm gonna fold. Small bet with kings there. I guess we'll peel with the gut shot with 6-4. And I'm not going to try to bluff him off of the... It's not a dry side pot, but I just don't think he's folding anything. Maybe on the river. And here with ace queen, I'm going to 3-bet. And I'll fold 6 high. More TVC. Punishing the free roll players with the white felt. Yeah, we got to get him in the cent rolls. You're absolutely right. Here we'll put in a big raise. And here we'll bet call ace queen. I mean, actually, doesn't feel great. Yeah, I'll call one. I'll just fold the turn. I know it's a small bet, but it's a good price. Get called by Casey. Let's see what Felipe does. Okay, I guess we're out of the way. Fold 3-4 suited, actually, given these players seem to put money in. So it's not like I'm getting the steal through very often. Ace 9, I could just start betting and blast off, but don't feel great about it. Here with kings, let's raise it up. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, as Moonlight Master said, this is Pennsylvania only right now, and we'll expand into more American regulated markets when we can. What a great question, the Red Viper. So Red Viper asks if I were a Twitch viewer and could ask Phil Galifond a question that would benefit your poker career and/or life, what would that question be? Huh. I've been 3-bet a lot by Kara, but I guess 3-bet 11 is not crazy. Man, Red Viper. First of all, if anybody else is watching, could ask me a question that would benefit your poker career and/or life, go for it. I'll try to think of the question I would ask as, let's say, a 25-year-old me. I would ask, what's your number one, which I don't like being asked, what's your number one something, but as the asker, it's pretty nice. What's your number one tip for success for a, yeah, we'll just leave it at that. And if I had to pick one right now, it would be to so many. There are kind of two. So what I would kind of call it is always have a um, kind of student's mindset. But what I think the key to that is, which is kind of a tangent or like side, it's a little bit different, but is to take accountability. And so what I mean by that is every everything you're trying to accomplish, along the way, there are going to be bumps. And there are going to be bumps from external factors that are going to make it harder for you to succeed. There are going to be things that you screw up. There are going to be things you screw up that you don't realize you screwed up. Um, there are going to be things that, like one individual person, them saying no or them interfering in this way, in your eyes caused you to have a big setback. And the most valuable thing you can do is not blame anything on anybody other than yourself. And it doesn't mean beat yourself up, but it means instead of like blaming other people does absolutely nothing for you. Like what it does for you is helps you stop making progress, like helps you stop working on yourself, helps you stop trying. Um, it's just it's a really bad place to be, placing blame on anybody. And I guess I'm calling ace king here and I'm ripping in sevens. Okay, it was the nine deuce. I wasn't expecting the nine deuce. Especially he's played 12% of hands. Let's shove the nine deuce here with sevens. That didn't work out well for us. We're out of the free roll. To finish my thought, um, rather than blaming your circumstances, rather than blaming the person who blocked you from doing something, rather than blaming bad luck, rather than blaming the weather, um, just get. It's not that you have to blame yourself, but you have to get curious. And so I would say curiosity over blame is the approach, and it's just curiosity of, what can I learn from this? What could I do to next time have a better chance? Or what what is when I made that mistake, why did that happen? What was I feeling at the time? What was I thinking? How could I prevent that from happening in the future? If you always keep that in mind, and by the way, there are going to be some people listening to this, probably younger than 30, who are going to say like, yeah, like I know that. That's yeah, okay, dude. Um, it's really, really important. Like I can't stress enough how, in my opinion, how bad blaming others for anything is to your progress. I think it's really bad. So I'll leave it at that. That's my question and my answer. Let's see what else we got. G Nizzle asking about any particular note I would suggest to study in Heads Up as 5 card. Not the flop. Uh, like I think, well, yeah, I think Turn and River gets more interesting, but obviously you're talking more specific. No, I don't have something that stands out. Sorry to say. Called overbet with ace 10 here. I guess it might make sense to drop to a. You know what? Let's drop the cash game and we'll go to a two-table view. That's what we'll do. I'll get to your other questions. Thank you all for asking questions. I really appreciate it. Super Round, you have a new course on how to crush MTTs when most of the table is sitting out. Yeah, I'll make that actually from this footage, and it'll be $2,000. We'll start selling it soon. I'm going to check back. I mean, I think he's just given up on a bluff. Oh wow, ace 10. Um, EKW finally got set up. Thank you for your patience in going through that. Hopefully they were helpful. I did pass your email on to them. So hopefully that was helpful in getting set up. You're finally ready to play. You're going to play cash. Cool. Have fun. Good luck. Let me know in chat how you've been enjoying or how you enjoy the platform. And let me know how it goes. And like game quality. How's the game quality? Moonlight Master's happy it worked out. I'm happy it worked out too. Card Sharp, what is my favorite food chain of all of them? It's a tough one. It's really hard. I don't know why it's so hard. I'm gonna pass. I don't know why it's so hard, and I'm gonna like I could keep struggling and find one that's kind of okay, but I have no passionate answer. That's for sure. So part of the course of when somebody's sitting out crushing MTTs, you bet the turn when one player's sitting out and you have a draw. So we'll put that in the $2,000 course. We hit, and just gonna value bet the river. Oh, I meant to sit out in the cash game. I'll sit out next hand again, giving back to the players by playing my big blind and leaving. Oh. EKW says my hat is off to Nicole on the chat help. Okay, awesome. Way to go, Nicole. I will. I know some people from the team are watching, so they've heard it. Switch here. Flow Junkie asks, and okay, my wife is my life. Awesome screen name. I love my wife very much. Says looking forward to playing on the site when BetRivers expands to other currently regulated states. Yes, awesome. We plan to expand, and I'm excited about it too. Blow Junkie says Phil would ask, how do you balance optimism and being realistic? Like most restaurants fail, why would anybody open a restaurant? In theory, it's easy, but how do you manage that day to day? Say putting in the effort into writing a book when most books don't get published or sell a bunch of copies. This is a great question, Flow Junkie, because there's a fine line between dream big and go for your goals and believe in yourself and work hard and make it happen. There's a fine line between that and delusion, where somebody is just chasing things that are very unlikely to happen. Now, it's interesting when I'm working with somebody in like a coaching setting. So Beyond the Game is a group coaching program I have. I push them to do the former, to go for it, to set big goals and figure out how to achieve them. And I feel better about it because I'm kind of a part of it. I can check up on them, and I think I can help them get there. And also, when they get some early evidence, maybe they learn to pivot. The important thing to keep in mind is that every venture that you set out on, if you have the right attitude, the attitude I was talking about earlier, you're either going to succeed or you're going to learn, or both. So as long as you do so in a way that is not going to ruin you, I think going for dreams in a way that is responsible, but still, a little bit risky. For people with the right attitude, I would highly encourage. And I think it's worth potentially thinking about, if you go for that and you fall short. So let's say you write a book and you sell a few copies, but you don't pick up a publisher. You self-publish, you sell a few copies, and you try to market it, and it doesn't go that well. Did you get something valuable out of that experience? I would say, again, if you're approaching it the right way, you will essentially guaranteed get something valuable, get valuable knowledge out of that experience. Now, is it worth all of the time that you put in when you could have been doing something else and making more money with that time, or spending it with loved ones, or whatever it is? I can't say, but it's important to think about, if you fall short, what happens. And there are a lot of goals where aiming big and falling short is still a great outcome. So, for example, I think it's someone shared this with me recently. I think it's Elon Musk set the goal of going to Mars in 5 years or something like that, and goals like that motivate people, and force you to take action, um, and force you to like set a plan and take action. And if instead of getting to Mars in 5 years, they get there in 9 years, um, as I understand it, that's still a really good outcome. And so if they fall a little bit short, it's not that short. And I'm probably butchering. I don't know exactly what the plan is, and so on and so forth. And I don't know how good it is to be how late, but that's the idea. Like there are a lot of big dreams that falling short is still a good outcome. If getting 30% of the way there is a pretty good outcome, then you should feel safe in pursuing those, or more safe in pursuing those. TVC. Komodo Dragon. You blame me. Oh, I come with love and viewers. Thank you. Does that mean that you busted out of a tournament and blame me? But thank you for coming with love and viewers. It went great, but now I'm exhausted and starving. Can't stick around. Good luck. Good luck. Okay. Did I miss? I might have missed your first message. Well, I might have missed it. How anybody else or Komodo Dragon Jesus, if you are still here, I'm curious what happened and how it went. And thank you for the good luck wishes. And really appreciate you stopping by with your viewers. And welcome. So if you came from KDJ's stream, first of all, hey, awesome. He did great at something, it sounds like. He's a good dude, a good streamer. He streamed back in the day when we launched Run Once Poker. I remember watching a fair bit of him. Welcome. We're playing on BetRivers Poker, which just launched a week and a half ago in Pennsylvania. This is the poker platform that I helped build. We launched it as Run It Once Poker in 2019, and in 2021, at the end of 2021, we sold it to Rush Street Interactive. We shut it down in the rest of world markets and sold it to Rush Street Interactive, who runs the BetRivers brand in several U.S. states, along with some other brands, for online sportsbook and casino, and have finally kind of built it up to be robust enough to and like fit in with their system, and launched in Pennsylvania. And this has been a long time dream of mine the dream of mine that started Run Once Poker was to have an impact, be a part of truly changing, like impacting the trajectory of online poker. And being a U.S. citizen, bringing it to the U.S. was also something that I was really excited about. It didn't happen exactly how I envisioned, but I am excited to be here and to still have that ability to impact the trajectory of online poker. And part of that, the idea that I'm really excited about that we launched with is a plan to give back all of the rake to players. And we've got essentially, I wrote a long post about the plan. It's nuanced. I'm not going to go into all the details of how we're going to make it a win-win for the players and the business, but that is in the post if you're curious. but the idea is we have 3 months to kind of prove that it's a win for the business. And that involves players caring and being excited about it and playing more than they would have otherwise. So that's what we're doing here. We just launched. I've been here in Pennsylvania streaming on the new platform and just spreading the word. And today we're playing the $100 Sunday main and the $10 mini main. These are the second time these have run, or maybe the first time they've run. I'm not sure, because last Sunday we'd been live for 3 days. Maybe they ran with different guarantees. I don't know. I wasn't planning to play them on that Sunday. But yeah, we're just here to hang out and chat and see if I can make a deep run. Truth be told, compared to most people streaming, I'm not really invested in the financial success of my or emotional success of my results. So if you're looking, if you don't know me too well and you're looking for somebody to get really excited by the outcome of a hand, you're in the wrong place. But if you're looking for somebody who is really eager and willing to share any and everything I've learned about poker, answer your questions in chat, and try to offer some strategy advice when I do get involved in hands, share my thoughts with you, then this is a good place to be. So long-winded welcome, but welcome. I'm glad you're here. And after that diatribe, is that the right way to use that word? I'll get to the chat and some questions. Let's see. I'm actually work from the bottom up right now. So which cryptocurrency is the next Moonlander? I have no idea. Kilo, is staking a good option if I'm a winning player at low stakes, 40% ROI and $10 tourneys? I assume you mean getting backed. Depends on your life situation and what kind of deal you would get. I think that getting backed for tournament players does often make sense, especially as you move up in buy-ins, because the variance is just crazy. If you're going to, for live tournaments, I think it makes a lot of sense. For online tournaments where you can get a lot of volume in and keep your kind of bankroll management under control, and I think it matters a lot less. I wouldn't go like, I don't know, if you're crushing $10 tournaments, I would not look to get backed for $40 tournaments. I'd put it that way. Check down the 7, see if I win. Feel the I'm back button. Oh, it's right above the bet call fold buttons. Misclicked. Okay, I need to see. Can I sit out? I'll try to see it next hand. Well, actually, you know what? I believe you. I'll just pass on the feedback. Thank you for sharing that. Card sharp bets. I like Five Guys. I do like Five Guys, actually. Did you guys see the hand where the guy limp re-raised all in with 7-6 off? I did. I missed that hand. Sergio asks, what big line per 100? I think I would have it 6 max, 10-20 plus PLO games. Curious to see what the win rates are there. Six-handed, I don't know. I'm pretty out of touch right now. And actually, like day one that I stepped in, I don't know that I would have a win rate in those games. I'm, if I played for a month, I would, in my opinion. If they're like 100 big blind, no ante, I would guess you could have a win rate of like just a few big blinds, like 3 or 4, 3 to 5, 3 to 6, let's say. Chipotle, no, I mean, it's fine. Subs, no. I mean, I like subs. I don't eat very many of them. Devi, yeah, that's on the list as well. The split pot animation. Last Poker platform is great so far. Softest games in PA right now. The games in my limited experience, I mean, I guess everybody has limited experience. We've been playing for a week on the site. I've noticed the same thing. The games have been good. Yeah, Chavs, I thank you for pointing that out. I do know I'm familiar with Komodo because he streamed a lot when we launched Run It Once back in 2019, and I watched a lot of the streams. I enjoyed them quite a bit. Jared, you're on the mobile app and it works really well. Awesome. Yeah, like I said, I've tested it, but I haven't like really played a session on it. That's cool to see. Elliot, we are not available in Canada. We're in Pennsylvania only right now. We'll expand to more regulated markets in the near future, but we launched 10 days ago or 9 days ago or whatever it is. A Poker Insider. Yeah, I mean, who doesn't love pizza? Life Flips is tired. I'm tired too, man. Um, why don't you get some rest? I can't get rest because I'm doing this, but nobody asked for my advice on this, but I think that prioritizing sleep is one of the best things you can do for every aspect of your life. I think that people who almost, no matter the circumstances, if you're like sacrificing sleep because you're prioritizing something else over it, I think it's a terrible idea. I know that's not what you were saying you were doing, life flips, but get some rest. You earned it. Uh, Clara GPT. Do I have any idea how Trump will affect online poker? Maybe. I don't really know. I know that. Oh, do I know that? I mean, I think that Trump is connected to more people who are into poker, which could be a positive, but I don't know how many of those people actually care about online poker being legal. Um, I don't know. If I had to guess, I would say that he would be a slight positive, but truth be told, I don't think who's president has much of an impact at all on online poker getting legalized in more states. 7-8 suited. Let's raise it up. Got a limp. This player's playing pretty loose passive, as is this guy. Oh no, getting squeezed out here. Let's call. Let's see if I don't actually think that was happening, by the way. Hot. Yikes. I'm gonna fold. It's unfortunate. I mean, these guys seem like uh, like they're not experts at the game. Nasir's played 63% of hands, raised 9%. Aldo has played 69%, raised 7. Those are pretty nuts in terms of pre-flop stats. So, I mean, they're going to be playing erratically. I mean, like, I like raising to isolate against somebody who's got, 60% of hands here or 70% of hands here. The problem is last time it went raise, raise, which I was not expecting. Usually players like this don't re-raise, but we'll see. I think isolating players who are playing wide ranges in spots like this is a good idea. Supro says, just watched the interview with Colin from BJA. How did that come about? Do you have an interest in blackjack? He reached out. Um, uh, I, I don't, you know, like or dislike blackjack more than the next guy. I've never had an interest in doing it professionally, except well, maybe when I was 15. Um, but yeah, he just reached out, and I checked out his channel. I liked his some of the videos that I saw. He seemed like a cool guy, and so I just did the video, or it's a couple videos really. I kind of think, well, size a little less than pot. I think you get called a little bit more often, but my master got denied. I don't know. I must have been something I said, but you lost me. It's tough when on the delay because I don't know what I was talking about at the time. Chabs, no, I don't play live much these days. I don't play much poker these days. My options have been severely limited. Um, in 2015, I got married and moved to the US from Canada. I was in Vancouver. I moved to like we moved to I mean, we were basically like 75% Vancouver, 25% Vegas, and that switched to 90% Vegas, 10% Vancouver. And so, I lost I wasn't playing online poker because we didn't have it really, especially the games I was playing. 2016, 2017, I played in a live game that ran pretty often, a very high stakes mixed game. And then in 2018, 2019, I got full time on this business, and others. And then in 2020, I kind of came out of semi retirement to play the Galifond challenges, and that took me to like 22. That was 2020 and 2021. And then and I guess a little bit in 2022, I played a little bit of like, trying to think the last match I played. I don't know. But through that time, I didn't really play much live. And then 2023 and 2024 have been almost no poker. And I've been working on content. And as of the last year, group coaching, which has become kind of my new, I don't want to say new passion. Poker's still my passion as well. But group coaching people has become a very serious passion that I've dedicated a lot of myself to. Um, like I spend a lot of hours uh, each week working on myself as a coach, and also a lot of hours preparing and working with my I never know what to call them. I don't like students. I don't like clients, but the members of Beyond the Game. Ace 10. Let's get in there against, I don't know. Here, check shove. This is interesting. I'm going to call. I think I can just, yeah, dominate a queen. I promised I was going to say something along those lines before I saw it. All right, I just marked all the players and I got moved. Um, so, so yeah, so lately I haven't been playing much. Big sleep guy. Ethan says, "Can we get you back on the bracelet hunting streets next summer?" Bryce is taking over. You know, there are a lot of people around me who would love to see me bracelet hunt, and unfortunately, I'm not one of them. It's like I don't know how to describe it. Um, Tournaments really wear me out. I don't enjoy them, and so like I've spent some summers bracelet hunting, but I had like enough motivation from, I don't know how to describe it. it was less disruptive to my routine. Like right now, my routine is very routine, so it's very disruptive. Also, my sleep schedule, like that's the main thing is, you know, as a father and a business owner, I wake up at 5:30, 6, between 5:30 and 6:30 a.m. And that's really tough with a WSOP schedule. I just get wrecked. And as you mentioned, I'm a big sleep guy. And so like it's really detrimental to my, like it just, I get bad sleep for 3 months, basically. If I play a month and a half, then to switch back, I don't know, like maybe 2 months, 2.5 months, I'm like getting suboptimal sleep by a decent amount. And that's costly. Truly, like it's costly to EV, it's costly to my health, my mindset. Um, so yeah, there are like more costs. And I think that what I would need to get into it is like I would need some kind of heavy incentive. And I don't think a bracelet bet would do it. I think I need to be like, you know, like more or less free rolled in some way where, just BetRivers is like paying me per tournament I enter or final table, or like, if it were part of my contract to play a bunch of WSOP events, or um, some kind of other like something related to something I'm trying, or so there was one summer I tried and I vlogged a few of them when I soon after I started my YouTube channel. So I wanted to see if that would help, and it helped a little bit, but again, not enough for the motivation. So my answer is I don't know. I don't know what it's going to take to get me to do that. I'm sort of open to it, but I don't. It feels weird saying somebody needs to pay me, but I'm sort of open to it. But I need to see more like upside, because the tournament EV is not motivation, and I I could get like I could get myself to enjoy parts of it, but I don't enjoy it. Um, yeah, Moonlight says poker's a non-issue in the grand scheme. Always be a little scared of big gaming money. Trying to push poker out again, that's a different point. Yeah, I think it's more likely to that big gaming money will help poker now, but it also might. More likely, not a certainty. Um, Chaps, is there anyone you wouldn't play? Heads up, either no limit or PLO. So wouldn't play as a. There are some people. There are a lot of people in no limit hold'em who I think I'm an underdog to, and would not play for high stakes without some kind of well, time like on ramp to learn the game. Because I haven't played No Limit seriously in 15 years. Um, like I know how to play it a little bit, but you know, um, or odds. Like a lot of the people I played in PLO, I gave them 4-1 odds, or um, 2-1 odds. So like if the price was right, then they're if the price is right for anybody, basically, then I'd play. But at straight 1-1 heads up challenge, there are a lot of people in no limit I wouldn't play, and I don't know, PLO. I for the right situation, I would play anyone. I think the the challenge is kind of similar to WSOP, but a lot more. At least I enjoy playing online heads up matches quite a bit. I still need some reason, because right now, like my life is so I have every day of the week scheduled. Um, like most of the day, I have meetings. I have a lot of projects that I keep in motion. Um, I've got a team that counts on me for delivering my end of the business, and so there's just like a lot of stuff that would have to be put on hold or changed, and so it's like, so I guess what I mean by that is, for a 2 month heads up challenge, it would take a lot to make me want to do it in a serious way, like for high stakes, where I like if there was a short heads up challenge where I'm like streaming and promoting BetRivers and it's smaller stakes and I don't like care that much, like it is not a big deal how much edge I have or don't have, then sure. But for like a 2 month very high stakes, um, it would need to take over my life. I would need to I would need to know that there were also like 8 more months of it to come. So like all of my changing everything around is gonna pay off more. That makes sense. But you never know. Like every year, I've my life has looked different than I thought it was going to, in some way, and in terms of what I focus on. So you never know. Uh, yeah, I played Super High Roller Bowl PLO, not this year, but the year prior, and I've played some stuff here and there. But even that I don't enjoy too much. Um, Devon, no, I've never been to Vancouver Island, which is weird because I spent a lot of time in Vancouver. It's kind of a fail of mine. There was never there was never really a long sleepless alcohol nights, Phil Galfond, but there was a long night, long poker session, Phil Galfond. And yeah, I think fatherhood is what I mean. It was mostly fatherhood that was like the abrupt night and day change from going to bed at 3 and 4 a.m. to waking up at 6 a.m. Um, but I've also gotten older, and so I don't know how well my body would handle the schedule of 10 years ago. U.S. online poker died, and then the high stakes games went away. Yeah, Moonlight Master. Um, Unknowns says, Phil, I want to say I still watch Find Your A Game before playing sometimes, and have every time the action is on me, I have an opportunity to make the best decision possible on a sticky. Awesome. That is the like I it's funny because I went through a mindset lesson recently that I prepared for uh, the people I coach, and I had listed like a lot of. I mean, I went through a lot of lessons, and that was the only one that was like a Phil Galfond original. A lot of it is sharing other advice that I found really valuable and other approaches that I found really valuable, and sometimes with a twist. But that was the only one that's like original. Um, do I coach one on one? Essentially, no. I have exactly one on one coaching client that I started working with this month, um, because he was looking for kind of exactly what I wanted to do. And it's a year long arrangement, with consistent schedule. And I like, yeah, but realistically, it's very unlikely that it's very unlikely that I will, if somebody's interested in getting coached, it's very unlikely that it will be what they're looking for and what I'm looking for. Um, and this is the first time I've done something like that. I basically never, uh, almost never one-on-one coach, and that's gone back many, many years. And it's not, I actually, especially in this way, which is like, so like Moonlight Master said, it's not focused on poker. My group coaching program Beyond the Game is focused on, I mean, it's really more focused on career, and life, and like managing everything that goes into poker out, like away from the table or at the table too, but it's not about the in-game strategy basically. And my one-on-one coaching client wanted exactly that. Really just wanted a mentor, as he navigated a poker career, rising up to high stakes. Um, and that's what I'm like. I actually one-on-one think I would love that. But it's also, you know, for the same, I mean, I have a lot of obligations, and so it often just doesn't make sense for both parties. Thank you all for the questions. I appreciate it. So here with threes, we call a three bet. We call a small C bet and a big turn C bet. I wouldn't want to, I'm not like especially suspicious, but I'm definitely a little bit suspicious. And I have some extra outs with my, gut shot straight draw and my set or boat outs rather. At least the threes, the sixes are not, great boat outs. So I like the turn call. I feel good about it. Eleanor gives up on the river, and we take down a nice little pot in the mini main. Ace queen offsuit is an interesting one there. Card sharp, sure, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not saying I never never had a drink. Um, Probably I would, yeah, but like even when I was 21, it was very infrequent that I was drunk, even though like my friends were partying a lot. It's just not. But it wasn't never. I was, and I'm not like morally opposed to it or anything like that. It just wasn't my definition of fun, really. But sure, yes, it happened sometimes, and yes, I could still have had some fun nights, certainly. Yeah, he called. Yeah, I know. I was very surprised too that he called to check on me. It was. I think it was mostly kindness, but also a little bit of fun for him to kind of laugh at me. Queen nine suited. I'll peel. It's not a great draw, if you can call it that. But got some stuff going on. We are two tabling tournaments, so feel free to throw questions my way. I'm gonna have time to answer them. We'll have a tournament break shortly, which I will take. I actually though maybe by the time I'm back, that's when the questions will come back. Uh, BCS, no, I'm not coaching him in heads up. It's I'm coaching him in non-strategy. So I mean, I'm sure like we could talk about things. We'll talk about whatever comes up, but it's it's like I would call it more of a mentorship and not poker strategy. I mean, he's a no limit hold'em player, and I'm not. Bills have to take care of each other. Yeah, we do, especially poker fills. So Jack eight. I mean, like I got a pair and I got shot, but when five people see the flop and there's a big bet and a call, like this is a very clear fold in theory, and I think it's a little bit less of a fold in practice, but it's still a fold. So yeah, in about a little less than a minute, I'm going to take a short break. It's a great time for you to throw questions in chat because we're on a 3 minute 20-second delay, I think. Um, and so I'll probably be back around, um, 3 minutes after I go on the break. And so then I'll see your questions and hop into answering them. As I hope you can tell from watching this stream and watching past streams, I'm eager to help if I can. Something looks like I had the best hand with Jack eight. I mean, 10-8's a better calling hand. That makes sense. But it was what was the player who bet out? Salvador had ace four on 987. Went for the bet, and then Pablo had sixes. So kind of standard from George, but Salvador, that's kind of wild play. Um, All right, I'm going to go on a short break, and I will see you in your questions and comments when I get back. Hello, hello. All right, thank you all for throwing questions in. So you can see we're getting started again. I'll start from the bottom and work up for now. No, I'll start from the top and work down. Poker Insider, do I think Fair is cooler than me? Yes. You don't need to. I don't need to read the qualifications. She's certainly cooler than me. Andre, yes, this is the same site that we shut down Rest of World and sold it to RSI, who launched it as BetRivers Poker in Pennsylvania last week. And I'm here to promote them and help them, and I'm still a part of it, but it's no longer Run It Once Poker. Raise this up. Ryan says 9 of 16 at final two tables of the free roll. Nice. Thank you for all the value these first few weeks. I mean, thanks for being a part of it. You know, the value is going to be out there for the taking, no matter who was joining, and so it's really a win-win. Good luck. Take it down. I really hope you take it down. Andre, yes, there's a no HUD policy. We've got the built-in HUD, as you can see, but no external HUDs are allowed. Moonlight Masters is the last one again. How do we attract young adults, 21 plus, to the game of poker over casino games, sports betting, and all other entertainment these days? So, I mean, I think it has to be. It doesn't have to be. I mean, why do people gamble at all? Just to have fun. And for some people, you know, it feels cool. And so, how do we make poker fun and feel cool? And I think just in asking that question and considering that question, this doesn't seem like a folder, but this is a good betting hand, I think. It's not like a required betting hand, but just in asking that question and thinking about, you know, live poker. A lot of live poker environments are not too fun. And so I do think it's a big problem. But yeah, I think it's influencers like poker. So, you know, 15 years ago, it was poker pros you saw on TV. Now it's the poker players who are vlogging on YouTube and on Instagram, TikTok, kind of sharing reels, shorts, TikToks of their poker experiences and their lifestyle, which you know is going to look cool to people. Now, I mean, I want to certainly, if anybody follows my content, they're often going to get reality checks. That it's not all glamour. But yeah, I think it's that. I think it's making it feel fun and cool. Give them people to aspire to be. Henry recently started playing and studying for tournaments. Should I bother studying 40 blinds or larger? Thanks and have fun. Thank you for the question and the kind words. I would say it's less important to study 40 blind plus, but it's still important. So I would say yes, you need to study it, but it's a matter of you know, how much of your study time is spent on that. And I mean, I'm just throwing out a ballpark. Like I'm just throwing out first thing that comes in my head, but maybe I'd spend 10%, 10, 15%, 10 to 15% of your study time on that. Andre, trying to think of the best place to direct you. So like we when we launched Run It Once Poker, we went through I mean, I shared a lot of thoughts on why we went with the system that we did with regards to HUDs. And I've talked about it a little at the top of this stream. there are trade-offs. Absolutely. Like every decision you make has trade-offs. And I think what we came up with works really well. There are still you can still import your hands into a database, or rather, you can still get your hand histories. It's up to the database. It's up to the software if they want to support the hand histories. But I mean, I'm sure they will in time. But yeah, no heads-up display and no kind of live in-game stats on your opponents. Yeah, Andre, I agree. When people kind of ban things that are unenforceable, it creates more problems in their websites with data mining and so on and so forth. That's not going to work well on our platform because every table that you sit at, you have a different name to your opponents, and so you cannot be data mined. Your history. I mean, the hands could be just like they could on any other site, I suppose, be data mined, but actually, that is really hard because you can't observe a table. You can only observe the tables you're sitting at. So, a lot of data mines, like people who data mine, they open 16 tables that they're viewing on. I don't actually know exactly how they do it, but something to that effect, right? They're going to have an account that it doesn't play, but opens a bunch of tables, and they are going to have some software that reads the screen and so on and so forth. And then there are other sites that I know people kind of like share their hand histories, and that is technically possible anywhere they get hand histories. But the reality is on BetRivers Poker, your opponents are not gonna be able to have a database on you that they can use at the table because they're not gonna know it's you. David says, Rio Vision question. Thanks for the availability of 200 big blind streak. You're welcome. Glad you're enjoying it. When will you add the streak for multi-way pots, single raise pots, and 3-bet pots for 200 BB? I actually, off the top of my head, don't know the answer to that, but the Vision Discord, our developer who created the program, his name Matthias, and he is super active in there and helpful with all Vision subscribers. I'm going to check cold open ender. I'm not thrilled about it getting only 2-1 out of position here. He can answer any questions, and there is like he does often update with roadmap things as well as what's actually launched and then what's coming. But off the top of my head, I don't know. And I think if you head to Run Once and check just the Vision forums, you should be able to find the Vision Discord link somewhere there. And if not, email support@runonce.com and they will get you the Vision Discord link. But I'm glad you're enjoying it. Pedro, no, it's just available in Pennsylvania right now. So kind of the opposite of worldwide. We're in one state. We'll expand to more states, but I don't think Australia is in the cards anytime soon. My master. Yeah, Mr. Beast. Need to get him promoting poker a little bit. I mean, I believe from what I know, he loves poker. So there is the $1,000 giveaway Sunday cent. You buy in for 1 cent. It's and there's a $1,000 prize pool you're going to fight over, which is essentially a pure free roll. Essentially, that's clever by me. Anyway, yeah, hop into that. I'm not going to hop into it now. I like two-tabling and talking to you all. But 161 players, registration's open for 48 minutes. If you're in Pennsylvania, why not take the free money? Especially if you're already playing another tournament. More hockey cards, please. Has some feedback on the tournament lobby. You feel like it's a little hard to read, not as much contrast. Yeah. So, I mean, definitely Run It Once style is minimalist, and this is minimalist in terms of its style, and I think it looks attractive. But I understand your point that readability is key. So would contrast between the headings and the info, if that makes sense. Yeah. So yeah, one thing we could do is, well, potentially, well, yeah, at the very least, the headings could become bolder and stand out more. The boxes could become more well defined, the outlines, things like that. I do see what you're saying. I think it. I will say in our defense, the the thing is, like, whatever platforms you play on, you get very used to what you're looking at. Like, some, I'm not going to name names, but like some software that I've always thought was great. If you're looking at it for the first time, it's pretty not great. But you just get so used to it. And so I do think the fact that this is brand new to you, I think it'll get a lot easier to read as you get used to it. But point well taken. Anyway, thank you for the feedback. I do agree that it could become more more readable. And I'm always a big, like, that's actually like, if I ever have a critique. So our design team is ridiculously talented, and usually they just show me something. I'm like, awesome. 9 out of 10 times, if I have a critique or a note for improvement, it's, I want this to be more readable because it always looks good. But I'm very kind of obsessed with function, especially like on the table. If you're multi-tabling, you want to be able to see what's going on very clearly. So yeah, I get it. I'm gonna go limp only strategy with the ante in there, unless I have a reason at some point to deviate, I guess. I'm just gonna bet small. Some subtle color difference, yeah. Yeah. So okay. So yeah, you're only playing tournaments on Sunday. You're just noticing it now. Yeah, I do think um, more experience with the lobby, it will change. But I still hear you. I still think it's a valid point. And yeah, Moonlight Master shared a link for suggestions. So please share any suggestions in there. Over Insider, the third pot bet with a missed straight draw. So you're talking about 5-6. I mean, the point of that bet is just to. It's actually not very clear. I'm just going to be a nit and fold ace king. Um, the point of that bet is to make him fold flop bluffs. So if he was c-betting a value hand on the flop, yeah, it's not going to make him fold. Um, the idea is that if he was bluffing like at the end of the day, I had 6 high. So if he was bluffing with jack high, I make him fold jack high. If he had queen high, make him fold queen high, stuff like that. But it's, or if like he had an under pair, but it's not to try to make him fold top pair. Moonlight Master coming up big with the Discord link for Vision. Thank you. That's in YouTube. If you're watching on Twitch, you won't have seen it. But David asked from YouTube. I'll fold 9-8 off. I mean, I think it's Dev Yanks 90 on the free roll final table. I wish I could pull it up and watch. Good luck. Take it down. What's first in the free roll? I can't open it back up now. So $1,000 free roll. I'm guessing a few hundred, 300 or something. Cooking it. Okay, I haven't seen their MTT lobbies. Um, or at least I haven't in a long time. Yeah, thank you. We I mean, actually, every time that we've done design for a new aspect of the site, we pull up examples of every other major platform, what we like and dislike about them. David says, what kind of promos or tournaments will you run to attract PLO players? I play a lot of PLO on the PA sites, and most of the action is on Stars and BetMGM. WSOP is dying. Nobody has a good PLO tournament schedule, and their tourneys run way too long for the casual player into like 1 a.m. Coin has a good structure that takes 4 hours or so. Thank you for the info. I don't have like I don't have a specific plan to share, but it's good to know that it's challenging, right? It's challenging when you're a single state and you know that you have multiple sites vying for the players because there's just not a lot of traffic, and without traffic, it's hard to get traffic, which is that catch 22. You need players to have good games, and you need good games to have players. So it is definitely a challenge, and I mean, I've noticed that we've had good action at Hold'em cash games and not at PLO cash games thus far this week. So it is a matter of yeah, it's a tough nut to crack. And I think having some PLO specific promotions is a great idea. Yeah, thank you. Hold up. Why did we fold ace king? It went under the gun raise, early position 3-bet, and I think the interesting thing is like these players have been the type of erratic that it seems like highly likely that I would get 5-bet, but also I think I still have to fold to the 5-bet. So I was just like, I don't like cold. Maybe I should just cold call, which is never, in my opinion, what you should do in quote unquote normal games with normal opponents. But I mean, here it goes 200, 500, 800. There's just like been a lot of nonsense going on. And now if there's so much nonsense that just people are putting in any two cards, and of course you put a lot of money in with ace king, but like stacks were deep, and there's been like the perfect amount of craziness where so like so sometimes I mean I'm calling. I think there are some 10-7s and 7-8s, and I have a great price. I probably lose, but I have a great price. Did not win. So like in tighter games, then you 4-bet there, and it's kind of it's sort of a bluff. You can make some hands like tens fold, and also you don't get rebluffed there very often when you hold the ace and the king, and because your range is like kings, aces, and ace king and queens, maybe some jacks, maybe some ace queen suited. But here I just don't think the players are thinking on that level, and I think yeah. So like if players are playing very straightforward, then I want to 4-bet as I'm not going to get played back at. If people are playing very loose and aggressive and wild, I want to just get a lot of money in with ace king offsuit. And I feel like it's right in between where I would get played back at often enough that it's kind of trouble. And I would not get folds very often. And I still think I have to fold when they put in a big raise. TBC bust my last table, so it's bedtime for me. Oh, I didn't see your question. More TBC, so I'll go look at that. Let me see if I can find it. I know you're probably gone at the time I'm saying this, but if you're still here, I'll try to answer your question right now. Okay, do you have any milestones you're looking to hit on the first 3 months? Concurrent players, MTT with X entrance, Y total, cash game tables running. What would you consider a success for the 3 month 100% rakeback model? Great question. And yes, we have projections. A combination of, I mean, we have ranges of projections and milestones. There's a combination of me not remembering and also not being able to say going on here that I'll leave a mystery. Um, but there are also other factors like, how much our poker players are doing in terms of playing other game types, especially when they cash their rewards in for like casino bets. And there's also how many of the sports bettors and casino players are playing that started there are playing poker and enjoying it. So there are a few metrics. It's not as simple as concurrent games. And actually, I would say that because traffic is maybe the most difficult one to predict, I think it's actually more likely that the not like the other metrics is like player behavior for the ones that we do have is going to be more likely to kind of prove whether it's working well or not. Okay, 176 for first. Well, good luck. Please take it down. Charles, no, that's one of the features coming up next. Thank you for sharing that, Moonlight. Yeah, cooking it. I mean, free rolls are awesome. So many people have gotten their start from free rolls. Um, yeah, and I really like that. It wasn't my idea to have the free rolls and the this 1 cent tournaments because you can still like deposit a few bucks online and play only free rolls and 1 cent tournaments if you don't want to risk anything. But it's nice to have like to reward the people who are also willing to put some money up. But yeah, in both cases, I think it's just awesome that somebody with a very small bankroll or no bankroll can go from nothing to a lot, starting with free rolls. Obviously, not nothing to a lot immediately, but start with a nothing to something and then something to a lot. B, there's a if you just Google BetRivers Poker or you head to betrivers.com and click on poker, there will be they'll detail a sign up bonus and they'll have a code for you there right there. And it's anyone that you would get somewhere else is just so that we can track where you came from. It's not going to be better, as far as I know, than what's there. More TPC. Yeah, give him a pat on the back. I'll go ahead and bet 9-5 here. I mean, Eric's not going to hit the jack that often. Jack 10, Jack 8, Ace Jack, King Jack. I guess actually that's a lot of jacks. Um, so I take it back. I'm used to have more 7x and 4x. So like it's tempting to just get a little bit of value and protection now, but it's probably too thin. And now, I mean, I think it's good enough to value bet. I think it is. Fold Queen 8 on the 10 turn. Get called, we lose. Queen 10, that was not what I was expecting to check the river. I was expecting some better 9x to check and call, but I thought that a jack or a queen would bet themselves most of the time, and then some, there'd be some check raises too. But the queen 10 check call makes my value bet bad because if this person's check calling queen 10 there, that means they're also check calling like all their jacks. And now there's just a ton of hands that are check calling that are better than mine. Fire out the bet with the 9 of clubs, just deny some equity. And yeah. Usually, if he folds, I had the best hand, but not by a lot. A couple of playable hands. Raise ace queen. Raise jacks. That's his limp. Raise jack 10 against this limp. Don't forget to ask questions, you all. This is your opportunity. When not that many people are here and chatting. To just gonna bet big, basically targeting pairs, and if I fold out king queen, that's fine. Very interesting turn. I think I have to go with it. The question is just, do I shove for an overbet? Do I? I'm just going to do this. I feel like if I overbet jam, he's going to fold more stuff, and this way he'll call more like 10-6 and 9, I don't know, 7-6. And the weird thing though is like I can't value bet a lot of rivers, or it gets dicey to value. I mean, I can, but it gets dicey. So it's kind of interesting or it's kind of attractive to end it on the turn. Tryptamine. I think he'd be surprised. And like we're not trying to. So like for people who just play poker and don't like other gambling games, we're not trying to, or at least I'm not trying to change their mind. But there are a lot of players who play, multiple games and multiple types of gambling, and even professionals. And right now they're doing their sports betting on a BetRivers Poker or BetRivers competitor. They're doing their casino playing on a BetRivers competitor. And if they like our poker site more because we're giving them all the rake back and we have beautiful software and free rolls and all these other things, and they bring their poker over to us, then especially if we're rewarding them in sports bets and casino bets and they can try those products and see if they like them, then the hope is that those people who are already betting sports, already betting casino, like it here better because they like our poker. Well, either because where they're doing it has no poker or because they like our poker option better. And yeah, that makes sense. And yeah, Moonlight, oh, I like the Jacks emoji. Um, yeah, Moonlight, it is like, what's funny is it kind of like feels good to be entering a free roll and have a bunch of people sitting out because you see the number of players listed and you're like, oh, it's actually even better than that. But if you think about it logically, if those people would just be removed from the table, your chances are still um, the same as if they sit out and sit out the whole time. Kind of. I defend King Deuce suited. I mean, Salvador hasn't been that wild, but I just think, I don't know, like 3x makes me feel like he's going to make some mistakes post flop. So, okay, let's play this hand first. So it goes raise 3-bet. So, I mean, here's where HUDs come in handy, and our built in HUD comes in handy. Like, this is a kind of tough spot with nines, but Bryson has played very few hands over 20 hands. He's never 3-bet before, and now he's 4-betting big. I think it's just a clear fold. Like, I think I'm up again. I think he's never folding to a shove. Not never, but almost never. And he's basically got ace king or jacks plus, and I'm not doing very well against that range. Okay, do you think you'll ever do something similar to what Ivy did at the WSOP this year? Go back and grind a summer schedule, try to win another bracelet or two. So I will say I talked about this a little bit earlier, and I do need like some external motivation to do it because I don't like tournaments. I also have to say I've been one of the ones, and not everybody feels this way, but I've been one of the ones that is discouraged by how many bracelets keep getting added each year. Like I just think they mean less than they used to, and so eh, I'm not as like I have 3 bracelets. Um, Going from 3 to 4, it doesn't mean anything to me. Not enough. I mean, it basically doesn't mean anything to me now. Whereas if they had stayed as challenging to get as they used to be, or they, gave us as many as they used to, or as few as they used to, which was still like you still had a lot of chances each summer, but it was more meaningful. And so now, like, because basically, I feel like the only way to make it meaningful that I would care about is to kind of vie for, top 3 in the world in number of bracelets, which means grinding these things for the next 30 years, which I know I'm not going to do. So, yeah, they've just like, they're giving out so many and so many that I can't compete for. Um, that's just like, yeah, I'm discouraged by um, it doesn't feel as special to me personally. And it's not to say they aren't special. I mean, I every time I won a bracelet felt amazing. And the first bracelet that I won was the highlight, maybe second highlight of my poker career. Um, so it's not to say they're not meaningful, but I just for me, it's felt less special. And so like and actually, so like to be clear, it's not that they got that much like they didn't get easier for me to win because I'm not going to go like probably not going to go grind the online series and I'm not going to be traveling to the other stops and um I don't know. So like they didn't get easier for me to win. They got easier for others. And so I guess in a way um I'm trying to decide, am I being like am I being unnecessarily negative about it because they like devalued the bracelets I have and I can't like get more. Um, so what I'm trying to say is, let's say that they instead had all the same tournaments, but then also added, 15 PLO high rollers every summer in Vegas. Would I still feel the same way? Because yeah, now they're giving out more bracelets, but now like it's very viable for me to play all of those, earn a lot of EV. Like it makes so much sense for me to play those, and now like I have a great chance of benefiting from those extra bracelets. And I guess, yeah, if it was just 15, then I would feel that way. But I mean, they've doubled or tripled, or I don't know, the number. So yeah, I don't know. I think well, I know how I feel, which is what I said. I don't know how fair it is that I feel that way, but I'm at least, willing to question it. This is Pat Ryan says, "What is BetRivers PA? I'm in Philadelphia. Is this a site like WSOP with real money?" Yes, it is. Yes, and we came to Philadelphia. I don't mean I came to Philadelphia actually. We came to Pennsylvania and launched in Pennsylvania a week and a half ago, and there is a heck of a lot of money in the overlays and free rolls, and if you're a tournament player, but also a lot of cool stuff. For the people who have been here, I don't want to repeat myself all over again, but we're doing some really special things with rewards and rakeback. And yeah, please check it out. And if you want to check it out by, I don't know what the minimum deposit is, depositing $5 and playing the the 1 cent buy-ins that, that are essentially free rolls. And then we also have other free rolls. Somebody watching right now is at the final table of a free roll. You can check it out for free or very cheap as well. But yeah, check it out. Pat Ryan. Meg D talks about yeah, coming back to the fresh stack. So I talked about this on the first of all, please always ask the question. And when I say that I've talked about this, that's more for me than that's not a complaint in any way. But essentially we've basically where we landed on that when we were operating rest of world is that we would allow it. So we'd allow if you're playing a cash table and you leave, you can come back with 100 big blinds, which can be called rat holing. Now we have 100 big blinds minimum rather than 40 big blinds, so it doesn't create these short stack rat holer situations. But still, some people didn't like it, and the reason that we did it is because of our essentially the blind lobby. So when you sit in a tournament, or sorry, when you sit at a cash game table, you just pick the stakes, you pick how many tables you add, and then you join. You don't get to pick your table. And what happens is if, let's say, somebody is down to one buy-in in their account and they join a table, they run that one buy-in up to 3 buy-ins, and they want a 3 table. If they leave the table and then come back to buy in again, we're going to first try to sit them at the table they left, which is where they have had 3 buy-ins, 300 big blinds. The reason for that is we don't want people table hopping. We don't want them like seeing that their table, like hop to a table, play 10 hands, see if somebody's terrible. If not, leave, and then rinse, repeat. It's just, I think that's bad for everybody. And a pretty bad experience. I'm going to just lose this spot. Okay. And so what would happen is they would often get sat back at the exact same table with their 300 big blinds, so they couldn't 3 table, and that would be what happens most often. Now, if we have a ton of players on like wait lists, then or like if we have a ton of players joining pools, then yeah, if they leave, somebody else takes their seat, and now they're going to get put at new tables, and it's going to work out. But that was the main reason we have it this way, was to prevent that bad experience. And I think I like where we landed. Again, like any decision, there are trade-offs. This makes a good, I think, barreling hand. Lots of turns I can bet where I turn a flush draw or straight draw, and I got 2 overs to the 4. Plus, I could just take it down now. But yeah, it is something that some people don't like, and I agree. I understand why they don't like it if somebody leaves with 300 big blinds and comes back with 100. But we kind of viewed it as the lesser of 2 evils. And had we been 40 big blinds minimum, we would have felt a lot differently. But with the 100 big blind minimum, it's not like it doesn't really mess with the game too much. Jory, the best pizza I've had. That's really tough. The pizza that I had the most that I liked, like have been back to several times is Artichokes in New York. It's been a long time, but I really like that. I lived right next to it, almost. Poker Insider, do I own any Rush Street Interactive stock? I do own some, yeah. Yeah, it's been a good year for RSI stock. It's very much not financial advice. I don't know anything. Hilo says, I play low stakes. I'm usually nervous when I play bigger. I have a fear of not being a good player compared to the field. Any advice to help with the mental block? First of all, great awareness, Kilo, and thank you for the question. Awareness is the first step. So you are aware of the challenge. And I guess I would also say playing in higher stakes games than you normally play, kind of what you're feeling is the most common reaction to it. So it's very normal. So there's not necessarily like, I don't want you to view it as a flaw in your mindset. Now, everything can be improved, and it's an opportunity for improvement and growth, which is awesome. And yes, ideally, you get more comfortable with it, and you absolutely can. I think there are a couple of factors here, and I don't have enough information, but if you can, like, if you know that you're a good player compared to the lower stakes field that you play, and you step up, just one level higher, you can have pretty good confidence that, you're not going to go from like big winner to a loser at one stake higher, most likely. And so it's about building confidence, I think, at your existing stakes. I'm also curious what the goal is in terms of stepping up. Like, do you just occasionally want to hop in a bigger game? Is it so some people, and I don't know if you play semi-professionally or professionally or just recreationally, people who play semi-professionally and professionally, they'll often, they have goals of moving up, and they'll have bankroll rules where once I have this much in my bankroll, I'll move up and take a shot at the bigger game. And if I lose 10 buy-ins, then I'll hop back down, or whatever the case may be. Um, Essentially, it's something that's going to happen to most people, basically everybody. And I think staying aware of it as you play and making sure that you remind yourself that what I always say to people is don't deify any players. What I mean by that is when you step into games with great players, don't just think they're always going to know what I have. They're always going to play perfectly. So like, there's no point in trying against them. Like I'll just stay out of their way, and I'll just like not try to hand read, because whatever I guess, they're going to be one level above me. Now, staying out of their way compared to other players is a good idea. And yeah, I would not try as many like wild things against them, because they're more likely to be able to spot a big imbalance in your ranges or your strategy. But they make mistakes. I guarantee it. I mean, the best players in the world make mistakes very frequently. It depends on the game type. And like, so like the best tournament players in the world, when they're playing off of 15 big blinds, they don't make many mistakes. But the best cash game players in the world, off of, deep stacks, especially shorthanded heads up, I mean, I make mistakes a lot. And I play against them. So, I mean, I know that they do, and I do too. So yeah, I would caution you against just like thinking that the good players at the level above are just in a totally different league than the opponents you played at the level below, because that might make you turn off some of the skills that allowed you to win at the lower buy-in level. But I would be aware of it. I would be aware that, that kind of shaky confidence, that shaky ground that you start on with lower confidence, means that you're going to be more impacted by early losses in the session. You're going to be more impacted by making a big bluff and it not working, because now, like at your current game, maybe you've made some hero bluffs and hero calls, and sometimes they don't work. More often than not, they end up working. So you know that when they don't work, you can still trust yourself. Like you don't think like, oh, I suck. But now in the bigger games, you might think, oh man, maybe I don't know what I'm doing. And maybe they just like, maybe they soul read me and they're always going to know what I have. I'd be cautious about that and just know that like you're going to have more emotional struggles because of that when things don't go your way. And so I would set tighter, I would put yourself on a tighter leash. So stop losses, taking more breaks when things go poorly, check in with yourself and your and how you're feeling, and just like be ready to quit the session more often when you're off your game, because you're more susceptible to all of that stuff, and it can spiral. Um, I know that sounds mostly negative, and there's not like a snap your fingers and you feel great um, solution that I offer, because I don't think one exists. But just know that it's the same game. Everybody gets the same number of cards, and everybody's figuring it out as they go. To varying degrees and different skill levels, but it's not a different world, and keep that in mind. Dev Yanks finished second in the free roll for 128 bucks and 11 cents. Congratulations, and thanks for sharing it with us. That's awesome. Yeah, as Moonlight Master says, I love when chatters win. Brian Brian Rohrbaugh Jr. says, I started with $0 last Thursday when BetRivers launched, and I've spun that into $150 with just the free rolls and overlays. Moved most of my roll to BetRivers, take advantage of bonus offer. Awesome. That's I love hearing that. Um, and presumably you've enjoyed the site, but yeah, I just love hearing the success stories. And like eventually when there's less overlay because we have more traffic, it's zero sum. So if some people are winning, others are losing. But now, like, because it's so because there's so much overlay and there's so many free rolls, like I love hearing the success stories, because there's not there not many people losing who are playing the huge overlay tournaments and the free rolls, and the 1 cent things. Cooking it says WSOP Player of the Year and your face on a banner would be a nice addition to my resume. Yeah, it's very hard. It's very hard. Yeah. Jaden, you awesome. Excited you're making your first deposit. There's a bonus code right on the site. So just when you go there, it should be, when I deposited, it just showed me it was poker. And that's as good of one as you're going to get. They just, the reason for bonus codes is so we can track people who came from other places, but they'll give you the bonus code. You won't miss out on the deposit bonus. And if you do, because I'm somehow uninformed, then email support and ask for me and I'll figure it out. But yeah, you'll get the bonus code. IQ says he's down 40 buy-ins at, sorry to laugh. I can't tell if you're serious or not, but down 40 buy-ins at 200 NL, but I gamble for fun. I like ripping in flush draws hundreds of big blinds deep and cold calling 4 bets OOP. For some reason, I think that you're joking, and thanks for making this game sound better. But if that's true, um, if you're having fun, then awesome. If you're not having fun, then let's get curious about why you play and what you want to do differently, or how, like, what could make your playing experience better. And if you like how it feels now, um, and you just know that when you're playing kind of like a maniac, you're gonna lose more often than win, and in the long run lose, then by all means, poker's a form of entertainment. I have no issue with people who play for fun. This would have been a good flop on the other table. Um, let's see if I can manifest it. I didn't think so. I'll peel with the straight draw though. I got top pair. No backdoor. Like, this is a pretty good flop to see bet. I'm just gonna go for it anyway. I mean, I'm gonna keep calling 400. This would be not a bad raise, but let's just see on the river. Yikes. Min bet, over bet is an interesting line when the six pairs. Um, I think it's a hand like 5-7 or something that was like trying to keep me in, and now is a little bit scared of the six. Doesn't want to get raised by full house. I don't know. I mean, full house would obviously raise, but I don't know. I'm gonna 10-7 probably can't. I mean, it's close to a value bet, but I'm not going to. Down, double click to make the table huge. Um, okay, Queen Jack, Ace Jack. Cool. Flop bluff didn't work too well, but the rest did. Moonlight Master, don't fear me. I make mistakes, but looking for opponents again. Yeah. Yeah. Hertz says, now I get why you say turn is the least intuitive street, vision trolling me hard. Yeah. Turn strategy is tough. Especially because vision like includes the kind of optimal turn donks in spots where I just don't have them. And so sometimes when I'm playing streak in vision, I get frustrated because I'm like, no, I'm not wrong because I don't donk. Like when it wants me to play turn spots out of position, I'm supposed to have, a 10% donking range or something, and that I just ignore. I just never think that way. All right, IQ. It seems like you're more likely to be serious. As a recreational gambler, social casino lover, I like the interactive elements on the site. I wish Phil and the site catered to recreational punters like me. So IQ, have you noticed that oh, I'd like to bet my entire win on red or black immediately after cashing out. I'd like have that offered immediately. Yeah, okay. You do have to take a couple steps to that. Have you noticed that? I don't know if you played on a lot of other poker sites, but if you're ripping in hundreds of big blinds with like with overbets on a lot of other sites that aren't built like ours, they're going to be you sit down at the table fills up and there's a wait list, and then you leave and the game breaks, which I've found for some recreational players I talk to is a really bad experience. Um, have you noticed how that doesn't happen on BetRivers Poker? And do you feel like you're getting targeted less? Do you feel like, yeah, does it feel any better for that reason? I'm curious. Um, Kilo says, thanks for the reply. I want to play pro eventually and move up in stakes. Yeah. So for moving up in stakes as somebody who wants to be a pro, if you're not already, I would track your results um, meticulously. So know how much you are making. If you know if you're a winner, know what you're making per hour, know how many hands or hours you've played at least. Not if you're playing live, you don't need to know how many hands, but here we got a set of fours. But once you're tracking, there are a lot of things you can do with that where you get an idea of how confident you can be that you're really a winner. You can have some bankroll requirements and goals of like, okay, when I get to here, I'm going to move up to so on and so forth. Um, and then you can just know when moving up, like, okay, I've got the bankroll I want to move up to try the next level. I know that if I lose this much back, I'm going to step back down. Everything's going to be fine. So like, let me go into this shot with some confidence and like play my heart out and do the best I can, knowing that if it doesn't work, that's okay. Here we would have flopped everything. Too much of a nit. I'm going to stick around for this break. I don't. Last time I had a little snack and used the restroom. I'm not in need of either of those things right now. So I'll hang out with you all. Okay, IQ. Yeah, you're having fun. Just like the game one raise a lot. Awesome. Um, IQ, have you played the sit and go select? The cube sit and goes? I'll sit in one now and see if it's running. Um, if you want to punt around, like this is the most fun thing to do because first of all, it's not even that bad. Like you have 25 big blinds. If I shove this in with 6-4 with 25 big blinds, it wouldn't even be that bad. Um, and so this is a place that you could, I mean, I understand 200 NL is a lot bigger than this. So like even the 25s might feel a little small. Um, but I mean, with a $25 buy-in, what can you win up to? You can win up to 37K. I mean, obviously there's a lottery element there, but I guess I'll just stay in this just in case for a little bit. But yeah, you can just I don't know. It's like it's a great environment to punt around, and you won't lose as much, and you won't lose as much edge. But if you don't care and like if you're having fun doing it at 200, then you know, good for you. Assuming that you know it's not too detrimental to your personal finances, um, playing within your means, then awesome. Like you know that being able to punt around at 200 NL is something that and be happy about it is something that most everybody in the world should be jealous of. So well done if that's the case. Life Aquatic Phil, love the doc series on YouTube. How long until you sit at the table and answer questions from your son about the law of large numbers? Age 11, maybe. It's interesting. He keeps changing his interests. He just started kindergarten in the fall, and they're teaching a lot of like language. I mean, not multilingual stuff, but just like English and uh, vocabulary and grammar and all these things. And he's just like super into it. And so he's like chilled out a little bit on math right now. So we'll see what he stays interested in. Here at Trip Tens, I'm gonna bet call. As a teacher, I sometimes can push very hard um, for a kid, and my dad would do that to us, and like I liked it, but my brother and sister really did not, and never wanted to study with him. Like they stopped asking him for help with their homework because like basically what would happen is you'd ask him, "Hey, I can't figure this one out," and instead of like telling you the answer or giving you a couple of steps to get to the answer, he would start at the base concept and make sure that you understood the underlying concept behind it. Um, and that's how I am too as a teacher. And I have to be careful because essentially, when you have a smart kid, like in my opinion, the only goal that matters is not taking the fun out of it. Um, because if you have a kid who is great at learning and is having fun doing it, you don't even need to be a good teacher, right? They can just they'll learn on their own and it'll be awesome. But no. So yeah, I'm gonna try not to push him in any direction, and try to keep him curious and having fun. But I emphasize try because it is like I have to stop myself. Here we go with $25 cubed. I haven't played a $25 cubed yet, so this is exciting. Ace Jack with bet. IQ says it really annoys me on other sites. Okay, so he said, yes, I noticed that. That's so cool. How did you know? Well, I've played a lot of online poker, and when we built this site, we thought a lot about how it works and what experiences we wanted people to have. I feel bad this guy's sitting out. He's probably going to come back soon from the tournament break. I better. Okay, hold on. I want to answer your questions. But first, let's go to the 4-table view. Okay. And then you said it really annoys me on the other sites when I sit out even for a bit. This game suddenly breaks. Why is that? It's because everybody. Um, everybody wants to play with the players who are shoving all their money in with whatever, um, and not with each other. So here with the 9 high flush, I am going to just jam. Let's see what we win. The longer, hey, we're into orange. I mean, still good, 4x in a $5. But the longer the sweat, the better it is. That's how it works. Let's sit at another 25. Why not? Anyway, I'm glad. So it seems like you're enjoying it. He says, "Oh yeah, I'm a business owner. I just like to go for it and hit draws." Awesome. Dan C. Good evening. Hope you rediscover your love for the greatest game, No Limit Hold'em. I almost timed out with kings and No Limit Hold'em. It wouldn't take much for me to rediscover my love. Like, feel bad this guy's sitting out. I guess it's not crazy high. $25 is not crazy high stakes. But if you're watching BetRivers Poker, if I win this, can we give this guy something? What would happen if I think maybe I'll try to get it heads up and then I'll just sit out and we'll just keep folding until he comes back, or I don't know what happens. Oh, I guess until we get kind of blinded away, or like we get all in pre-flop without it being our choice. Check qualities. I'm gonna shove Jack 3 suited. This guy's been pretty tight, and it's blind versus blind. I think it's close. We're gonna need to hit something, and we did. And so now I'm gonna fold every hand, and we'll see if we can give him a fair chance, or maybe he can come back. We have leagues or something to measure and entice long-term and consistent play. Maybe even cash and tourney combined for point structure. Yeah, I love the idea of leagues in general. Anything that we could do to sportify poker a little bit more, but it's really hard to do because you really need it to work. Like people need to all be involved, and or what I mean by that is, you need the best players. Like you need an environment where great players are going to play, or at least good players are going to play, and then it's like a real league that people care about because there's a what am I trying to say? I don't really know what I'm trying to say. You get it, maybe, or you don't, because I don't get it. They're giving me a lot of good hands that I have to fold. I guess I can sit out, so I don't have to keep clicking fold. If you don't mind sharing, IQ, what kind of business are you in? I'm always curious to talk business. If you're just joining, I'm sitting out on purpose down here. I don't want people to think the software is glitching. Trying to give this sitting out player a fighting chance. Mark Tyson, yeah. So reach out to support. I actually had some geolocation issues myself. It's unfortunate because it's a third party service that does geolocation. Um, so we're in less control of it, but support can help you hopefully sort it out. Uh, they did help me sort it out. It was interesting. The first day I played, I had some issues. I made some changes. It got better, but not all the way better. And then again, I made changes. I sent in some logs and I made changes. And today I've had no issues at all. This guy pops it up to 1750. I guess I just fold. But yeah, it's very frustrating. I mean, it happens to me on WSP in Nevada as well. And I don't know why. It seems to be that geolocation providers, I don't know. I guess they have to be careful because they don't want people getting around the restrictions. But it does seem like they should be able to get it more accurate than it seems to be. And I'm sure it's very frustrating if it's mid tournament. I'm sorry to hear that's gone on with you too. Lines are going up slower than I guess. I mean, it's a hyper, so blinds go up fast, but it doesn't feel as fast when you need the blinds to take out your whole stack. We are at 10 big blinds effective, so if we were actually playing, the money go in a lot. But it's going to take some time for the big blinds to or the blinds to force us all in. We might set a record for the longest hyper sit and go ever. Oh, my computer is a little unhappy with me before tabling. I'm going to leave the cubes. Just like um, in Slack, which I use for communication with all my work. And it's like not even loading. So that's how I know my computer's stressed. We are streaming to YouTube, to Twitch, and to X at the same time. I don't think that adds too much in terms of heaviness to the stream, but I know Streamlabs is just by default is kind of heavy. And I know that when we add those animations of the cube, it adds to the processing power required. That's why I closed that one. It is a beautiful animation, though. See the flop with ace-4 suited and four-way. We're not even going to see bet. We're just going to let somebody else take it. Raise with queens. And Densey says, be hilarious if the sat out guy wins the jackpot. Yeah. And he doesn't even get to experience it. It'd be a bummer. I hope he would at least find out that he won. IQ, you in 11 retail stores in New York and New Jersey, different businesses, luxury home decor, chandeliers. Awesome. Yeah, I've never done a Queens versus Kings. Not what we wanted to see in the $100. We do still get to re-enter, I think, with registration closing in 27 minutes. That's a pretty graphic. Re-enter. There we go. Awesome. Yeah, I've only done online business. I know that retail is a much different beast. My sister-in-law had a retail store, and it was, man, it's different. Justin, so long was on your left in the mini. Good luck. Good game. I don't know if yeah, I guess Moonlight asked you the question. Did you get moved or bust out? IQ, yeah, the win is nice. You don't like predatory games. I mean, yeah, I don't either, and I try not to. I mean, that's why we have the policies the way we do. It was always frustrating to me when, like, I strongly believed that when the player who is, gambling it up sits out, I strongly believe everybody should keep playing. And it's unfortunate because then everybody would sit out and I would always be the one that paid the last big blind. And so I'd get punished for being the one staying in. Um, I held strong for a long time and just kept paying the big blind. Um, kept paying the big blind, being the last one, on principle. And then eventually I just looked at how much it was costing me and, like, thinking about who it's going to. It's not going to the gambly players sitting out. It's going to the other players who are doing what I don't want them to do. And so I finally joined the club, which is, I mean, first of all, no judgment on the people, especially because I did it too. But no judgment, regardless. It is tough in that, like, prisoner's dilemma scenario where it's better for the games if nobody does that. But then as soon as somebody does it, they gain an advantage. All right, so we got the min raise call. We got the min raise. I'm gonna raise just because, again, I'm gonna jam it in. We got 25 minutes left in late range. I don't have a big stack, so let's gamble a little bit. Oh, you're still sitting out. I thought that they were just away from their computer. They would come back and go for it. Nines, and ace queen. Not the best place to be, but it turned out pretty good. Super. And laugh. The other guy's doing the exact same thing and wanting you to win. I don't think he's doing that, but that would be funny. These are the tightest stats ever. I mean, he wins with 0-0, but 9% VPIP in a three-handed sit and go is pretty strong. Dan C, feature's not in yet. I know that we had that feature rest of world, but a lot got rebuilt. Sam, I mean, I appreciate you lauding my sitting out, but I can't take too much credit. I mean, I would do it regardless, but yeah, I would. But I mean, these stakes, I don't really care about these stakes, so it's not even a sacrifice. I'd rather he win. Um, but sorry, I do receive that compliment. Thank you. I don't mean to reject your kind words. Just don't want to give myself too big a pat on the back. Young goat Trey. Hello, hello. Here with ace queen. I mean, we're committed. It's probably not going to be good. Okay, we're flipping. All right, might make a run at this mini main. Building up a nice chip stack now. So we need the blinds to get up to 250, 500, I guess, or 200, 400. We'll probably do it, right? Until we get all in. Ryan, I appreciate the support. And but I mean, I also understand, like, when you're out there playing for money, you can't really be doing you can't like be doing me a favor. Kind of, you have to look out for yourself. And whatever's going to be the best opportunity for you and the best playing experience, I would expect you to go for. And I'm just hoping that BetRivers Poker, if you're in Pennsylvania, is it. And then as we expand to more states, the same is true there. And we're gonna give back the most in terms of rewards, take the least in rake, and we got plenty of free rolls and overlays now. So I think it could be the best option for a lot of people. But of course, we're brand new here. We don't have the traffic of some of the other sites yet, and that is an integral piece of the pie. I will say I think games have been good, and actually, like tonight, the Hold'em lobby's not looking too bad. We got 3 tables of 200 NL running. We got 4 tables of 100 NL, and almost no, probably not almost another. Maybe it's tough to guess. We got 3 tables of 20, 1 table of 2 and 10. I was playing. I was playing 1K earlier. Sit goes, you can't really see how many are running. And we got a little over 100 people in each of these, 145 in the $10, 150, or sorry, 110 in the, what is this? The $100. So registration's about to close. 110 people times $100 is 11,000. So we're overlaying 4,000 currently, which is 30% of the prize pool. I assume we'll get a couple more buy-ins, but I don't think we're going to hit in 20 minutes the guarantee. So there will be overlay. If you're in Pennsylvania and you're watching, come take the overlay. Similarly, the 20 minutes left in the $10 mini main, we have 147 people. We'll call it 150. That's 1,500, and we've got 2,500. So 1,500 in buy-ins, 2,500 in prize pool. So that's a bigger overlay in terms of percentage. So yeah, we'll probably overlay, 3,000 in this one, which is 30 buy-ins, and maybe 800 or something in this one, which is 80 buy-ins. Young goat Trey in your first day too. Nice. Good luck. Good luck. Crush it. Big D asks about transparency, about actions taken against cheaters. There are I think there are some restrictions around what we can and can't say, but certainly I know me and I know my team, and we all want to be as transparent as we can. So my answer is I hope that we are as transparent as we can be, and I think that we will be that, or approaching that. Sorry that I can't give a more concrete answer. So ace 5 with a spade, I mean, it doesn't seem like a fold. Doesn't seem like a fold. Looking at take care, enjoy football. I'd like to watch some football, but I won't leave you all. I have to force them to win the glitch prize eventually. I don't think so. I think I'm gonna go for the check raise here, thinking I could induce some bluffs and that he would have bet a 10 on the turn. He's up against King 5. That makes sense. Kind of hard to get. I mean, I could bet against that if I knew, but oh, he's back. Okay. We can play some poker now. I actually don't know. I was like, wait a second, his stack is growing. So I might have missed a couple of hands, but I mean, that's fine. He missed a couple at the beginning. All right, let's play some poker. Let's shove this in with ace 3. Brian says the best opportunity for PA will be when we merge. Yes, I agree. I agree. Gonna check shove here with 10-8. 8-6 suited. Let's limp in. All right. What do we got there? What are we gonna win? Yes. Oh, okay. You want the longer sweat. You want the longer sweat. Eight six suited, not looking too good. My master, thanks for sharing the rake post. Dancy, yes, they are. We were able to be faster this time than last time. Young Goat Tray, yeah, I think we have to use the same, or maybe, I don't know how many options there are, but geolocation. It's, what's it called? GeoComply or something. Yeah, US player pool. I mean, it doesn't even take that. It just takes one big state. If like New York, California, or Texas getting added to the mix, I think would just be a massive, massive boost in online poker traffic. I hope the shared player pools grow too, and I think they will. It's just like those key states. I mean, I think New York and California are tough. I mean, Texas, the home of Texas Hold'em. You'd think we could do it, but IQ, you feel like okay. It makes me sad when pros and good players get angry at me when I gamble and get lucky. I feel like you make the game more fun for them. That's why I'm only let certain players in the yeah. So any player who gets mad at you for gambling it up and shoving in money with all kinds of hands is they're no pro. If they're a pro, they're they're not a good pro. They're not going to make it. I think it's just they don't get it. And I mean, it's possible some people like play okay and just have really bad emotional leaks and or personalities. But I think most people who are going to get really mad at you for gambling, they don't get it. Yeah, I agree with Moonlight Brian that the good old days, the games won't be what they were 15 years ago, but that's just because poker's not booming as much and players have gotten better. That said, poker is growing. There was a long period where it was declining, 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 and now it's growing. It's been growing, I think, for a few years. And so I am optimistic about poker in general. Um, I think this, I don't know if we can call it a boom yet, but this second wave of new incoming players is due to social media, is due to YouTube, and now Instagram and TikTok to a lesser extent, but YouTube at first. Because like I used to never see, not never, but I used to rarely see young players like under 25 entering tournaments at WSOP and stuff. And now, like, I don't play as much anymore, but my wife plays all the time. And she just, for the last few years, she'd always get curious when there was like a 21-year-old playing a $1,500 buy-in or something. And she'd ask where they found poker and so on and so on. And it was almost always YouTube. Um, and so, in the past, the poker boom was because, it's kind of started with Chris Moneymaker winning the World Series of Poker on ESPN. And like everybody watching, not everybody, I have to be careful about the, um, uh, what's the vocabulary word that I can't find? I don't know. But everybody, everything, every time. Um, what was I saying? Oh, so yeah, it was like poker on TV was the boom, and then after Black Friday 2011, um, they stopped like poker on TV took a nosedive because the sites that were operating in the U.S. were bankrolling the televised poker, and it's kind of like some things about PokerGo has tried, um, but even PokerGo when they started up several years ago, like it was not like growing the game much. They helped in other ways, but there's a long story. But the it's really been individuals on YouTube. I mean, now there's some streams as well, but I think it was really the individuals, the kind of the vlogs and giving people a firsthand look at playing poker and taking people into the casino with them and their phone, um, is what led to more and more people being interested in poker now. Super. Imagine rebooting all your computer and your Wi-Fi. Only play two hands, and PG turns a better pair. Yeah, I run good. What can I say? I mean, that was a flip. That was a straight up flip, right? Close, close to a flip. 10 minutes left in late registration. If you're in Pennsylvania, here's the overlay update. We got 3,000, just under 3,000 overlay currently in the $100 mini main. That's 29 buy-ins. And what is that? 1640. Math. That's 860 an overlay. It's 86 buy-ins. Did I do that right? I don't know. There's overlay. And late registration ends in 10 minutes for these two. And 50 minutes late registration ends for this nightly $20 classic. What we have now, that's 4,000, 4,600 in buy-ins, which is less than half of the price. I mean, that has more time, but I mean, I think they're all going to overlay. There's also then, okay, nightly $50 rush, turbo. Maybe I'd play in that one and read about it. I'll reevaluate that in a few minutes. So Raya has been 6-6 over a ton of hands. So I'm going to fold the king 10 offsuit, even with some pot odds. Oh, really, Brian? They reduced some guarantees. I doubt it's related to us, but maybe. No, it's not. I doubt it. You see new names literally daily. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are getting into poker these days. IQ, yeah. No, I know players like that. Why would you call their you're so bad? That's terrible. These are just players who have a lot of growing to do. Jaden, that's a bad experience. I'm sorry. Um, we should have. No, well, certainly there's no conscious decision. It's either not in yet or it didn't kick in, and I'm actually I forget which is the case. It would take me a while. It would take me a while to dig it up, but yeah, that's unfortunate. I would suggest you email support and ask about it, and I certainly know the poker team is trying to treat people well, and it might help them fix something that's potentially broken. This call, yeah, it's kind of iffy, but I mean, I had 5 to 1 and backdoor nut flush draw. An ace is usually going to be good. A five's usually going to be good. And now I think I have to bluff. I'm just going to rip it in and hope for the best. It's kind of hard to have a draw. I mean, there are not a ton of draws, I should say. So hopefully they can fold a 10. Cool. Cryptomeme says, I really hope to see more game gold type content in the future, both for new and experienced players to watch. Yeah, I think stuff like that is what's needed. Is like since Black Friday, which really means since my generation became known, there's not been a lot done to get to know the actual players. I think Game of Gold did a good job of that. Um, it's part of the motivation behind my the docu series on my YouTube channel. If you're watching on YouTube, it's called Galifond. Was to let people get to know me a little bit more behind the scenes. Because yeah, they're just it's hard to get to know people and for fans to watch, and care. You need to care about the people. It's like, yeah, it's one thing to watch some big pots get played, but if you don't have connection to the characters, I'll call them, it takes the emotional stake, so it's much less interesting. Algorithm says you mentioned emotional leaks. Any tips on how to work on those if someone has a good solid strategy for their level but has mental leaks? So it's a big question, algorithm, and everybody. Let's go over bet. Um, every poker player who is serious about poker should work on their mental game. And that is all the way up to like, I work on my mental game frequently with coaches. And I also coach mental game. So like that tells you how important I think it is that I feel qualified to coach it, and I have coaches to help me with mine. I think even at the highest levels of poker, people with the most experience, 3 minutes left. I guess with 3 minutes left, by the time you see this, so I'm not going to do an overlay update. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, even you know, professional athletes have coaches. So I believe everybody needs to work on their mindset. Um, if you just play recreationally for fun, then sure, don't worry about it. But if you plan to play regularly for any significant amount of time working on mindset is critical in my opinion, and it's such a broad topic that it's hard for me to give succinct tips other than pay attention to it and look for resources. So Elliot Rowe, Tommy Angelo, Jared Tendler, they all have books on poker mindset that I've read um, that I think are good. Well, I've at least read parts of that I think are good. And they're all very highly regarded as mindset coaches. There are other mindset books in it. I'm not saying they're bad. I just don't know or haven't read them, or maybe some that I didn't think were good and didn't mention. But for the most part, no, haven't read them. So I think that that's a good cheap place to start. And then I mean, like Rena once has a game, is it a game poker masterclass, I think, or a game masterclass, which is Elliot Rose course, $1,000. It might be on sale this month later, if not already. But but yeah, that's one for more serious players. And yeah, there are coaches. I mean, most of the opportunities that I know for coaches are expensive. Um, Although you know what, Tommy Angelo is not as expensive as many of the others, and he's still quite good. So if you go to tommyangelo.com and inquire about coaching, um, he's someone I recommend. Also, I mean, Elliot Rowe has a team around him, so I mean, he's going to be thousands an hour, but he has others who he works with, who he's trained, that are not that expensive. But I can't speak to all of them. I've worked with just him and one other member of his team named Sam, and both are, I mean, world class, excellent mindset coaches. But I hear good things about the others too. IQ, I feel like I'm getting trolled. I mean, I thought so before, and then I thought I wasn't, and then I thought so again. But either way, you're welcome here. All right, we're going to call with King Jack suited against 10 big blind shove. We're kind of free rolling, not really. Yeah, it's actually not at all a free roll, but it's a spot where you're usually going to chop and going to win more often than they are. All right, I just got a message that I'm going to be rude and read while I shove ace deuce offsuit with 10 big blinds. Min raise call. I'm going to peel 7-5 suited. King deuce suited, I think probably should be ripped in there as well. I'm not going to bluff 7 high into a kind of small side pot. I'll just fold now. Late reg over. Let's check the overlay. What it ended up being. Oh no, I have to. So we had let's see, in the $10, 180 entries for $1,800 means $700 overlay. You know, nearly a third. Yeah, but 30, nearly. God, I'm bad at math on the spot. Uh, yeah, I mean, whatever. what's that, 28, 30%, something like that overlay, depending on how you count it. And then take down base nine. The $100 got 128 players, which means $12,800. That was actually closer than I thought I was going to get. So well done us. That takes it to $2,200 of overlay. So between the two, about $3,000 overlay. Between, you know, about 300 players, $3,000. So everybody gets $10 overlay. That's it's actually not exactly how it works, but you know what I mean. I guess we'll shove jacks. Not so anonymous. Mental leaks are the hardest to plug. Many players fade into the ether because they simply can't plug their mental leaks. Play higher stakes to chase. Calling out Rampage specifically. I don't know enough to comment. Um, it's tough to prioritize mental game, especially for newer players who have been successful, because they're just like, you know, haven't needed it so far. And so when they've been running good and things have been going well, they haven't needed it. And then when things go poorly, sometimes they're not ready. Also, the like, you know, a lot of the things that help you with mental game. So there are things like take breaks, have a stop loss. These are things that like players know, and like pros know, seasoned pros who've been around for a long time know things like this. They're like, yeah, I should do that. I know it's good, but then they just still don't because they're like, yeah, I know that. So like, first of all, what do I need a coach for? I already know that there are things I should do. Um, but second of all, even when I learn those things, sometimes they're like, yeah. Like I get why people need those. And like, yeah, it maybe benefit me, but like I can handle it and I can make good decisions at the time. I trust myself to make decisions at the time. So I don't need the all these rules and stuff like that, or like I'll get around to it later. There's a lot of laziness involved in not setting up the frameworks. Um, and yeah, there's just a lot of stuff like I don't know if you compare it to like fitness, where basically everybody knows eat better and exercise. And I mean, a lot of people know more than that. You know, eat more protein and um, weight train and you know whatever. Get good sleep. Like people know these things, yet you know the majority of the world doesn't do them. And then, and then even when you get people who hire a world class fitness coach, sure they give them more like slightly more specifics on diet and they give them specific exercises, but like at the end of the day, what they're teaching them is eat eat better and exercise. Um, and so and it's not exactly the same in in poker mental game. I think there's a little bit there's more to learn, but it's kind of similar in that I think that people don't. I think the reason some people don't seek it out is because they're like, there's nothing groundbreaking there. Like, you know, it's just stuff I know that I should do, and yeah, I don't do it, but you know, and so I think people neglect mental game for those reasons, among others. Algorithm, glad to hear you hired one of Elliot's team members. That's a great place to be. Clown World. You don't like the design of the MTTs. The MTT tables are a little more you know, futuristic than the rest. But to each their own. I like the design a lot overall. This is Pat Ryan. Please email support about that. If people are having issues with this, like they need to know, and there needs to be, because when a few people report issues, then it doesn't feel like, as there's a long list of things to work on, and in order for it to get prioritized and fixed faster, and there will always be a lot of things to work on, um, like support understanding the actual like frequency of the problems and the severity um, is really valuable so that we can get on it faster. Because even if I were to, obviously we want that to work better. If I go talk to the team and I'm like, we want this to work better, they're like, yeah, it's on the list. And we also want this, this, and this, and I can't say how high a priority it is, um, just because I don't know the prevalence. Which so the priority is going to be based on the prevalence. So if you are having any issues, please email support. And I'm sorry to hear that. I had some geolocation issues. It appears they've fixed them for me. They walked me through. I sent in logs a couple of times. I went through some steps where I didn't understand exactly what I was doing, like using terminal in on Mac and pasting some stuff in, and then I had to uninstall and reinstall, and then after then I've had zero issues. So try it out and try out support, and maybe they can help you get to zero issues as well. But also they can learn how often something like this is happening. Monologue, not diatribe. Thank you, guys. See, let's not talk that way. About and you're joking around. I like to keep a very very polite, very polite chat. Okay, cool, like you. Uh, check the absentee lobbies. So we are. I am 20th out of 47 in the $10. In the $100, $100, I am 23rd out of 39. Okay. I've got about average in the $100. I'm a little over average in the $10 main. So main and mini main. All right, we'll defend 10-7 suited. Oops. I didn't see. Serves me right for just staring at chat and other things. We got min raised there, min raise, min 3-bet. I called, and now we have to fold. So it's a waste of two big blinds. I still don't think the call was that bad, except that this player's raised 9% of hands over 72 hands. So actually, probably less. So we'll see how far I can go in these tournaments. I am playing. I'm gonna stream tomorrow night as well. Not tournaments. I'm gonna stream cash games, maybe some sit and goes. I'll defend. It's a little bit iffy against the 3x. Try to steal the blinds here with 10-2 suited. And here with queen 5, let's just protect our hand. And could small bet, could check. I think I'm going to small bet, try to get called by ace high. Got called by ace ace, double ace high. Yeah, Paul T, please ask them. Please also email sport. I maybe should have healed there against the. Pat Ryan, yeah, thanks for emailing, and I'm sorry it's been annoying. I'll take this short tournament break. So I'll be back in a few minutes, which means, and there'll be a couple minutes left. So ask me questions. It'll be a great time for me to answer any questions that you've got. I'll see you in a few minutes. All right, sorry, it took a minute or two longer than I thought. I shoved some food in my face and didn't want to be chewing in front of you. Let's see. We had some chat. Lotus Paul, thank you for the kind words. Bornin, please email support. I don't know what that issue is, but I mean, BetRivers support wins awards every year, so um, bug them. See if they'll help you. I think they will. IQ, yeah, the cold call. Paul T, I'm heading back after Tuesday, so it is almost over. Moonlight Master, thanks for sharing the Help Center link. Ace 6 suited. This player's been tight. I'm just going to fold. Do I think we'll ever get a worldwide pool like pre-Black Friday? So there are a few ways I see it potentially going. And I think my theory is eventually my theory is that eventually it might be too hard to stop the like as the world gets potentially more and more online, it might end up being too hard to stop these sites who are doing it against the law. And when that happens, I think the regulators will have to take a good hard look in the mirror and say, if we want our regulated online poker sites to survive, we need to help, like we need to combine the player pools. We need to chill out a little bit. We need to give them, we need to like take the handcuffs, like they have their hands tied behind their back. We need to give them a fighting chance. And so that's the way I see it potentially going, something closer to worldwide. I mean, I don't think we could expect every individual country in the world to have their government legalize and regulate online poker and share player pools, but I think that's kind of what would potentially be the straw that gets them to get it. But that might even be naive. It might just, it might never happen that way. Five high. I mean, it's tempting to bluff here. This player's been pretty tight. Let's go for it. Hoping to fold out ace 10, ace king, pocket fours. I needed to change my DNS settings as well for it to work. I mean, for me, it worked. Oh no, at first I needed to change my DNS settings. It was like working, but hit or miss. And then I'm already forgetting because there was a multi-step, like I fixed it somewhat and then I fixed it all the way. So I kind of forget which is which. I'm actually just going to lead out here. I think that this is a spot where, I would expect checkbacks from ace king, ace queen. And like, if I get it in against kings, so be it. But I want to put some money in the pot. Okay. We are all in. We got a lot of outs at least. Not the best hand to see. That's unfortunate because kind of kills two of our jack outs and all of our queen outs. Or kills our two jack outs and all of our queen outs. We get 38th. The good news is that 24 people in the $100 NL player pool get to help out grow that player pool some more. Come on and join me. Register this turbo. Structure. Yeah, let's just do it. Let's. I changed my mind. I'll keep it down here until further along. King 8 suited. Just gonna give up. Oh, EKW, you got help through the online chat support. Awesome. So yeah, when I'm saying email support, there's also online chat and help center. So get support however you would like. EKW got his help through online chat support. I think it's too thin three-way with King 8, even like, probably have the best hand. Fold. Raise it up with queens, called by Arthur, who's been pretty tight so far. I'm actually going to check back. This is a flop that, like, he would fold a lot of dominated hands, and I don't know. Here I have the nuts. Guess I'm calling queens for 1400 and showing it down against a bluff. Okay. I called in two spots. I mean, I bet small with Jack 10, but called in two spots. Now donked into for $9 into 14. This is a good situation. Gonna raise it up. Quick call. And I mean, we got to put it in. Jack. Nice pop for us. Not the worst hand to call down with, but to lead the turn, I don't know. Yeah, Moonlight. Regulated properly, correct down on unregulated sites once the regulated ones are online. Safe for the players, benefits for the taxpayers. Yeah, I don't even like my theory there is that it would get so hard to crack down that it would have to go that way. But yeah, I'm not sure. That's kind of the plan. Our Green says, congrats on the launch. Do you have any inside info on efforts to bring regulated online poker to Colorado? I do not have any inside info, unfortunately. Yeah. Paul T, yeah, there's so much red. We're not close right now to worldwide regulated online poker. There's a ways to go. And, we may never get there. But yes, I completely agree. It's not going to be fast. But I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if, the world 5 years from now looks quite a bit different than the world today, just due to advancements in technology. And who knows what that opens up, um, both positively and negatively. Who knows what that does. It's the bad playing heads up against whoever this is. Hope some more people join the 100 NL pool. I do have this um, $50 turbo that I'm in, but like I have, okay, I get led into. Um, I have very few chips, and like I just started, and I started late. Like I have, I don't know. I'll let you know when something exciting happens, and if I, am making a deep run, I'll let you know. I'm actually gonna check back in BetRiver. So I just don't think I'm getting enough folds on the turn, basically. Now, meanwhile, with King 7, I'm just gonna call this easy call flop, easy call turn against essentially any bet size. Usually this is value, but let's see it. Let's see it. Chop it up. My turn bet was certainly getting called, as I mean, my river bet would have too. I'm just gonna check and lose, I think. Well, no, the 10 is pretty good. It's hard for me to have a lot of bluffs here after check calling flop. If the 10 were a 9, I would be more likely to not bluff because then, like, I don't know, I have more Jack 10 and King 10, although I guess this is the same as King 10. So if I would bluff King 10, I can bluff this. Ooh. Um, Realistically, Henry, I don't want to give you like if you email my team, I don't know. I would end up like I have a lot of emails that get sent to support and then sent to me, and there's a very good chance I would end up not looking at what you're talking about. Yeah, Moonlight Master suggests online forums, Reddit. If you wanted to send it to support at Run It Once and see if the Run It Once team wants to look at it. I mean, Run It Once has a PLO app um, already, so you'd be giving away ideas potentially to a company that could use them. Um, so I don't know. Reddit anonymously might be good. Don't want to give it out to random. Yeah, I think you got to find a. Hello, Alan. Think like a different non-random because I know myself and I know I get a lot of requests like this and they get stuck in my inbox and vanish. Like I leave them. I don't want to. I don't want to make a promise that I am not going to keep. King 3. Let's just keep checking. I probably have the best hand. No need to bluff. Otis, okay. Deuces make sense. That's still worth showing down the king high, I think. Poker Bras, good to see you. Thanks for the good luck wishes and the appreciation, kindness. Thank you very much. I've always appreciated you when I've heard from you as well. Super O, yeah. Yeah, I like, should I just quit her heads up? Because I don't want to, maybe I'll just give some kind of donation. Oh my gosh. Yeah, if I'm going to get uncomfortable about winning. Okay, somebody else is coming. That's good. Makes me feel a little better. Welcome to the table, Julian. Good luck. Okay. I busted out of the turbo here. 10th place, which sounds good, but it's a very small player pool. We had some overlay. Let's see, what was it? Oh, actually only $50 of overlay. This will last. No, I don't think operating the whole US in a regular, like legally, is going to be possible anytime remotely soon. I mean, let's peel. Unless something came, like unless there was that's a flop. Unless it, was a national law. But right now it's going state by state and just it's gonna it's not gonna happen to all the states. I remember 2011. I was a lot younger then, as were you. Um, when they shut down online poker in the US, and I was just like, I was so sure it was coming back in like a year. Like I was like, I don't know what's going on here, but I guess they just want to regulate it and take the money for themselves. I'm going to shove here with King Jack. Um, but I mean, obviously, like it's crazy. It would be crazy to not let people use their own money, not let adults use their own money and play poker online. Like, what is that'd be crazy. And like, I just, in no world at the time did I think it was possible that we would be here in, almost 2025 with a handful of states letting people play. It's just lunacy. Still to me, but more so then. I get it a little bit more now. I get how the system works a little more than I did back then, but it still feels very, very silly to me. You can buy a state lottery ticket everywhere, as many as you want. Buy a lot of more risky things, but you can't. I mean, yeah, I do not want to turn this into a political debate. I don't want to. This is not a comment on gun control, but like buying a gun is like a more serious thing than depositing in an online poker account. That's my argument. So yeah, it's just weird to me that I mean, it's not weird to me that there's just money involved and lobbying, and that's kind of how it works. But on principle, just like the moral argument or ethical argument against allowing people to play poker online when a if you don't allow it legally, there are lots of places to do it illegally, which is actually, the main argument used against gun control. B, legalized and regulated, you could have, and they do have systems in place so that people do not play over their head. So they don't get in over their head. So you can make sure people aren't playing underage because you do a lot of verification that you don't do on the sites that are illegal. And yeah, if you're creating the laws, you can make it as safe as you want to. You can make the process for getting an account and getting verified and depositing a certain amount. In regulated markets, to deposit a big amount of money, you have to show that you can afford to do that, that you're not, that you are not paycheck to paycheck on 50,000 a year and putting 25,000, losing 5,000 a month playing online poker. There are things in place for you to not do that. Now, as my understanding is, not every company abides by that, and so maybe there's an enforcement issue. But like, yeah, it's all silly to me. I'll leave it at that. Oh boy, we got the 5.72 X raise. Let's peel. Um, and we'll lay it down. Expedito. I feel green from Brazil. What kind of games do you mostly play nowadays? Cash games or MTTs? Always cash games when I play, and it always has been. I'm playing an MTT right here. But as I was talking about earlier in the stream, I'm not as active as I used to be because I don't have options available to me that are interesting. Poker Bros, yeah, it is crazy that grown adults are not allowed to play online poker against each other all over the world. But yep, it is what it is. I don't know if how Trump feels about poker. I don't think that whoever sits in the White House like has a big impact on. Like I don't think. I mean, they could if they really wanted to, but I don't think any president's going to care enough to for them being in office to make a big difference in terms of the trajectory of legal online poker. Sleekly Sneak. Enjoying your content and your thoughtful style, particularly different ways to apply things in whatever situation with steel belt, etc. Keep it up. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks for being here. And I'm glad you're finding it helpful. Yeah, Moonlight Master, the absurdity of having sports betting and casino in a bunch of states, but not poker is a little odd. Yep. Um, there's a so when online poker was shut down, the argument was, it's a gambling game. There are a bunch of arguments, but it's a gambling game, and then people on the side of poker were arguing, no, it's a game of skill, and there is gambling involved, but it's a game of skill. But now just pure gambling games, which you can argue that sports betting is a game of skill, and it can be. But yeah, that's not the argument anymore. There's not really an argument anymore. It's just nobody cares. Yeah. And thank you again, Sleepy. So I could shove here. I'm just gonna go for a normal bet size though. Like, I just think it makes more money on average. Moonlight says Trump has no stance on poker as far as yeah, I've never heard anything regarding poker from him. He does seem to talk about a lot of his views, especially if some people will be interested. Poker Bros says, and from Europe, all I can tell you is that it's normal to have gambling adverts on TV, sports shirts, etc., but to allow them to play in a global pool, barbaric. Yeah, it's all. I mean, it's all silly. Yeah. So I'm gonna call here, but this is big. Atari Robbie says, how much money would you have lost if in 2011 someone would have said marijuana, online sports betting, and casino gambling would be legal in more states than online poker? Yeah, I would have bet a lot of money against that being true. Poker Bros. Yeah, I mean, sports is weird because that's just kind of how it is everywhere in every sports book, almost every sports book ever. Um, here, I'm gonna fold. It's close, I think. It's getting three way. Or like a lot of companies, what they'll do is they won't ban you. Um, they won't ban you, but they will, drop your limit to $5 a game. And I mean, it's I get it because professional sports bettors can have a very big edge. And they have a lot of money to bet, and they can bet tons of money, and the house can lose a lot. So there has to be something they do about it, unless you make it P2P, so that you're kind of the middleman, and you just like a predictions market. That's the way you do it, where you don't have to ban anybody, and you just have the pros move the market a lot with their huge bets. But yeah, it feels hypocritical, but they don't have a choice, kind of. Yeah, it's hard. I know. I agree. Say so. Yeah, the games have been. I've been pleasantly surprised with the quality of the games. They've been great. Poker Browser, you're very welcome. Yeah, I have a lot of nostalgia for anyone I was chatting with a lot during the early run of once poker days. Not to make you feel any less special. There were just a handful of people, or maybe a couple handfuls. It's always, yeah. I have a lot of appreciation for the early supporters. Yeah. Seasoned Flavors thinks that online poker is an MLM. I mean, it's not. I don't know. But the fortunate thing for you is that you don't have to play online poker if you don't want to. And yeah, I think I think you shouldn't. So I do know there's definitely a feeling, especially people who play live poker and then come play online poker. There's often a feeling that it's rigged, and I think it happens because when you play many more hands, you end up seeing more setups because you're just playing. Like if you're two tabling online, you might be playing 6 times as many hands as you would live, maybe more, probably six ish. And so you see coolers and setups more often. And then also the games are much tougher at the same stakes. So somebody who plays live and they play 2-5 live and they win, they come online and they play 2-5 online and they get wrecked because it's much, 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 much harder. And so then they kind of going back several hours at this point, probably to the biggest piece of advice that I have for I forget how I forget the question how I qualified it, but blaming blaming others, blaming things is not going to help. So yeah, a lot of people come on and they blame online poker for themselves losing, and that's they don't get better. Jack nine offsuit. Call against the min raise, even though his player's been very tight. I wish he was betting a little smaller. I think I still need to call, but I'm not thrilled. Yeah, Poker Bros regulation is supposed to protect the consumer, but also there's like you can't, well, maybe you can legally, but practically speaking, you can't force a company to run an unprofitable business. And so what ends up happening if you force them to, I mean, maybe you could force them to not drop anybody's limits below X, like that's very doable. But to, keep the people, like, apply the same rules to the winners as losers in sports betting, um, meaning like big limits if they qualify based on their, what they can prove about their funds and things like that and what they can afford. Um, I think, you end up hamstring the business. And so it's kind of like I think just prediction markets are probably the way to go. If your goal is to allow anybody with no restrictions to play sports bets, or like no restrictions, meaning maybe there can still be a cap on how much like universally people can risk or deposit or what have you. But yeah, it's a tough one. Moonlight Mastery, yeah, it's most likely people don't spend too much time thinking about sensible regulation. I would assume that usually companies push for legislation, present some pre-drafted rules, and then if you're lucky, it's getting approved by lawmakers. But it doesn't happen most of the time. Yeah, so it's all like lobbying money, and you also have to keep in mind that, and this is the whole like this is a big part of the argument behind why we're trying to give back all of our rake to players, is poker is not nearly as profitable as online casino or online sports. Um, it's just a very small part of online gambling comes from poker. Like online gambling revenue, if you look at it all, poker's tiny, tiny, tiny slice. And so, nobody cares enough. Like there's not enough money to put behind it because there's not enough money to make off of online poker. And I know that sounds silly when you look at a site like GG and you look at, Poker Stars and these, billion dollar, multi-billion dollar companies, but compared to casino and sports, it's not close. Justin asks, who has the most to lose if it was legal to play poker online globally? I was tempted to make a joke about like a certain country of bad players, but I won't do that. And there were a few options I could have gone with. Who has the most to lose? Honestly, I don't know. I don't know that anybody has much to lose. I mean, the established sites, like anybody who has, well, actually, is that even true? Anybody who is winning right now through because of regulatory, so like because of regulators blocking other people out. But I think in poker that's not really happening. So I can't even think of who would lose, to be perfectly honest. Um, I can't think of who would lose. Oh man, EKW, you're here on my left and scared. Don't play scared. Supero, is there a typo at the end of that? He was coached by Colin. Goes along wing casinos, hating winners. Does that mean he goes along like with? I don't know. I don't know. I'm curious what that means. But no, I haven't seen his series on YouTube. Yeah, Poker Bros. I remember those early days were very memorable to me. The highest stakes run on this site right now, say so, is 1K. So 1K no limit and 1K PLO. If anybody's sitting, no, they were before. There's one person sitting at 1K PLO, but yeah, I just like I don't want to go have a big edge, which I think in 1K PLO I would. Yeah, EKW, please cooler me or suck out on me. I don't want to. I like as I mean you've watched enough of the stream to know I'm trying to play well, but I'm still rooting for you. It looks like this might have had that happen a couple times where visual got stuck. Stone Cold, biggest tournaments on the schedule. So there'll be some special tournament series, but right now, there's a. I was playing in $100, 15K guaranteed. This is our second weekend, so this is our second Sunday, and I was playing in that. And I think in terms of buy-ins, we don't have anything on the schedule right now over $100. Yeah, that's still running. And I mean, it's overlaid, and most of the events are overlaid. Um, but it's still early to have anything too huge. I mean, like because we're overlaying a lot, and if we were overlaying a lot at much higher stakes, it'd be a lot more expensive. Yeah, Moonlight. So it was $100 event. I mean, thank you for the question, Sound Cold. How are we doing in this one? Probably not super great. I mean, we're still alive, which is something, but I haven't generated a lot of chips. So average is 53K. We have 28K. There are 27 players left. We are 22 out of 27 here. It's 28K. First place is going to be $496. So let's just get first. Broker Bros says, I think the Norwegians are losing right now, and apparently GG are about to block them. Why is GG about to block them? Uh, yeah, I hadn't heard about that, Broker Bros. I missed Moonlight. What you? Oh, I see. The question you misread. Yeah, you're allowed to misread things at 4 a.m. Everybody, give Moonlight Master a hand for every day of this. Every day I've been streaming this week has been helping out modding, and he's helped me on the side. He also helps me with clips um, to be released in the future. Clips from this. I really appreciate it, Moonlight. I always have to be careful because I know your real name, and you have a screen name here. So pause. Moonlight. I guess is how I knew you first, though. It goes along with your chat on casino limiting sports betting, etc. Casinos love it when you sign up, but if you can win, they try their best to stop you. Yes. Yep. It's a so my personal stance is I don't like it that it's that way, but I don't blame them. They have a business to run, and it actually, given that professionals will bet the biggest pretty much, especially if you let them, it can really really harm their business to have professionals crushing them. And so I don't mind it. What I do mind is when there's kind of false advertising going on where because I've seen some places say like, we don't ban sports bettors, and I don't know. Then they reduce them to $5 betting limits and things. I don't know. If it's dishonest, I don't like it. This is a weird one, stack size wise. I'm just gonna rip it in. It's probably bad. Yeah, it's a little bit bad, but not that bad. Bronco, thank you for getting those reports in. It's really helpful. Justin, yeah, interesting. If you can't think of which parties would lose from online poker being legal, then who are lobbying against? Well, I know that in the U.S., at least in U.S. states, I know that the tribes with land-based casinos are lobbying against. That was something that I never understood, because if you have powerful lobbies like the tribes in California, you could just make sure the laws say that any online poker site would have to be partnered with a land-based casino in California. So then you would be cut in. But I think I was having a conversation with a friend, and neither of us really know, but he was speculating like, if you're one of the few people who can operate a legal casino in California, like you're just raking in the money, and just why risk it? Like you as an owner or a series or a group of owners have more money than you need. Why shake, like why rock the boat at all? And yes, like I know from my experience in other, like in online gaming, that I shouldn't say I know. All of my experience tells me, and people I've talked to within this industry tell me, that the addition of online does not hurt live, and it helps usually. But that said, I do understand that logic of just like, and again, I don't know if this is the reason, but if if I imagine you, um, let's say average person on earth, just inherits a business that kicks off 3 million a year to you every year, and there's essentially no risk it's going to stop. Do you take a tiny risk, to add another million to that, which is not even going to be for them, to add another 250K to that for like a whatever 1% chance that it somehow hurts your main business? Now it's not the perfect analogy, because actually they're spending a lot of money to stop it from happening, so there is an investment there. But that's at least an argument for why they wouldn't want it. That it's just like, it's not going to help them that much, and I feel really strongly it's not going to hurt them, and it will help them a little bit, but also why risk it? Ryan, final four of the $5 PKO. Nice. PLO. That makes more sense because we don't have PKOs added yet to the schedule. Nice. Good luck. Good luck. Take it down. More hockey cards as I click fold any bet from the big blind like this. And it remains on post flop. If it is limped and goes to a flop, it remains on. I think it should go off if it goes to flop. Yeah, interesting. I think I think you should just never use fold any bet in the big blind, and then you solve the problem. But that's a strategic opinion. Um, the logic, the counter argument is, what if I want to click fold any bet and like go run to the bathroom and run back? And so I don't want to like time out and lose my time bank and not get dealt into the next hand. And then that would be a problem if you then got to the flop, timed out, folded, got sat out next hand, and then missed it. I guess I'm folding Jack 8. It's kind of uncomfortable. Whoops. No, Moonlight Master is not my single one-on-one student. Carlos Acosta, small blind versus big line, ace 6 of 6 big blinds, 2 from the money. I can answer this because I know that time has passed. I'm not giving you real-time advice. It's not enough information. In most cases, there's probably a jam, but depends on the prize pool, depends on the number of players, depends on, or sorry, not the prize pool so much, but like the payouts, the number of players, the other stacks. There's a lot that goes into it. I guess no, I don't want to. I don't want to win a big pot from. Well, I'll still call a normal hand, but that was like on the cusp, so I didn't. I assume that's you, BKW. Oh no, you're saying maybe this because you said, let's see, 40. Where did it go? I lost it. You were saying your stats, maybe. Multi, yeah. Sharps worth betters, yes. If you let them put as much as they want for a long period of time, tens of millions in a hurry, yes. Yes, Moonlight Master is straight up king, EKW. Oh, okay. Yeah, if they're under duress from regulators, that makes sense. Brian Rorbaz says, I'm so bad at PLO, I can't spell it. Well, it's working out for you this tournament, so take it down. Maybe by the end, you'll be able to spell it. Also, yeah, I mean, I just can't, like, I can't play badly on purpose. I could play like a little loose and splashy, but it's very hard to, I don't know. And also, some people are watching to learn how to play, and I don't want to teach them bad habits. I did a couple days ago, I think, fold effectively the nuts to an all in as a gift to one of the players. I mean, it was the nuts based on the way it played, although there's like a tiny, tiny, tiny percent chance that I was beat. So that's the way that I can give it away. Poker Bros says, I feel bad for the Scandies. Most of their live casinos close also. Norway, 0 live casinos. Sweden, 1, which is about to close. Next year, Finland, 1. Sad. I didn't know that. I did not know. I mean, I know that online poker has gotten, or at least in Sweden, I know the regulations are nuts. Like it's still there, but the regulations, I shouldn't say they're nuts. They're just it's a lot worse for Swedish players. King, Queen, I'll just slow play. Let's see what this player would like to do. Just put the rest in now. There's not that much left. Say so. Yeah, nobody's making a big deal of it, pushing for it to be legal, and there's a bit of lobbying against it, so it stays illegal in a lot of places. Yeah, I mostly agree with that, and I think that our biggest hope is that companies like RSI with BetRivers, companies like Flutter, who has Poker Stars, and MGM, and And if so, like DraftKings started their electric poker, which is basically just a, you know, a spin and go, and that's the only game they have. So it's not a big part of their business by any means. If they build out a full poker online poker room, I mean they have, I don't know if they have the most lobbying dollars, but close to it in terms of the operators. And so if if these businesses want to get to, I mean, not get together, but want to put lobbying money towards regulating it, that's when I think things will happen. And it is unfortunate that in politics, it's business largely. It's just all business, except that the government is just really poorly run businesses. I knew some. My dad had some friends that worked. Um, some very smart friends worked in government. One a physicist, and just couldn't get over how poorly everything was run. Um, but it makes sense because they're not incentivized in the same way real business is. My dad had a lot of contracts with the government too. So yeah, things move slowly and inefficiently, but it is, yeah, still business. And so I think that if it makes financial sense for poker to get pushed forward and added to more states, it might happen. Easy call day seven. I could raise, but just trying to catch up on chat. If you play in legal US state, it looks like great games, but potentially not enough high stakes. Yeah, that's what it seems like to me too. Um, yeah, it's just tough for there to be enough traffic. And not so you shouldn't be folding, teaching people to fold ace nine suited to a three bet OP. Stop making people better. Well, yeah, I could probably just donate with that one. But I think that's our friend here, EKW, and he says he's scared to lose a pot, and I don't want to play. I don't want to. I really don't want to stack him. So, and actually, yeah, that's a good point. There's now GG, which owns WSOP, so maybe they, especially as like a poker first company, like they're the only. So like WSOP.com is only poker. And it used to be owned by Caesars, which also has, the other Caesars stuff. But now I actually don't know exactly how the deal works, but I would imagine they're disconnected from Caesars now. And that would mean that WSOP is owned by GG is poker only. And so they have the most incentive to lobby for regulation across more US states. So maybe that's our hope. Not so I appreciate that. So Mohammed limp called and now is leading small. I'm not thrilled about this, but I'm going to call with ace queen. He's tended to keep betting. He's definitely a wild man. I'm keep calling. I see betting so small. um, I wish I had seen some more of his showdowns. It's not going to be easy to find. Um, 10x makes sense. King X maybe. Would he put me all in with a bluff? Maybe, but a lot of people like to kind of price themselves, like give themselves a good price on bluffs. I'm going to call. It's 12-5 to win 70. And so, yeah, I don't think I usually win, but I think I win often enough to make a call. And there we go. Just like that, 7th in chips out of 21. So let's see what we can do. Min cash was 3x the buy-in, Carlos. That's unusual. And in that case, maybe it is better to knit it up there, depending on the stacks. But and also, thanks for the kind words. KR99. We didn't know how good we had it in 2010. PG Street Poker was a big thing. All the games were juicy. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was great. We didn't. I mean, well, what's funny too is at that time, people were saying poker's dying. Training sites are killing online poker. This was before I had a training site, by the way. Um, so even then, people were saying poker was dying. Even before then, people were saying poker was dying. And we've kind of never at any point known how good we had it. It's kind of a metaphor for life in a way, I think. Oftentimes we're living in the future or in the past, I suppose, which is more the case in this, or which is more in this case the scenario, but not appreciating the present. It's a big problem for human beings. BH, you say in Washington, the native casino poker rooms were thriving. People learn online, then play live. They got the state to make online poker illegal. Some of the biggest rooms no longer have poker. Yeah, so that's like I didn't know that. I mean, I knew that it was illegal, and that was one of the only states you couldn't play in back in the full tilt days. But that's, I mean, like, what more proof do you need than that? Uh, Kloss, I'll just say Kloss because I don't know how to pronounce that. Do I have an affiliate code for BetRivers? I don't. Thank you for asking. Or I might, but I don't know it. So, but thank you for asking. You just head to the site. They'll give you a deposit bonus code. But I appreciate you. Thank you. Let's start a referral program. Instead of extra rake back, we have free rolls in person at Rivers for the best ambassadors. It's not the worst. Not the worst idea. Yes, Clunk. If anyone ran a business the way the government runs things, they'd be out of business in a hurry. I agree. King 6 offsuit, sure. My master says, honestly, I'm just going to be the government shield for a second. Government is hard. You don't get the best of best working there. But there are many people that actually try their hardest for the people. Of course, not everyone, but it's so easy to dunk on anything government. I don't think it's warranted. Very fair. Obviously, there are a lot of great people trying very hard. And it is, I mean, like you could extend government to, I don't know, my brother is a middle school special ed public school teacher. And he works his ass off, and he's excellent. He's excellent with kids. He's an excellent teacher. A lot of the teachers around him are not, and so there are, and there's no real way for great teachers to be rewarded and poor teachers to be punished. And so there are like a lot of people doing some thankless jobs and doing it well when it is, I mean, it's extra thankless because the system is not set up to reward them too much. So yes, I agree. Obviously there's a lot more that goes into it that we don't know. Yeah. EKW is trying to bluff. Aylin, yeah, she's not much of a folder when she has something, it seems. Alti, do I think the way that legalized poker is unfolding in the US is actually making it more complicated to join US and worldwide player pools together in the future? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Maybe, probably. Like, um, I get what you're saying. And I guess I just don't know how realistic it would have been for kind of a nationwide approval of it. But now that it's state by state, it would be more complicated, I think. But I don't really know anything. Brian, yeah, I imagine they will as well. Justin, you're still in? At this rate, we may meet back at the final table after all. Let's do it. What do we got now? 21 players. I'm still seventh. Queen 10. How many cash? I don't even know. Looks like, am I reading this correctly? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. So payouts start at 32 players left. So we are in the money. And I didn't know. I mean, I assume so. But I didn't know when the bubble was, which is pretty bad poker strategy to not know when the bubble is. So top two pair against Muhammad, who's been kind of wild. It's tempting to give him some rope with a check, but he did bet bluff small, and that was with a flush draw. So maybe not. Mark Tyson say, Phil, in the $100 I lost ace jack to ace 10, aces to king 9, and aces to king 9 again, and still in it. Wow, that's nuts. Okay, take it down. That's awesome. Mark, how many players are left? And what's your stack look like? Or maybe you can answer with, I'm 6 out of 15 or whatever it is. Rob, awesome. Um, hopefully I didn't knock you out of the tournament. Um, but good playing with you. Thanks for giving BetRivers Poker a try. I hope you've been enjoying the overlays and free rolls and just the software and the games. Let me know if you have any thoughts or questions about it. I mean, yeah, I'm just looking for feedback that I can pass on and take action on, or just pass on and tell people good job. So 6,000, 9,000, 42,000. I'm out. You probably would have got there, right? 45,000. A limp from Arthur. Check. You can't fully do it, but you can tend to judge game quality by the number of limps. Check. Um, let's go with Roz, yeah, get some sleep. Good chatting with you too. And thank you very much. Much love to you as well. Not so says 1, 2, and 2, 5 is alive and well, at least all over the country. Yeah, I mean, so here, since I don't want to stack you, if this is you, EKW, I'll just overbet and take this from your ace high, from your 5 high straight. Maybe you can find the hero fold. That's it's yeah. Cash games, live cash games are good. 06 live cash games. When I at the same time playing Warranted Frustration. Yeah. No, rant appreciated. Thank you. Fold. Nice fold. Um got two small all ins, but threes, I'm never gonna be crushing. Would have been by the river. That is not how we justify plays or evaluate mistakes. And there are two people seated. Okay, it's past my bedtime. There are two people seated at 1K PLO. Oh, one just left. I was thinking about joining, but I don't know if they want me to sit or not want me to sit. Mark Tyson, 21 left, 14 out of 21. Nice. You haven't played Nolan Hold'em in 5 years. Only PLO last few years. Well, I'm glad you felt confident enough with the overlay to hop in. It seems like the field has been good. I mean, I'm not in the 100 anymore, but it looked good when I was in it. I'm in the 10 now. The field's very good. So yeah, hopefully it continues to treat you well. So your favorite format or time sit and goes? 10-minute game, 4 blind levels. Is heaven to play. Promotes action, just cash game with 4 blind levels. Interesting. Oh, Rob, you had the ace queen versus me and the other two. I had pocket nines through L, and I remember that hand. Did I win? I scooped. Sorry. You got in very good shape there. Sick Jones is only available in the US. We just launched in Pennsylvania a week and a half ago. And a pretty bare bones tournament schedule right now with some PLO, mostly no limit, mostly. We got a lot of free rolls, not a lot, but per tournament, like in terms of percentage of tournaments, we have a lot of free rolls. We got a lot of $1 through $20 events. We have a couple of $100 events now and then, $50 events now and then. There's a nightly $50 tournament at least, probably more that I'm unaware of. Yeah. All right, so he raises 9K. He hasn't raised that much. It's tempting to just, I'm going to rip it in because there's so much out there that if he's like raise folding something, it's great. Okay, when somebody's 25-10 and they raise to 9K, I guess it's not very good. About as good a turn as I could hope for. Well, actually, literally as good a turn as I could hope for. We didn't get there. Oops. Maybe they can label the tourney tables. Oh, so it is labeled there at the top. So I could maybe make these windows smaller so that you can see. Thank you for pointing that out. Let's see. I don't know how well you can read it, but it's there. Let's see if my bet buttons still show up for you. Yeah, cool. You have the chance, I do the same to you. I know you would. I still don't want to stack you. What was the hand that you're just talking about? Set of sevens maybe on that board? I see you said, I mean, I know that we're. Oh no, you said you folded 7-7. Oh, okay. You folded 7-7 against my 6-6. I got there on the river. Nice fold. I figured it out. Young Lee, maybe Young, Young Sinatra. Yeah, I think. Well, I don't think Quebec is happening anytime soon. I can't really speak to the long term um, hopes, but Quebec doesn't have. Quebec's not regulated in the way that Ontario is, as far as I understand, right? And so we're looking to expand only into strictly. I don't really know how to describe it, to be perfectly honest. The type of regulation that I'm talking about. But if BetRivers Sportsbook or BetRivers Casino is not there, then poker's almost definitely not coming until that is true that they are there. So we raised Jack 7, pretty good flop. We also raised deuces over here. Let's go ahead and bet and clear out some equity. Jack 7 is interesting because it's starting to get like I don't really want to get stacks in. Well, I kind of could. I don't know. Could go bet and then bet. He's betting tiny. I think this means a jack or a 10, but I'm not going to raise a 10. Yeah. Could have made some more money against that hand. I just try not to, there's some stack preservation thoughts going on there. Maybe for good reason, maybe out of fear. Yeah, Moonlight, I think I'm on a 200-second delay, if I remember correctly what I set it up as. CJ asked if the rake on low stakes is beatable here. Yes, absolutely. So the I guess I shouldn't say yes, absolutely. We're giving back all the rake. Now that doesn't mean that everybody who plays is gonna pay zero rake. It gets distributed in different ways. But the the it's gonna be better than elsewhere. Put it that way. We have a promotion, and it's right now a temporary promotion that I'm hoping to make permanent, and I'm trying to prove that it works. Where we're giving back all of the rake we collect. We're aiming to give back all the rake we collect, is what I have to say legally. Um, and we're doing so in a way, I don't know, Moonlight, maybe you could just link my post. Matt Donovan, thank you for clearing it up. And yeah, Brady, good question. I'm curious what you can play in Quebec right now. So Jackie, I hope BetRivers can be better than Run It Once, if that's what you mean. See Moonlight Master ahead of the game with the rake post before he even heard me say it. At 4:15 a.m. for him. I think, or is it 5 now already? I don't know. We'll raise up Jack 8 against our friend BKW. Okay. We are 12 of 15 now. Average stack is 80,000. We have 80,000, but I suppose it's very top heavy for us to be 12 of 15. See what we can do. 12th. So it's $10 buy-in. We've got $39 locked up. I don't know, 15 players left, excuse me. We have 32.50 locked up. First place is just under $500 for a $10 buy-in. There was what, $700 in overlay, which was nice. Matt Donovan described it very well. Yeah, talked about the new style we're trying to take. Got a few months to show the bosses that my philosophy of beatable games, of giving the rate back, works. That it attracts players. That it helps the business as a whole. Even though we're not going to be making money from them in poker, that it helps enough people come over from other platforms to play, bring their poker play, their casino play, and their sportsbook play to BetRivers, and then it's a win-win-win, really. Paul T, I'm glad you like the table alias system anonymization. EKW, you don't need permission. Sit out whenever you like. I'm not gonna judge you. I'll probably take a break at the next tournament break. 40 minutes if I'm still in. I was planning to stream tonight. I was thinking 4 to 10. That's 10, 18. Can't stop streaming because I'm still in the tournament. It's a little unfortunate because I get early meetings tomorrow. Well, I guess not too early on the East Coast time. Seven suited. And with my master, thank you for sharing the link to Twitch as well. Moonlight, if you have to get to bed, feel free to. I mean, obviously, with what, 20 some big blinds, I could be out at any moment, but could go a while too. Yeah, 3-bet by Aelin. Hasn't 3-bet too much, but, has been active. Call. Ace-3 suited. Gut shot. Not much else. We get checked too. So interestingly, like this ends up being a pretty good hand to bet, even though it's not a very strong draw, and I do have ace high. Because you can fold out ace 10, ace king, ace queen, which is really helpful when you have an ace. And so, folding out those, getting called by sevens is not a bad result. I mean, you don't want to get called by sevens, but you do get called by sevens usually. Um, Holding out the ace, clearing up the ace as an out is really nice. Limp from Arthur. Brooks barely played a hand. He's in there for the complete. I check 5-8 and miss. Also says, thank you for trying to solve Rake Man. I've always wanted to make my own site that has zero rake, but I got clipped by the feds and they cleaned me out pretty good, so it'll be a while before I can. That sounds like an ordeal. But I'm trying my best. Queen 9, I mean, I probably have the best hand, but I guess I'll just call. And here with 5-8, I 4 outs. That's 8%. I don't have the odds. X. Well, I called the turn to induce a bluff, but now I'm rethinking to myself, hold on. Aylin checked back ace, ace, 6, rainbow. If she wanted to bluff, why wouldn't she have just bluffed the flop? So I don't think she wanted to bluff. So I don't think she's bluffing. Mark Tyson, 16th. Sorry to hear that. Nice run. EKW, yeah, lets you know how long you got. I always think it's ridiculous when other sites don't tell you how long until you're going to be kicked off the table. I mean, I think they don't. A lot of them don't tell you because they don't know, because they do it by number of big blinds that have passed. But I think that's just the wrong way to do it, because you get booted when you don't realize it. So thanks for noticing that touch. There are a lot of little things considered, and also there are a lot of little things not yet complete. So I'm not saying that every last T is crossed and I is dotted for an excellent experience, but we've been very thoughtful about it. And usually, if there's something that is not a great experience, it's because the development is not complete on it yet. Not always, of course. We haven't thought of everything. I beat a bluff. I'm gonna call. Okay, nice hand. Little thin. I would suggest EKW. I mean, I'm not criticizing you after it worked. But usually a hand like this, it's a little bit thin for value. I mean, you're right that you can't go two streets. So the bet on the turn check river is reasonable with a 4 spades sometimes, but usually an ace is not the card you want to have, because you want to get called by an ace on this. So like ace is the main hand, like the main card that you beat that is going to call. And so a 4 of spades with any other card is going to be better to value bet on the turn. And this would be a pretty good one to check back and induce a river bluff or go for value on the river. Well, as I was talking about earlier in the stream, I think sleep is critical. Brett says, feel like at 10% and 6 max hypers up to $16 buy-in, 8 to 12 tabling. Okay, 10% ROI, I assume. It's pretty impressive compared to others, but simply not making enough money. Was in talks with making videos for Rio. I think my sample video I sent in got laughed at. I don't use solvers. Well, I doubt we laughed at it, but 6 max hypers. I think the how do I get into cash Discord group talk hands with crushers? I'm gonna have to give up poker if I can't get back to making 50K a year. Yeah, so 10% ROI and $16 is $1.60 times. I mean, how many are you playing? So like that's $10 for every round of 8 to 12. So if you can play 3 times $30 an hour, so, 50K. I do know, so from videos, I can tell you if we did reject you, it's probably there's not a lot of demand for people teaching sit and goes, unfortunately. How do you get a cash Discord group to talk hands with crushers? Um, well, first of all, I think you're asking the right question. I think that's a great way to learn. I don't know the best way to do that. It's kind of any like just network, like any kind of networking context, like anything you can do. Do you have friends who are in poker who know others? Basically, like let it be known that that's what you're looking for to people around you in poker. And if there aren't people around you in poker, then get some people around you in poker, even if they're not exactly what you want. Um, and yeah, let it be known that what your goal is. And you'd be surprised sometimes at just kind of letting others know what you're going for. Opportunities tend to open up. Here with fives, this player's played 43 hands and never raised one. But I mean, it's 16 big blinds and five, so I'm going to shove it in. Okay. Gotcha, not so. All right, take care. Good night. But yeah, Brady, you're on the right track. Finding a team of some kind is great. Ace eight suited seems like another shove. Let's see what we can do here. 20 bigs. All right, look at us go. We're 8 out of 13 now. It's a final table in our near future. Maybe, maybe. Speedy G says, might want to add pay safe cards and cash deposit method. I didn't know they had pay safe in the US. I know we use that, I think, rest of world. Interesting. So poker, you know, this is a large company and poker is just one small part. And we are not like, there's nobody on the poker team that is a payments person. There's a whole payments department. And so we don't have a lot of influence over payments, but certainly, obviously, we're part of the company. If that's a really common method for people who play poker, maybe that's something we can raise. Paul T says, I personally do not play on illegal sites. I've heard some horror stories and so many people who've had no issues, to be fair, but I just prefer the safety and security of regulated sites. Yeah, oh, you guys are talking about Brian's question about ACR. Yeah, and thanks for the way you asked your question, Brian. Also, I don't know how I missed this, but Stuck in Micros is wishing me good luck. So I think it's a great idea. Hope it'll work out well. Good luck, good luck. Thank you very much. EKW, no problem on the ace four. You don't need to call that a suck out. It's just a regular hand. Yeah, Paul T, I think there are some people who just want to want to feel so uneasy, even if the problems on other sites are few and far between. Not saying that they are, but there's definitely a sense of security. Just being more confident in, your deposit is safe, and you're not going to lose your ability to withdraw and things like that. Moonlight Master, I agree. I don't know if you're subtly trying to convince me to play World Series of Poker a lot this summer. Important to screw up your sleeping schedule from time to time, and then be happy to go back to something ordinary. Yeah, I do agree, kind of. Certainly okay to screw it up from time to time. I don't know about important. It says, and I don't get that many PG streams a year. I need to cherish the ones that I get. I appreciate you very much. Yeah. Yeah, I wish I had something more to stream. Um, you're sleeping a lot more on days you watch PG streams. All right, nice. It's a form of meditation. Do I want to auto fold this Jack 3 offsuit? Maybe I could limp. Could limp in. I think I just want to fold. Now I'd like to fold more, less, about the same. Papito, GTO. Why Phil never plays 5 card PLO? I don't have a place to play 5 card PLO. And I don't just mean right now in Pennsylvania, but in Nevada where I live. I don't have, I've just never really had opportunities to. It's never been something I want to do. Mark Tyson, Phil will be back in PA in the near future for more poker and such, or is this a one-time thing? It's not a one-time thing. I don't know exactly when I'll be back, but I expect to be back in the not so distant future. Maybe early 2025 is what I would guess. Brian shares, this is for, shoot, I forget who was asking about the Discord, but Brian gets a lot of value of Jay Little's poker coaching Discord. Thank you for sharing that with, yeah, help each other. I love it. My master used PaySafe cards 15 plus years ago as a kid. Good times. 32 players now in the 100 NL pool. It's pretty good numbers. I'm happy to see that. 6 tables running. Do I happen a couple more just to juice it up? We have kind of slowed down on the chat. Sure. All right, let's see how many we can get in I don't know. Now I'm going to call this with 5-6. Go to my 4 table view, and we're going to probably end up check folding this flop. Checks the flop. I guess he's got me. This is going to be a 2-barrel, basically regardless of the river. It's too bad. King, queen, no spade makes sense. So usually in that spot, you're going to see like a king with no spade or an under pair with a spade. Sometimes ace high with a spade. I feel like it works out okay on balance. And then like on the spade, I can fold out hands like that. On the non-spade, I can fold out the queens with a spade. Is the hope. But it didn't work. We got 34 in the 100 NL pool. Let's see if we can get to 40. I bet we can. I call again, Jack nine. Just kind of, you beat bluffs. You are okay. That's why the tables are weird because I have different size over there. What happened? Check, check. I won against ace three. That is wild. Hattie, Hattie, that's a little nuts. Purple's kind of loose aggressive. I'm gonna keep calling Jack high. I have a gut shot now, and I beat bluffs, kind of. It could be bluffing with queen high. Now we get there. Not, all the way there. It's not a monster, but certainly a good hand. And I'll just 2/3 pot. Yeah, Moonlight, yeah, it's a good point that you don't have a kid. My sleep schedule is a lot tougher. Brady says, I bought your foundations course, really enjoyed it. I think besides not using solvers, I got some theory leaks. Yeah, that's the whole. Thank you, first of all. I'm really glad you liked it. My whole goal there was getting people to like really understand how poker works and why it works the way it works. So hopefully that cleared up theory leaks that you would have had and made you aware of them potentially. And like Master says, Foundations is a great start, great value for sure. It must be insane value even if you don't play poker, just as a Phil Galifond audiobook. EKW, yes, thank you. I feel very welcome here, Pennsylvania. Sixes. Just going to check and try to get to showdown, see if I improve. My my beard's been getting longer in stream because my trimmer I brought died for the I don't know. I feel like I've charged it. I charged it like a year ago, and it lasted until now, but died. So I don't bring the charger because I'm just not used to it dying. But it died, so playoff beard for streams. That was pretty tame when we got here. Brian says $10 six max currently at $370 overlay for the Night Owls. Thank you for pointing that out for everybody watching. Again, Brian, thank you for helping everybody who's watching. I really appreciate that. I like people in my communities to help each other. Let's see. Which was it? The $10. Actually, I need to play this. Ace deuce. I'm going to limp in. After Bellamy limps, oh, I see it. Just had to. So this $10 rush, six max. 24 minutes left. Yeah, $230 in there. $370 overlaid. Currently. Not bad at all. Plus it's a turbo, which helps, six max turbo. And then after that, there's a hyper, what is that, $5 six max hyper that starts in 25 minutes. Raise it up with ace king. Well, this is a guy we unsuccessfully tried to bluff earlier. Let's potentially try it again. It's a little less credible on the jack. I think we most credibly rep a 10 by going small, which is mainly what we're representing. But I don't know. I just think he has it and caught me bluffing last time, so I'm not looking forward to it. Yeah. I guess let's bet our king with the king of spades. It's weird when four people see the flop and $1 goes in on the flop. I'm not really sure how to look at it, but I think we can get value at least and figure it out from there. Raise up ace deuce. Ace 10, we got a limper. Okay. I'm gonna go for value. Ace 10, I'm actually gonna check. So like I'm playing with some. Okay, yeah. Nice hand, nice hand. Um, where's my hand? There we go. When I play with people who I don't think are like many of whom, many of whom I don't think are hand reading very much, then I just kind of play my hand the way I want to play my hand, which in this case was check. And now I'm just going to check fold. Whereas against somebody who's a better hand reader, I'm more concerned about balance. We got 36 in the player pool now. It's 4 away from 40. All good chatting with you too. Get some rest. King 6. Let's raise fold. All right, good. Good. Three-way all in. Someone has 6-4 suited. How did this happen? Hold on, hold on, hold on. So we got 250, call, Kane calls. Then we got $17, $61. Kane puts the rest in with 6-4 suited. That is that's some gambling. Nick asked my opinion of Pennsylvania so far. You're living in Pittsburgh a while back. I've been to Pittsburgh and to Philly before because my sister went to college in Pittsburgh and college or grad school. Grad school. I guess maybe I should have known not to get involved. And then lives in Philly now. But he ended getting all in with 7-8 this time. It's worked out 2 out of 2 times, so he's not gonna stop. No reason to stop. Feel bad for Aspen with aces there. Got an LOL from Cassian, who lost the other one. Here with ace king, I think I'm up against a 6 or a flush. So I'm a little nervous about betting. I mean, I don't think a flush is gonna raise, so let's go for it. I can confidently fold with the raise here, I think. I just don't people don't take a non-blocker hand like a flush and bluff raise in a spot like that. I mean, the crazy thing is if you have a good hand, you might just want to make it 30 pre-flop and just see what Kane wants to get in there with. It's an advanced strategy. Do I want to limp call this? I think it's just a jam. Nick H, yeah, no limit in PLO only, no draw games available for now. Potentially in the future, but truth be told, it's a little bit unlikely, at least in the near future, because it's just tough with in the regulated markets, state by state. There's so little traffic to be split amongst more and more games, and so the more obscure games, I think, don't get added very often. I'm gonna 3-bet with ace queen suited. 7 out of 10 now in the $10 mini main. Ace queen suited. Interesting, interesting, interesting. I'm just gonna put more money in now against what I'm hoping is, ace 10, given the raise call and then donk flop for third pot. No, oh well, it's worth a try. Ace-9 offsuit will raise. Nobody at this table particular. I mean, they're all pretty tight, or I mean, reasonable. Like we're all actually similar VPIP. I am going to fold this. 39 players in the pool. I mean, after seeing all the money go in, and this player that kept putting his money in left, so you might be hopping to another seat at another table. Not surprised some of you are joining. Three bet queens. Angie has been tight over only 16 hands, so it's not very reliable. No, I don't watch hockey, but I am familiar. Playoff beer was a hockey thing. Yeah, so we have one tournament table on the top left, and then 3 cash game tables. Now Angie's putting more in. Meanwhile, I'm going to shove ace-4 offsuit. I'm not going to fold. I guess I'm just going to call. And we'll see what the flop brings. Not a great flop. $8 is an interesting size. I think I have to call against 8. Against 16, I can fold, but it's just so cheap. Maybe it's jacks, maybe it's 10s, maybe it's ace king, and I spike a set on the turn. Now against 22, I'm going to fold. Nice hand, Angie. How many people left in the tourney? Yeah, so I mean, I just said this probably after you haven't heard yet when you chatted, but 10 players left. I'm 7 out of 10. So we are approaching final table. I don't know why I removed the word "the" from that sentence. Tonis probably not going to be available in Europe anytime soon. Run It Once Poker was available in Europe. But that was many years ago before we closed that down and sold it to RSI to launch BetRivers in the US. We didn't get enough traction to make it happen on our own. So we needed somebody to help us with we needed a bigger company. We didn't make it as a startup, but we did build something that our players really, really liked. So I'm thankful we can continue to improve upon it and kind of continue the goal, the mission of making an impact on online poker. Here are 10s. I guess I'm going to check. Yeah, Moonlight is correct. Speedy G. Why are we asking NFL? So I don't know the answer to your question. If that's a question. Phil, would you elaborate on what you said with regards to balance versus hand readers? Is this something you look to incorporate right away when you notice? So I tend to, so basically, I think that trying to play every hand to maximize EV of that hand is a good strategy. However, that also includes not being so straightforward that your opponents who are observant pick up on it and know what you have. So what I mean is against just like generally in higher stakes games, in games where I know players are tougher, or once I've observed that somebody is a good player, I'm a lot more balanced. I use one bet sizing only with a lot of different hands on the flop in certain spots, or I use 2 bet sizing. I basically balance such that I'm not checking a hand just because I really want to check this hand. Like I'll have spots where I see bet 100% of my range, or spots where I check 100% of my range, or spots where I use only a small sizing. Whereas against players who I don't think are as observant, I'll just do what I think is going to make the most money in a vacuum that hand without any consideration for the fact that they might figure out why I chose that particular bet size or option. Bet eights over here. This is a value bet. I got some additional equity too, if in case I happen to be behind. Plus a little pinch of protection. Five deuce suited, we'll get in there. Nick says, yeah, there's virtually no traffic for draw games on Stars when I was out in PA, so I hear you on the mixed game market. Yeah, there. Yeah, it's tough. I think in Nevada, some of the mixed games run a little bit, but it's just tough. You could maybe do some leading on the five, but almost always I simplify to just check my full range if I check call flop. We'll obviously call. Hmm. I mean, Cal's representing a better hand than mine, even though so it's important when you have a strong hand. Don't just call because you have a strong hand. Cal's saying that he has better than trip fives. Is it possible that Cal's a player that's overvaluing aces? Maybe, probably not on this board. And I just kind of think he probably has it, so I'm going to lay it down. Yes, EKW, focus on your table. Don't worry about chatting with us. Nick HS, where else BetRivers is going to be available in the US? So we're planning to expand to more states that offer online poker, and there's not a. Oh, we're at 40 in the player pool here. Nice. There is not a specific order that I can share, but if your state has BetRivers Sportsbook and or BetRivers Casino, and your state has legal poker sites such as PokerStars or MGM, um, it's likely that that's on our list. So there's going to be a tournament break in less than a minute. So I'm going to take a very short break. This is a great time to ask questions. When I get back from my break, I will look at the questions, which will be right now, like almost like in 30 seconds for you because I'm on a delay. And then I will answer your questions before hopping back into the action. So I'm almost tempted to leave these tables up. I want to do that. Yeah, I feel like sometimes a lot of people leave when I go on like turn a break screen on. So maybe this will let you know I'm coming back. Thomas, thank you. I hope we succeed in more. And yeah, we want more rake back too in Europe. Yes, I want everyone to have rake back. Yeah. Uh, See you soon. Hey, everybody. Let's see if we got some questions. I have a lozenge in. I lose my voice pretty easily after I'm talking on the streams for a while. Moonlight Master, yeah, I'd love to see it succeed in the US and let me make an offshoot in Europe for fun. That'd be awesome. Agreed, it's kind of a long shot, but and Nick, no problem. Um, RET. I'm sorry, I don't want to fail pronouncing your username. I need to improve my post flop game from MTT. Is it a good idea to training with GTO solvers like GTO Wizard, DTO, etc.? Um, I would start with really depends on the level you're at. So eventually, yes, it's a good idea. Right off the bat, not necessarily. I would start with a course that is focused on MTTs. Um, so yeah, not knowing where you're at makes it very challenging for me to answer. But the order is, I think, course. Well, at every stage, learning with other people is great. Every stage of your development. So individual coaches, communities, just like one or two study buddies. Um, that's valuable at every point. Sorry if my lozenge makes annoying noise. But I need it so that my voice makes noise. But yeah, depending on where you are, it depends. Chabs asks if I'll be doing this stream for each state launch. So, I don't exactly know, but unfortunately, a lot of the other states involve, as Kane here is a 93% VPIP. A lot of the other states involve a lot of the other states in the US are part of the MSIGA. So you can play on multiple. And so um, sometimes I might, if for example, I don't know if this is happening, if we launch two, back to back and they share a player pool, then I can just go to one to promote it, perhaps. But yeah, my answer is I don't know. It depends kind of how many we launch, how fast, and yeah, that's the main answer. Queen deuce, let's protect our hand. I don't usually like betting for protection, using that as a justification. Brian, you're very welcome. I've really appreciated the thoughtfulness of your comments and questions here in chat. Justin, I think he was saying he was just looking for like the heads up one day matches. That's not of interest. That's like not the type of poker that I'm interested in playing. GTX asks the longest online cash game downswing of yours at what stake and how much did you lose? I think the most I lost was not the longest downswing. So the most I lost in a row is probably close to 2 million, but happened pretty fast. And so the longest extended downswing on the line. So like live, I had a over a year downswing. Online, I never did. Maybe 4 months or something, and maybe it's around 1 million, but I don't really remember specifically. Sorry, Robbie. Interesting that they had those. I'm going to get in there with 5-6 against Hattie. Interesting that they had those games running for a bit and then they no longer did. Oh, confusing that. You're saying EKW because You saw me sit back in the game, but I was not back on the stream. Yeah, 5-6. I don't feel great about this, but I'm not risking very much. Hey, there you go. Threes will get in there. All right, in the tournament, we are 6 of 10. Still 10 players left. 39 players in the 100 NL player pool. Pretty happy with that still. We did get to 40, which was my goal. Let's 3-bet. Ace queen against this player who plays every hand. 9 deuce suited. I'm just going to limp. And limp fold. Okay. Kenji's coming after it. I'm not really sure what I want to do here. Yes, I'm going to fold. It is a spot where I'm, going to be attacking that with a kind of wide range, and Kenji might recognize that, but might not. We will open. Sorry, I'm being rude. I'm texting good night to my wife, who may or may not still be watching by the time. Good night, honey. I love you. Still 10 players left. I feel like there have been 10 players for a long time. But I guess because we're doing hand for hand, it's kind of slow. Nines, we're going to call against our friend EKW. We raise under the gun, so our range is pretty strong here. Nine players left. I think these are 8-handed tables. So this final table bubble. Can fold nines here. Queen Jack is just too brutal of a flop. Like, it's so hard for nines to be good. Under the gun and under the gun 3-bets when the flop has 2 overcards. I mean, Ace King is the only hand we beat, kind of. It's not exactly how it works, but you know what I mean. All right, now we're at the final table. 8 players left. We are 6 of 8. Justin in 10th. I'm sorry. GG. Nice run. There will be many more of these overlaid soft tournaments, it seems. These min bets get me. It's kind of tough. Check. I mean, King 10 is probably not going to win. But I mean, if I had like an open ender or flush draw on the turn, I would start semi bluffing. King 10's just not a betting hand on this board. I just flicked in the dollar flop call because I had a backdoor flush draw and 2 overs and it was cheap. How do you, maybe, yeah. So this is interesting. I don't know this player. He's limping in. I have ace four. I'm just going to fold. It's the wrong stack size. Kane, I should probably 3-bet ace 10 against Kane here. That might have been a mistake because Kane's playing essentially every hand. It's interesting. Kane and Gage have the min bet strategy, but their pre-flop stats are so different that I don't think they're the same person. Yeah. Speedy G says your cam's gone. I see it working. All right, we got aces and we have nut straight. So if I'm having technical difficulties, we'll talk that out later. No, with refresh, it's working. Interesting. There was a refresh thing. GTX, was that you who had a, well, whatever you had against my trips? But thank you, and you're very welcome. All right, so I bet flop. Gage is leading turn. I'm going to call. I'm not really looking to fold this against the way that Gage is played. Unless this is just like all in. And now I think I want to raise. I'm very confused. Maybe like a queen jack is what's happening here. I don't know. Okay. Followed by queen three. Yeah, similar. Um, or we'll see bet. We'll backdoor stuff. GTX. Hello, Punio Gaming. Welcome, welcome. One more question from GTX related to six max, no limit. Would it be a good optimal strategy to construct a mixed strategy versus a pure c-betting, pure check range strategy on every board OP in a 3-0 pot, 100 big blind effective? No. I think that I think anywhere that you can construct a pure strategy, you should. That's I shouldn't say everywhere, but that's often what I advise, like very strongly. The EV difference between the strategies is not that big, and the major difference is that a pure strategy is one that you're not going to screw up. When you have a mixed strategy, everybody screws up mixed strategy, everybody in the world. So 42 players in this pool, by the way, I guess they're seeing the great action. Everybody screws up a mixed strategy to the point where like splitting your range at any point is a risk not worth taking, in my opinion, unless it's generating some significant, like non-negligible EV. And in reality, the difference between pure strategies and mixed strategies on a lot of boards in a lot of spots, certainly not all, but especially on flops, is usually pretty little. So Kane raises and C bets. Kane's playing, almost any two cards here. So we're starting with a check call. I mean, our hand's probably best against $1, but raise seems a little extreme. So we'll check call again. Ace on the river. Don't expect to see a ton of it. Wow, in this tournament. So we're going to check call. Here we've got a okay, ace eight was unexpected. 16K, 24K. An interesting. Like to see a showdown. Nines we'll just call. So to be perfectly honest with you, um, normally if I were streaming and people were making bad plays, I would downplay it in the interest of just being nice. But because I want you guys to make money, and because I want to promote BetRivers Poker, I want you to know how good the games have been. So I am acknowledging the plays that are suboptimal. Here, I guess I'm getting out of the way. I cold called a 3-bet because of Kane, who actually has ace king. I would have done pretty well with my nines there. Oh no, why don't I think I have nines? Because I have nines here. Ace 10 would not have done well. I guess that means it's my bedtime. It's 11:15. Jaden, is that true? Is that Jaden just won $20 nightly from my car at the Welcome to Pennsylvania rest stop? It'd be amazing if so. And I think I believe you. We got a limp here. I mean, I'm just pointing it out. We're on a final table here. We got some odd plays going on. With nines against. And 8. 8, 7. Oh, okay. GTS says, no, it wasn't me, but the EV that fold is printing is only something a cash game, right, can relish. Yes. It is. A lot of people don't appreciate the EV gained from folding because you don't win the hand, but you can lose a lot of EV not folding. All good players recognize that. Gotta stop it with the alls and everyone. It's a bad habit. You're now 7 of 7. I mean, you can see that by looking at the table. Esteban 70-10. I have king 8 suited against this, maybe this is a 60, 70% range. I think I can go for it. And I mean, if I steal the blinds, awesome. Great. This is where, the heads up display comes in handy. Mm-hmm. We're at 7 hours, 15 minutes. It's a long stream. 42 players in the 100 NL pool. 41 now. I mean, the games are good, so I don't even think I need to push you to join. Hessian, Zakai. I'm going to fold queen 3 suited against 2 reasonable ranges. Shabs, I'm going to ask you to, if you'd be more specific. You said, can you talk about your coming up journey a bit, getting into poker, and time to grind up the stakes? Because I don't know what kind of level of granularity you're looking for, and because I talked about like the general come up story before, and I shared in my docu-series Galifond on my YouTube channel. Are you responding? No, you're on Twitch. But if you head to my YouTube channel, I talk about all of that. And so I don't know where to start and where to end because I don't know what level of knowledge you're asking from, and I don't want to make an assumption that you've heard my story before or that you haven't. 7-8 offsuit. I mean, got the free flop. Esteban limped the button. He's betting tiny. He's betting tiny again. I think I have to call again with the gut shot. I expect to be behind. I'm not going to bluff this river. This is going to be a fold with king jack suited against the 4-4 player who's 3-betting. And I guess I fold, right? Queen X string. I am a little curious here. Why are you betting like third pot? Because I don't think you'd bet an ace. I mean, I don't. This player's kind of erratic, so it's tough to make hand reads. But betting an ace seems a little scary on this river. A flush, you'd bet bigger. A full house, you'd bet bigger. A jack, you wouldn't bet turn. Jack is the only thing that makes most sense. I'm going to call because I just like. Again, I'm getting 4-1. The story doesn't make a ton of sense, so I just kind of want to feel it out. Yeah, just like that, we are fifth in chips. Oops. I guess that's a good example of reading into an opponent's bet size, and another good example of why you know, if you're splitting sizings unnecessarily or splitting your range unnecessarily, it gives your opponents an opportunity to make a hand read. Because like my hand's not a hand that's supposed to call there, but I made a read. Obviously, I didn't expect to be right most of the time, but enough of the time to make the call. And Hugo 3-bets me. Jaden, yes, it's true. It took a break while driving home from Virginia. I figured try to set out. That's awesome, Jaden. I appreciate you trying it out, and I'm very glad that you got rewarded for it. Alejandro asks if I said Farha. No, my wife is not Sam Farha. Her name is Farah. Although I also do love Sam Farha. Entirely different reasons. Yeah, only in Pennsylvania, as Moonlight mentioned. All right, so ace-8 suited. I'm not going to fold. I went raise 3-bet call. I don't know. I'm gonna just call. Here was 10-7. I guess I fold. My master, thanks for sharing the mini doc in Twitch. That was not on my YouTube here. EKW with 3-bet. We're not going to fold ace queen offsuit. We'll see a flop. Bet our nut flush. And try to showdown our ace queen against EKW. Chaz, oh, you're welcome. So you know nothing but have followed over the years, but mostly near the end of the full tilt days. Curious about pre-nosebleed era on full tilt. Okay, awesome. So I started playing when I was 19. I was a freshman in college, towards the end of my freshman year, and I played $10 sit and goes. Underrolled, and I learned. I bought a couple of books, and one of the Sklansky 2+2 books I found pretty valuable, and then I found the 2+2 forums, which were a really great place to learn. And so I played sit and goes, and kind of quickly, in a matter of a few months, I was making maybe $10, $12 an hour, $10 to $15 an hour playing sit and goes. And so at the time, I had just finished training for a job as a Kaplan SAT prep teacher. And so I quit that job before I actually taught a class and played poker part time on the side while I went to college. From sit and goes, yeah, from 10s and 20s to 33s, I was at for a while. 109s, I was at for a long time. And I actually, even with 109s as my main game, would play some bigger ones sometimes, but built my bankroll up to, right, 100,000. It seems high for just playing 109s, but I feel like that was right. Um, and my junior year of college, I went to play. A couple of things happened. One, I went to play WSOP circuit event and WPT event, both 10K buy-in events in Tunica, Mississippi in January. I turned 21 in January. And right after that, went to play these events because like my dream was to play on a big stage and win on a big stage. And so I took I was playing 109s most. I played, there were like some 1K sit and goes and up to even a 2K sit and go occasionally back on Party Poker, the step tournaments that I played, but mostly like 109s was my main game. And I just did a lot of grinding. And actually like they had 215s, but I thought that I had a higher earn at 109s than at 215s. But anyway, I played those. I planned to come back and I had missed like the first week of the semester. So I planned to come back and ask my professors for what I missed, but I didn't feel like it. And so I took the semester off and I switched to cash games then from sit and goes. I hired Tommy Angelo, who I heard was a really good cash game coach, and hired him as a cash game coach. As it turns out, he didn't teach me any cash game strategy. He taught me how to be a professional. And it was stuff that I never would have looked to learn at the time, but it was incredibly valuable to kind of get wisdom at the age of 21 that most people don't get till they're in their 30s. I guess I'm folding a6. And I started with 510 cash games, which is pretty big to start with when you first start playing cash games, but I had a 100K bankroll, so I don't know. Maybe, yeah, I think it was 100K. Maybe it was 50, between 50 or like 80 or something after the tournament. No, it was under. Anyway, I played 510. I was a winner pretty quickly because the games were pretty soft. And I was just kind of a nit because in sit and goes, the early game strategy was just be a nit. And then at the end, you do a lot of shoving. So like you start out nitty. This is back then. Start out nitty. At the end, just make everybody fold their blinds. And so since we were deep stacked the whole time in cash games, I was just nitty and people were loose. And I just, was a small winner. That summer I went to Vegas. I lived in a house with, a lot of people who have gone on to be very successful. Andrew Roble being example number one. But I'm Dave Benefield. But wait, was Dave in the house? No, he was our friend, not in the house. Forgetting everybody who was there. In the second year, so there were 5 people in the house. The second year, there were 12 people in the house. Anyway, I took some shots over the summer at higher stakes games. I actually lost more than half my bankroll, which kind of culminated in this was 5,100 on full tilt heads up, where I lost like 35K, 40K in one session. But I just continued grinding 510 after that summer. And between that summer and the next summer, it was kind of my come up from, I think this is a shove against an Esteban limp. Was my come up from 510 all the way to nosebleeds. Really, that's going to be GG for me in 7th place, unfortunately. Nice hand, Esteban. I would have been 2007, maybe 2006, 2007. And then it was 2008 was my biggest year ever. I was kind of, I stuck at the nosebleeds then. And that's when you caught on. Docu-series, thanks for sharing. Tyler K, I didn't consider a jam with 8-7 because I didn't think he had the thin value hands. Like I thought he had, like, because I just didn't think he would bet an ace. So I didn't know what it could be. It was either he was betting a stronger hand too small or he just didn't have it. So here I'm going to call with kings. And I am, for those of you who know me, you could probably guess that I'm wrapping up the stream shortly.